being down here in the first
All
place.
right.
It almost feels like GAM are specialists in this.
Here we go.
0-2 specialists, you know, the final knockout to one of the teams that is expected. But yeah, we haven't...
How do you feel? Are you nervous?
I am a little bit nervous because on the one hand, I feel like they have shown a lot already and nobody even expected them to get to Worlds format, but I hate giving up a team before they've played because I think that is disrespectful to what they could show, right? And you just have to look at the games. So we'll see. It's going to be either GAM or Mad Lions Koi that leave us, unfortunately, today after having fought valiantly. Let's continue with the Swiss stage of Worlds 2024.
Valiantly? I'm not too sure about that. Yeah, maybe, but...
They're gonna be a team that play more speed than us, more defense champions.
I'm not sure. Maybe the Vietnamese league. They play a lot of crazy stuff. Of course, I'm sad. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. I'm not playing my best still.
PSG get their revenge from playing.
I wanna figure out what's going on exactly, because I think we are capable of way more than what we are showing right now.
Mình nghĩ là mình đã trải qua khá nhiều cảm xúc tiêu cực. Có buồn, có thất vọng, có giận dữ về bản thân, có tiếc nuối. Nhưng mà sau tất cả thì ở thời điểm hiện tại thì mình nghĩ là mình cần phải phục hồi thật là nhanh chóng. Tại vì chung kết thế giới vẫn còn đó.
It's time to wake up. It's time to play with confidence. We have nothing to lose. We just need to prove everyone wrong again. And we just need to go with everything we have.
Ở những thời điểm như thế này thì thử thách rất là nhiều cái niềm tin vào những người đồng đội với nhau. Và nếu như bọn mình từ bỏ ở thời điểm hiện tại thì bọn mình sẽ không còn cơ hội có thể chiến thắng. Vậy nên bọn mình sẽ vẫn chọn tin tưởng lẫn nhau.
O nível aqui fora é muito alto.
And Pain Gaming can only watch as T1 rip them apart.
E a gente ainda tem muito para buscar. Mas a gente tem que encarar isso com bons olhos e usar isso como motivação para vir mais forte. Para mim o mais importante agora é o time não quebrar, continuar confiando uns nos outros, porque a gente precisa um dos outros para vencer. Enquanto a gente for um time, um confiar no outro, a gente ainda tem chance. Vai buscar essa redenção. Essa última chance que a gente tem.
I think when you have issues like this,
I actually thought Liquid had a good solid chance in that game and then they threw it.
it's very important to look at the man in the mirror and just figure out how to fix it yourself. My mentality is honestly just that we can do it.
Para os meus teammates, eu confio muito em cada um de vocês. Eu espero que vocês confiem em mim também.
We're currently in the same position we were last year.
TL, though, obviously heartbreaking loss for them.
But the difference this time is we're still all mentally sound and it feels very winnable. Keep believing in us and we'll make it.
Cả đội đã vượt qua rất là nhiều khó khăn trong năm nay. Hãy cùng nhau cố gắng thêm một chút nữa.
We're not out of this tournament yet. We can still make it into the quarterfinal stage.
A gente pode não ser o melhor do mundo, mas a gente tem uma das melhores torcidas do mundo. Tamo junto, amo vocês. A gente vai dar tudo de si.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2024. Today is Elimination Day. 2 best-of-3s and 2 teams leaving the Worlds stage. First up, Mad Lions going up against GAM. 2 enter, 1 remains. I'm Captain Flowers, joined today by Azael and Dagda to bring y'all the action. And I'm excited to see who's got what it takes to earn the right to stay here on this stage.
I mean, the pressure is really ramping up. No more second chances are remaining. These teams have got to put up or shut up.
Yeah, and I think that's really what it all boils down to today. GAM has had some
some great moments in this tournament. MDK, we've seen incredible performances from players like Alvaro, but you need to put everything on the line here today if you want to try and bring it home.
And honestly, it's two teams that basically have had the same tournament. They both did very well in play-ins. You know, GAM went undefeated in play-ins. Mad was really strong in play-ins as well, but haven't really been able to get it rolling on the main stage. They know that they can beat this team. They
Mad Lions shake off whatever curse they have?
I think it's really just going to be about who can play confident and who can actually really show up on the day.
And I think it's about going back towards your playstyle as well. And I think when I looked at MDK's last draft, they were going towards things like the Smolder and the Ziggs, which kind of just felt very out of their wheelhouse. They're a team that likes to come onto the map early, take over and try and run away from the early game. And I felt like we didn't really get a chance to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as far as playing your own playstyle, Mad does not want Levi doing that on the Shyvana.
No.
Not only did he do well with it in play-ins, it was actually his most played throughout the year, you know, in the VCS, was very, very effective on it. And I think Levi really is at his best when he's playing this farm-heavy style.
Yeah, and I'm curious now if there's the respect given to Kiaya as well, because I think his Jax in their last game was almost the reason they were able to turn that game around. So I think a lot of respect has to be given to that top laner too, because he's a monster. And if he can control Mirwin, that could be the in.
At least it's a best of 3.
Biggest problem I'm seeing right out of the gate. It didn't even take him till I got to say the name out loud. GAM playing on the red side. They banned the Skarner, they banned the Nidalee, they banned the Aurora. But the pick of the tournament so far, this Yone with the absolutely insane presence and win rate, 16-3. This champion so far at Worlds 2024. GAM lets it through. Mad are swift to pick it up. Their own bans, the Shyvana, the Rumble, and the Poppy. Anytime you get Yone, you are feeling great about the draft.
Absolutely. I mean, it is pretty shocking that GAM are going to be willing to give it over. Obviously, Yoya, you know, did really well on the Nidalee and play-ins, especially that was kind of the big focus from him there. Skarner is a pretty high pro pick, so is Aurora, but the tournament has felt like it's all been about Yone. And while Akali is a pretty strong answer here, Akali is a similar style of champion. The biggest difference to me is just that Yone does not have to really commit himself to the play in the same way. With the Soul Unbound, you can go forward, you can always snap back if it's looking bad. You're not in the same level of risk that these other assassin-style champions are, like Akali, when you go in.
Yeah, I think on the opposite side though, Levi is still getting a lot of comfort here on the Wukong, a near 87% win rate on this pick, and it's absolutely absurd in his hands. And we're still seeing the Ziggs come out for Supa, so MDK going back towards the style that I'm still waiting to see if it works for Supa in the bottom lane, but at least you have Freskewi going on towards these melee champions that he does like to enjoy.
All right, let's see what GAM wants to go ahead and respond to. The second round of picks for Mad, not just going to be that Ziggs, but the Maokai along with it, so they will have some engage, a little bit of lockup for the damage for that Yone, for the Ziggs. Over on GAM's side, though, it is dive, Akali plus Wukong plus Kai'Sa. They are going in.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're going to see more than likely support bans trying to come through here for MDK. GAM still have that first rotation, so I think they'll try and lock in a Leona or something like a Rel on that next one, but at least maybe you can try and get something a little bit different. Alvaro's look great on the Alistar, but even a Nautilus works very well with the Ziggs.
It's kind of interesting though, because honestly, you know, if I was MDK, I'd rather be banning out top laners, because there's so many good supports that fit in the same class to me, where it's like you have Alistar, you have Rel, you have Leona, you have Nautilus. Like you aren't going to be able to really deny everything that they can go towards. So I'll see if they do want to go that route, but I do think throwing some protection bans for Mirwin is smart, because Kiaya obviously, you know, going to be 5th pick here on red side. He has been, to me, undebatably by far the strongest player.
Job is so bad, bro.
He is really good. This guy is world class. So I think you do want to protect your top laner.
And hey, it looks like MDK is thinking the same thing. You are Azael. Jack's going to be the first ban here from them in the second half. Meanwhile, GAM taking the Alistar out of the picture. Very, very powerful counter engage on this champion alongside engage. I can see the value in not wanting your divers to all be vulnerable to a pulverize at the same time, being knocked back away from the headbutt. Leona now also going to be banned out there, so taking out 2 of those potential tanky engage supports.
Yeah, and I mean, if I was Mad now, I was going to say you could even just potentially not do another support ban here, and you could do a Nautilus Rel trade, but if they're happy going for a different direction, I think that's fine. I would expect Nautilus. I mean, it's like been the most common pairing with Kai'Sa pretty much since Kai'Sa came out. Blitz would be pretty spicy, but I don't think we're going to be seeing this without knowing what the support is.
Yeah, I think the Rakan is your best bet if you want that sort of engage tool still, and with so many of the other big engage tools down, that feels like it fits perfectly into the wheelhouse. The only thing that I've really seen bringing a Blitzcrank has been like JNG. They were playing this like Maokai Blitzcrank comp and seeing if they can make that work, but I think the Nautilus works really well here. It's something we see a lot paired with the Ziggs, just because you get that point and click ultimate from the Nautilus to set up then for the follow-up ultimate from the Ziggs, and if you've even got a Yone in the mix too, it means that something like a Kai'Sa could very quickly be mowed down.
Okay, never mind. When they changed last second to Lulu there for a second, I was like, oh,
It
interesting.
could also be Lulu top. We have seen before, so
Never underestimate Mirwin's champion pool. All right, so we do have the Nautilus locked in here for MDK, and the top laner will be one of the classic blinds in Gnar. So what does Kiaya want to pick into this? The Jax, the only thing they banned out in that second phase to protect the top lane. I'm curious where Gam's going to go here. The rest of the team is all going in full send.
Oh, okay. This is going to be really interesting. So it's very likely to be Smolder top here. There is some small chance that they could actually flex these around, but it should be Smolder top. I'm going to be interested to see how this actually goes out. You know, I do expect that Mirwin should be winning the 1v1 in the early stages. Smolder, though, you're just kind of playing for push. You're playing for stacks. You don't really need to be winning the actual 1v1 fights as long as you can kind of ignore the Gnar and just kind of fight the minions.
yeah, I think it's just a case of, hey, look, I've got a slightly longer range. Maybe I can look for some stacking opportunities on the Gnar, but as Azale's saying, it's just to take it easy. Just play for that push for the Smolder and make things just neutral in that regard. You get to scale into the later portion of the game. I am definitely keeping my eyes on the level 6 though for this mid jungle from Cam, because I feel like once Akali hits 6 and Wukong hits 6, those Void Grub fights could be so explosive for this comp. But it's up against Maokai and Yone on the opposite side.
And you know, this split, including the playoffs and regular season, this will be the 6th Smolder for Kiaya. He is 4-1 on the pick thus far, so has been pretty successful for him. You know, not one of his most played, but he does have an incredibly deep champion pool. A lot of his most popular picks obviously banned out here, but going towards that Smolder, and does give them a bit of that scaling win condition potentially here over on the GAM side. But I will say it maybe feels a little bit disjointed from what the rest of the comp wants to do. Though, of course, you know, the ulti is always good at assisting dive.
Yeah, the big question I have is how does it fit in with the rest of the dive? Can they get the value out of it since everybody else is going full send all the way in?
And that's what I'm really kind of worried about for the Dragon here, is that it's like, you know, yes, you can throw out the ulti if the rest of your team is diving in, but at the same time, if Yone's in your face, no one is really going to be there necessarily to peel. It seems like the rest of the composition all wants to go forward, so you could end up in these weird situations where you're kind of just like fighting against the Maokai and the Yone and always losing out. So we'll see how they do make it happen.
It's also as you start to move in towards like topside skirmishes.
Triple Grizz!
Is strong.
Let's go!
But early skirmishes definitely on the way of MDK.
We are already starting out with a couple of punches being thrown back and forth here as Emo loses about half the HP. Of course, it's so early on in the game time that it'll be very easy for him to go back and recover that with no real meaningful loss. Where are you guys expecting to see most of our action early on here in this game? Because I feel like with these two teams, it's got to be a bloody one, right?
Well, I mean, we're seeing them all stack up level 1, so, you know, MDK are looking for a 5-man invade here towards Raptors, trying to get some vision, potentially trying to figure out, is there going to be a lane swap here? You know, Ziggs and Nautilus obviously can be pretty effective in those lane swaps, but I also think they'd be pretty happy to be going up against this 2v2 here from GAM, so I think they're really just trying to get intel, figure out where this is going to be going, and they're actually initiating lane swap.
Yeah, I think it's to try and just punish Kiaya, right?
Yeah.
Because this Smolder is not going to do well left in his lonesome underneath the tower. And it's also paired with Rakan, so someone that's also quite squishy in those early stages. So I think for MDK, it's, hey, we get to leave Supa on his own. He can just farm it out. And then we can start to move Alvaro in the map and get him involved very early. Because I think that's also how they break up in this game is after this lane swap's complete, trying to play around for a Scout with Elyoya, with Alvaro, and get this Yone rolling.
And MDK are kind of going for the very, what I consider to be like LCK style lane swap, where you just have your support lane mid, you know, alongside what in the regular season was always another AD carry. But in this case, it is going to be Kiaya laning with Emo here for now. He's just going to be kind of that backup and looking to see if he can get some stacks on these melee champions in those early levels. But yeah, it is going to set that Smolder quite a bit behind. Obviously, on the other side, Mirwin's going to be set behind as well, but it's less important for the Gnar.
I think it's also the fact that in their last game, GAM did not look so hot when it came towards the lane swap. It said Easy looked very, very far behind. And yes, Kiaya did come out on top in the Jax, but I think that's where MDK kind of looked at that and said, GAM just don't really look like they're fully prepared for this. Now, Alvaro's moved down. We've seen this before. The TP should be coming through very shortly for Mirwin to come and join him on this bottom side. And I don't think this dive is going to be very successful for GAM.
Well, let's see. They still got a few more minions to clear through on the wave as
no one's
MDK
there.
are crashing the wave into the top lane tier 1.
This is guaranteed kill. He's level 1.
Alvaro already flashing, hits level 2 right after the flash. Levi has to back out of the way of the Turbid aggro. Supa arrives, and the GAM dive
fails on the first pass. It looks like they're coming back in to try to keep it going here as Alvaro about to be killed. There it is. Supa wants to get one back onto Levi, but he doesn't quite have the damage here just yet. Flashing past the grand entrance. Supa picks up Levi, makes it a 1-for-1.
I think the overgreed coming through from GAM on the repeat dive, they'd gotten away. They should have just looked for the resets, but instead they try and go one more. Supa comes out with a kill, and Mirwin is chasing these GAM members right the way home.
Yeah, this is actually, you know, at the end of the day, though, still not that bad. Nice play from Supa, flashing up over that Rakan W there to be able to actually trade a kill back. If they didn't get that, it would have been really good for GAM. And we do have TP available on Kiaya, so he can just TP straight towards top, where Mirwin TP down towards bot and Supa TP down towards bot as well. So at the end of the day, you got first blood on the Dragon here for Kiaya. I think GAM are still pretty happy with the play. You know, definitely was a little bit more dicey than I was expecting, because Alvaro got level 2 right as they were going for that dive, and that made it a little bit more difficult.
All right, let's check back in mid here, where everybody's still just farming pretty normally. Fresskowy down to about half HP, but still comfortable enough here. Down about 10 CS though, so falling a little bit behind is Alvaro and Supa trying to get this wave pushed up, crashed into the tier 1 turret. Alvaro caught by the grand entrance, so a little bit of damage gonna find its way into the health bar as he's down to 300. Gonna need to be a little bit careful here, as Levi is still in his blue quadrant, could make his way down if MDK stay pushed.
And that's why I don't think Supa was really helping him out on the engage. It was toss everything in towards that wave to just get it crashed so they're not overextended for a potential play from Levi. But at the moment, the CS lead working out well for them. It's just when you look at that top side, Kiaya gonna have a lot of pressures. Elio just goes in for a sec.
Yeah, it looks like Elio's just trying to annoy them, stop the backs, but he is now pretty low on HP, down to 200, gets out of the way of the satchel charge, which looks like Supa was trying to interrupt him in the battle dance, maybe stop him from getting away on that one, trying to get a summoner spell, but does not quite have the placement or the timing.
Yeah, and I think he's going forward, you know, kind of trying to harass them there and see if they'd overcommit on a chase, because again, as you touched on earlier, Levi was in the area, he was in the pixel brush in the river, so, you know, if MDK did get a little aggressive in that 2v2, could have been bad, but also Supa does lose a little bit of tempo here. It's going to give more time for Easy Love to be able to crash this wave. I don't think Supa's going to lose much, if any of it, but at the very least, it'll give Easy Love the time to be able to get this wave in and get his base off.
All right, TP back to the mid lane from Emo. First purchase is going to have the Hextech alternator there. Always feels good to be able to at least have enough gold for the first major component after you use that first TP. Fresskowy's now going to take the opportunity to go back to base himself, grabs the Berserker Greaves, now full build on Yone. Back up in top lane. I have to.
Just slip it in there.
I have to, man. The champion finally has the win rate that justifies my disdain for him. As Mirwin, below half HP, gonna have to be a little bit careful here.
They
Levi
have some
is
disdain
lurking.
for the jungler here pretty quick.
Yeah, Elio also making his way up here. All right, Mirwin is in some trouble. Tries to get the bounce away. Nicely done. Flashes over the wall just in time to avoid the knockup from the grand entrance.
Yeah, it's nice for him to escape, but this wave is still in an awful spot for him. He has no TP to get back here, and the wave is pushing away from him. And you've already got a nice gold lead opening up thanks to that early kill for Kiaya, and that's only going to extend even further now.
And that's why I think the dive actually was quite good for GAM, because they got double TP out, they got first blood. Yes, you trade a kill, but overall, they went out pretty heavily on the map, and Smolder's in a good spot now.
Ooh, nice! Dredge line there coming out from Alvaro. Elio has to flash away, but it still don't matter. That's Yone, baby! That's why you ban him! Nicely done. The Fate Seal might have missed, but Fresskowy recognizing he can still flash forward for the last little bit of damage. MDK up 1.
And that's huge for Elio.
Not much to say, man. GAM.
Yes, you've got that big lead for Kiaya
Icky
in that top
wicky.
side, but a lot of
All
that
this
lead
stuff
was
is
on Supa,
sticky.
who was trying to roam up to that play, but was going to be a little bit late. So the fact you get that kill in mid just sets up beautifully now for MDK, not only with the gold, but the objective as well.
Yeah, and the kill going on to Fresskowy is also going to feel so good. Easy Love getting pretty low here. You can see MDK are thinking about, do we want to actually go for the wraparound dive? Alyoya and Alvaro in the spot to do it, and if he is caught window shopping,
that was so
I cannot
close.
believe he didn't flash that. That was like...
That looked like it was hit.
Calculated.
Honestly, that looked like it should have hit with how Nautilus hooks normally
with the
lollipop.
bubble at the end. Yeah, exactly. I thought he was just about to just die.
And obviously Supa agreed. That immediate ult was like, oh, I've got him, and then just barely have to escape.
If it did hit, he would have been in the sweet spot. I feel
Cool
like
guys
that's...
don't look at explosions. He just walked away.
Oh, his sunglasses were on in that one, man. He was just walking
Just the
right on
visor,
out.
the helmet comes down.
Things going good for MDK right now. Up 1 kill, up a little bit of gold, but the 3 Void Grubs is the best part so far. But Levi has stolen away the enemy red buff. Alvaro flashing over the wall to chase him here. Levi now critically low, has to try to get away. Flashes over the wall himself. Going to be protected by his support, but he will not be protected enough. Levi's got no way home except in a body bag. Nicely done from MDK, but they aren't done yet. Emo's your next target. 3v1. Akali popping the smoke, trying to get away from this one. Emo firing back with a 5-point strike, but there ain't nothing else to do. MDK, another 1-for-nothing trade, punishing the red buff steal.
I mean, it's a nice thought from Levi. Go for the invade, get the red buff, but he's a little bit too late because Elyoya had already come back onto the map, was moving down there, and they just get caught out with the numbers advantage. And now that's 2 kills over to this Yone in the mid lane.
And this is a great punish from Alvaro. You know, moving around the map, he has been so on point, I think, for MDK throughout this tournament, especially in play-ins. There was a lot of hype around how much he was getting done for this team as the engaged player. And again, smart movement here helps to get another kill for Fresskowy. The Yone's 2-0 now, and that is going to get frightening.
And I think this is a big test now for Fresskowy because we've seen him get leads in the LEC before, but he hasn't always been able to convert them across. We think back to like the Tristana game he had against Fnatic, but now on this Yone with such a great start, this is a moment where he can step back and kind of shake off some of those narratives.
Absolutely, and I mean, honestly, you know, for a tournament where I think a lot of people were expecting maybe more from the MDK solo laners, you know, there was a lot of hype around Mirwin coming in, but it's been more around the bot lane and the jungle, right? You know, I think Supa and Alvaro have really stepped up for MDK. They've been getting a lot of these games that MDK is winning across the finish line, and Elyoya has been really solid as well. So, you know, Fresskowy, if Mirwin can start really playing strong, can start carrying some of these games, you never know how far you can go, even though you're in a bad spot right now.
All right, we've got the gank squad coming up. Alvaro and Elyoya ready to make this dive happen on Kiaya, who eats the sweet spot on the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's so easy for Elyoya to follow it up with the Twisted Advanced Bramble Smash to secure the kill. Nicely done. MDK with a 4-1 lead.
And this is great, and I also think this is where MDK are at their strongest. When you've got Elyoya and Alvaro working together like this, playing around the map, is something we didn't always get to see when Alvaro started to shift over to things like the Braum, but right now, GAM are feeling the pressure of what this duo can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you start getting the push, if Ziggs starts getting access to the towers, it can be frightening. They obviously already have those 3 grubs. Emo is going to be able to trade 1 plate down on that bot side, and do have some scaling threats, but MDK really in control, feeling comfortable thus far.
A little bit less comfortable maybe with the enemies taking the dragon, but first dragon, Cloud Dragon, doesn't really mean a whole lot of anything. That's pretty much the only thing GAM have acquired this entire game. You can see total gold on the left side of your screen. It is the carries of MDK leading the charge, and it's about to get even worse. Fate Sealed and Dredgeline again. It's Alvaro setting things up for Fresskowy, but they just barely don't have enough damage to get another kill.
Emo just barely able to escape away from that one. Well, nicely done to get away, because I thought he was doomed in that position, but good flash and the follow-up on the perfect execution managed to escape.
I mean, he survives, it's nice, but at the same time, it feels like every one of his ultimates is using to run away, right? Is being used on that defensive. So now he has no flash, he has no ulti. So when you're looking towards this next fight at Grubs, well, what is Akali going to get done there? Probably not a lot. So MDK could potentially look for that 6 grub play here. And we'll see if they're going to go for it, as Supa's just TPing straight back to mid. He has the Luden's Companion done now, so it's going to be at quite a strong point of the game.
I feel like these neutral objectives are far more desynced than they are in most games that we see. Usually they're around the same time where one and the other gets taken, sometimes desynced by a minute or 2, but 4-minute desync means that everybody's pretty much just only got one thing they're looking at on the map right now, and MDK are the first ones to the prize. 4 grubs already secured, so they will have Void Mites, but they would love to have the extra ones here from these other 2, and GAM is nowhere in the neighborhood, so it looks like this will be an easy 6 grub game 1 for MDK.
Yeah, they're kind of window shopping in a different neighborhood, though. I wasn't sure if they wanted to try and hop over that wall and go on towards Supa. Alvaro was just on the reset, but instead they're just going to try and steal away some of these camps on the bottom side. Although Fresskowy going to spot out, it looks like Levi in a second.
Mirwin trying to get the extended trade here on Kiaya. Narbar nearly charged. Transforms there with a wallop onto the cannon minion just to make sure he gets the extra little bit of HP. Is getting kind of low here.
Yeah, and Kiaya does still have the ulti available, so Mirwin has to be a little bit careful.
Right.
You know, if you get tagged by a couple more spells, you might actually be able to look for the all-in. I mean, one more Q, a W, and an ult, you could actually die here. So Mirwin just trying to push out that wave, but this is getting a bit dicey.
Yeah, the plan all along was to try to bait him in for the Maokai. The Mega Inferno Bomb even made its way up there, but flap. Kiaya takes him out. He knows there's no way back to safety. The only way home is through a gray screen, and Kiaya with the execution gets the outplay. Mirwin Mirwin way overplays his hand.
Yeah, you're playing with fire. The dragon's definitely gonna burn you. Mirwin was so low, but really stubborn. You know, didn't want to give up the push there. Really wanted to be able to make it crash. Gives over an easy one to Kiaya, and the fact that he didn't even get a single auto on him for a trade kill means it's an execute. And GAM are going to be feeling pretty happy about that. But still, the 6 scrubs, they take down the tower.
Yeah.
It's still, you know, going to be a positive gold play here on the map for GAM.
Yeah, didn't even have to use the helicopter parent in that one. Got to hold on to the ult. All working well out for GAM, but yeah, as you say, the tower taking, the gold's still going to be there, and the fact you're still investing a lot more time from GAM onto this bottom side sets up mid.
All right, they want to go in after Easy Love here. He commits the Killer Instinct pretty early, pops both Summoner spells as well. Honestly, kind of surprised that Easy Love wanted to spend everything there, considering it was just the Maokai and the Nautilus going in for.
That's what I was going to say, is I think he didn't realize that there wasn't any damage dealers coming.
Right.
I think with just the ultimate alone, yeah, you're going to take some damage, but you can kind of just slowly walk your way out, and maybe was nervous about where Fresskowy was on that Yone.
I think he wasn't certain on Supa's ult timer, because you can see it's about to tick up, and with that damage coming in over the top, maybe that's enough. But yeah, I think you can definitely see the pressure on GAM to make sure that they're not giving away some of these easy kills.
I mean, hey, that's just going to be that many more opportunities for MDK to put a target on this guy's forehead, right? Like, it'll be very, very easy to kill this Kai'Sa without those resources, considering how easily they've been finding picks so far in the first 14 minutes of the game.
Well, and it's kind of a similar problem to what we saw happen, you know, to Emo in the bot lane, where he loses his summoners, he loses his ultimate right before a fight. Well, guess what? In a minute here, we're going to have the dragon spawning. You know, Herald is up now, so it's like you can't really fight Herald with no sums and no ulti on Kai'Sa. So even though they don't earn themselves a kill, MDK are going to earn themselves objectives with every one of these plays.
It's a down payment, right? You don't get anything immediately, but here in a couple of minutes, you're going to see some dividends. As now, they're looking to see another kill. Emo trying to get himself away, but the Wombo combo, man, immediately the Nature's Grasp, Mega Inferno by Fate sealed one after the other, and right now, it is Mad's game, and GAM are just living in it.
Yeah, you can see it in the Mastercard lane economy snapshot, but it might be about to change. As Mirwin will just hop away. But still, it's just good moves around the map from MDK. Yes, they will lose mid-turret, but they've got so much gold. And also,
they broke the
inhibitor turret as well.
It's not even 15 minutes, bro. They broke the base.
Isn't MDK usually in the opposite side of this?
What is happening?
Well, I mean, they're getting a lot of gold. It's just been trades on the map here for GAM. They're not going to defend on top side, so instead they push in mid. They do get that tier 1. They get a little bit of chip damage down on that bot side as well on the tier 2, and they will go towards the dragon. It is now a 2.5k gold lead for MDK, though. They have been punishing these side lanes so effectively with that Zigzal. I mean, Supa is really strong at this point, already up 1k, and that Zigzal hurts.
I also think this is just, oh, hang on, here we go.
Okay, Elyoya and Alvaro find Elio in the brush, but that's not really the target you want to engage on. They don't really have a whole lot of vision on the rest of GAM.
Yeah, Mirren, Mega Gnar about to tick out, but this is a significantly cleaner version.
Oh, they're
of
TPing, we're gonna fight.
Yeah, we got the TP going in as Elio engages with the quickness. Mom swoops in. Alvaro's the first to die as Easy Love grabs the kill. Emo versus Supa off to the side is another shutdown going the way of GAM. Elyoya in the middle of everybody, flashes back over the wall into the bot side. River trying to use the Bramble Smash to get himself away as Emo's gonna be cleaned up by Mirwin, and now another one killed on GAM's side. Elyoya so incredibly low, but he goes back in. Levi still takes him out. Mirwin's about to go. Mega Nari slams that Wukong back into the wall. And GAM drops to the power of the Gnar. Mirwin showing up big with a triple.
GAM tried everything there, and it looked dicey for a second for MDK, but the wallets are just too big. MDK able to turn it around.
Exactly, and to me, it's all about the target selection here for GAM. Look at the targets that are caught. It is the support, it is the jungle, it is not the carries that are really being threatened. Emo on the side does catch on to Supa, but the Gnar, the Yone are largely untouched, are doing so much damage. You know, Levi's flashing over the wall, again, chasing to try to kill off the enemy Maokai. It's just not the right target to be dumping the damage into.
Man, would have felt great if Kai'Sa had Cleanse and Flash in a fight like this, and that's what we were talking about earlier, those summoner spells, the long cooldowns that they got earlier, it earned them this fight that Mirwin is able to just stomp his way out of with an extra 1,000 gold in his pocket from all those kills.
It does show you, though, that you can never really be caught sleeping against GAM, though, because if MDK weren't able to collapse, that could have been the moment for GAM, so It may not be working out for them in game number 1, but MDK definitely going to be wary of it as this series goes on.
All right, Levi gets caught here by the twisted advance, and now Alvaro again, just ready to keep him locked up with the dredge line. Maokai ulti coming through too. Supa backs up. He knows that Levi's only potential play here would be to try to jump onto him and find some burst, but it ain't gonna happen. MDK up 5,000 gold 17 minutes into the game, and they might just take a tier 2 down here in bottom lane and build it even further. Another nice engage from Alvaro. They get the kill on Kiaya through the flash anyway. Elio's way too late to try to save anybody, and Gam is absolutely shattered in game number 1. MDK is showing him how it's done.
And this is some of the cleanest League of Legends I'm seeing MDK play all year. Like, it's great working through side lanes, playing through Frescowi's lead, using their push in mid off of Supa to access these side lanes. This is a very clean map state from MDK. And it's a big thumbs up from a lot of LEC fans.
I mean, it's a massive gold lead at this point, just about 7,000 in the advantage for MDK. They got the 6 early grubs off of that early pressure that they were putting on there, never allowing Gam to really be in a good spot to fight prior to those objectives. And Gam realized the game was slipping away, go for that one punch in that TP play, can't find the right targets, get burst down, and now it is just feeling nearly impossible. Yone on those 2 items, incredibly strong. Everyone across the board has a massive advantage. I mean, it's 2.6k gold lead for the Yone. That's almost an entire item.
Yeah, and I gotta give more props to Alvaro. I feel like the dredge lines have been so on point throughout this entire game. Nautilus is the champ that I pick every year in my pick'ems to be the inting king. This champion is so easy to just throw yourself into the black and white screen on, and he's been doing a great job of setting up plays, not overextending, putting himself in a spot. Did I really just curse it?
No, he's fine. He's fine. He's
okay,
good.
all right, he got away. I had to make sure. I'm so sorry, Alvaro.
But I think you're right, Flares, and this was something when initially he came into the league back in winter, he was phenomenal. Everyone was like, oh my god, we've got this rookie support that is terrorizing the league, in conversation for one of the best supports in our league right now. And then it kind of drifted into spring and summer, and we just didn't see that same Alvaro. But coming into season finals and playoffs and now on the world stage, Alvaro is showing why he was making such a name for himself at the start of the year. And it's great to see this rookie performing on this main stage once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, players love to talk about how much you can actually learn at a tournament like this, and to be able to see, some of that development here live on stage is awesome. MDK also picking up so many of those luxury items that are going to deny any possible comeback from Gam. There's double locket, there's a Seekers on the Ziggs, they're gonna go for the EH.
Ooh, Supa with a flash away to deny the quickness. Alvaro keeping Levi zoned out here as well as Mirwin makes his teleport into the fight. The satchel charge secures the destruction of, remember, this is the second tier 3 turret destroyed in the Gam base. That first one up in the top lane was destroyed 5 minutes ago. The Akali smoke has to be used here as Supa now with no flash left to try to get away. Killer Instinct jumps in from Easy Love with the Fate Seal coming back from Frescowi. He's found his way onto Kiaya, now looking to tear him apart instead. Kiaya's first to die. Easy Love's gonna be killed. A nice stasis from Supa to survive the dive in from Emo, who's still trying to go back in for him. Finds the kill finally, but he's gonna trade his own life back for it anyway. 3 dead on Gam for only Supa on MDK. They are pushing straight for the throat.
Miro was just in the
Alright,
the entire time.
game 2 for Gam. I want to see an actual draft. What the fuck is this Akali Wukong Smolder? Like, it clearly doesn't fucking work. We need something more competent. Like, we got it, Levi's. Thing was bad, but hey, Kiaya's shit was left open till round 2. It was banned in round 2, so just pick it in round 1 and just ban Yon. If you're on blue side, you pick Yon or you ban Yon.
And what a start here to the series for MDK.
It's too busted.
Talk about a confidence builder. You come out, you crush your opponents in this first game.
We'll be back. Game number 2.
No way.
Yeah. And that could be repeated with very different drafts anyway.
Okay, I think Gam definitely have to make sure that Mad Lions Koi don't get off to as good of a start because that snowball, it was rolling down that hill.
We ban
and nobody could
Yon or take it away, and we don't draft Wukong, Smolder, or Akali. Please, thank you. Please play properly.
For game
if not, go home. Airport speedrun, back to Vietnam, go back in your hiding hole. We want real players here at Worlds 2024.
that GAM has substituted out their strategic coach for this second game.
Yeah, and I think that's a really smart move after leaving Yone up on red side.
Oh, no.
It's the Yone rule. It's the Yone rule. He's too good, man. He's too good in this tournament. But we were talking about it backstage between the games. Honestly, it wasn't just a Yone diff in game
Wasn't
number
at
one.
all.
It's not like you can just look at it and say, yeah,
Yeah.
they lost because Yone. MDK just played better start to finish.
Exactly. You know, I do think Yone can't be left open, but at the same time, MDK just played the map so incredibly well. I thought they played through sides, especially really, really well. Setting up for Supa, who was playing through mid lane, he'd rotate to a side. They'd land Nautilus CC or Maokai CC. Zigzalt comes in, free kill, or forcing summoners, forcing cooldowns, gaining yourselves objectives, slowly pushing the game forward and forward and forward until GAM.
Here we go. All right. Okay, Yone wasn't banned. Yone wasn't banned.
But it's such a different look from MDK. 'cause traditionally
Heavy
people are
breathing.
looking for
Pick the Yone. Pick the Yone. Pick the Yone. Pick the Yone. All right, step number 1 of not going to the airport has been accomplished. Can we get a game 3 now?
I think it's really shocking. I mean, it's one of those things that it's interesting. I mean, clearly in scrims, people are being able to have answers to it, right? And there is a little bit of a trade this time, at least, because Rumble is open. So those are 2 of the most successful champs so far here at Worlds, it feels like. But if Yone is to win, you know, the MDK fans definitely not going to be happy if this goes through.
So let's just go ahead and fans. Since Yone did get through, it is the Skarner, Nidalee, and Ziggs banned out by GAM, Poppy, Aurora, Shyvana banned out by
Alright,
MDK.
another dog shit
Ziggs
pick.
now gone. You've gotten, unless you want to go for a Kai'Sa pick here. Oh, I was going to say, there's very little AP options, and it's going to actually just be the
Kennen is a good answer into the Rumble.
Facilitating that.
Especially with the Rumble Q nurse, it's a lot safer to play. It's the
the
lock in the Ari. All right, we are getting a super fast draft.
Exhaust is so incredibly important
Okay.
here, I think, against the
Now,
the easiest to exhaust.
now
element feels like
MDK
in the
needs heavy
entire
physical
game, and
damage because they have no physical
required.
damage. They've
So,
got a
once
lesbian
again,
who
similar to
likes to
game
punch
number
people
one, I
in the
am seeing
face.
3 mega
For
diamond
big ass
champions
fists,
for
but
GAM in the
it
first
ain't
half
gonna
of
be
this round.
enough when the
Yeah,
ching
like,
chong ping
we
pong
got
swordsman
Vi, Ari on
ninja
the other
combo
side.
come
It's all
out
about zeroing out these
beat her
champions.
ass.
And the
Alright,
question
we're
is,
banning the
is Yone
Ezreal
a good enough
away
target
from
for
Easy
that?
Love.
And, you know,
I don't know
not,
if
then
I've ever
I was
seen
gonna
Easy
say,
Love play
you know,
well.
MDK need to ban out the most safe AD
Honestly,
carries,
I don't know
right?
if
So
I've ever
banning
seen
out
any
Ezreal,
play on
that's
GAM
the
play
number
well.
1 safest AD you
I don't
can
know,
play.
just saying, that's
you
my
want
opinion.
someone that you can jump on. You
Gotta
really want
respect it.
Easy Love on like Asher, Jhin, if you can force him into those kind of
Let's see.
situations where you can
What's
just get
GAM gonna
3
ban?
kills over and over and
Kai'Sa?
over. Vial,
No.
Equalizer, Aria.
That's his AP.
I'm still mostly looking. If GAM wants to do this super dive type of composition, I want to see it be fully coherent compared to game number 1, where the Smolder just felt like I forgot that Smolder was in the game, you know? So I want to see how this draft gets rounded out for them, and also what MDK is going to do to continue to work with this Vi and this Ahri, this pick potential here. We do have the Ashe and the Ezreal banned out. Kalista also banned out. It's 3 for 3 marksman bans in the second half of the draft.
Yeah, I think it now comes down to, do MDK just want to try and take the Kai'Sa? Because I agree with Azael, where I think Ashe is kind of something you want the enemy side to take. Okay, they're not going to. I think Kai'Sa, though, kind of has a lot of the options to facilitate that dive. Can also, like, say, the Kennen gets access to the
like
he doesn't want to go back towards it.
I mean, this would be kind of like another option. Obviously, not that safe, but at the same time, you know, you can kind of follow up on that dive with the bullet time pretty well. They don't have like a tremendous amount of CC, but obviously you have the knockup from the Wukong, follow-up knockups potentially there from the Yone.
I don't like the Wukong. I really don't like the Wukong in this team comp. Sejuani would have gone hard. They have a yo.
Since there's so many
but
AD
I
bans,
guess Ching Chong Ping Pong junglers
are really still available. So to me, I think Aurel would be the number 1 pick. I would be wanting to go here.
Playmaker. We are Haymaker. What a
deny the solar flare from answering the MF ult, but they're going to go for the Rel instead. So
okay, MF Rel's good bot lane.
Which was banned.
Zaya's gonna struggle.
Leona could facilitate that, but Rakan, Xayah works out beautifully.
Exactly. They were built to be played together, and that's what MDK is going to go for here. Xayah having a lot of potential to get away from the dive that comes in from GAM. Yone's fate sealed. You see the rectangle, you have enough time to respond. Kennen, he has to get 3 stacks for the stun. You have enough time to respond. Rel falls slower than molasses. You better be able to press R before you get crashed down upon. I feel like Supa should have plenty of outplay potential against this engage from GAM.
I think as well, it's just MDK are all going to be playing at different parts of this fight, right? You've got a Vi and an Ahri that are diving the back line with an equalizer to help facilitate that. Then you've got the peel that can come through from Alvaro, and also Miran kind of playing that mid-range in the fight as well. So it feels very difficult to get like a big 5-man wombo for a Kennen or an MF when it comes to this fight.
I'd also say, I think this is going to be a game where the person who actually starts the fight is going to be pretty heavily advantaged, right?
Yeah,
because if
time.
MF gets jumped on first, MF is never going to get a full bullet time off, never going to be able to actually have a lot of value in the fights. But if you're the ones hard engaging, it's Q flash from Rel, it's, you know, WR going into the backline, creating that chaos, you're buying space, you're buying time for them to be able to get it off. And Alvaro, with about 2 seconds left before the game launch, swapped to exhaust. I was actually getting very nervous that they were going to have no exhaust. So I don't know if he was thinking about it just chatting or just forgot and then last second remembered. But yeah, he had literally 1 to 2 seconds and barely got the exhaust swapped over in time.
Very, very important to have that summoner spell against the Kennen Man. All right, let's get into it. Game number 2 in this elimination best of 3. MDK made that first one look easy, and GAM has got to find an answer here in game number 2. Otherwise, man, they're going home. Their Worlds run is over.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you definitely want to at least be able to get one win in the Swiss stage here. You know, you really want to be able to show up, show what you've got. I do think their comp is more cohesive this time than it was last time around. And we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to execute, because MDK just looked like they were on a different level in game number 1.
And that's for GAM as well. I think you want to show up, because GAM in the last couple of years has always been a team that has suddenly found these big upset wins. Like you think of Top Esports 2022, you know, Fnatic last year, that really threw a wrench into the works for so many of these big teams from major regions. But after looking at that last game, as you say, it feels tough for GAM to kind of wipe that slate clean and now come back out onto the Rift once more.
We are in a pause. I'm sorry, everybody. We will let you know as soon as we have more information, currently figuring out exactly what has gone wrong.
Mic off until we're in
Hopefully
game.
we'll be able to jump into the game here very, very soon, because I want to see really how GAM is going to adapt to this. The previous game, I think that every LEC fan that I talked to before this series today was definitely nervous for MDK, right? MDK has not been a team, has not been an organization that in the past has been one that fans have a ton of confidence in at Worlds, but that last game was clean. It was effective. It was methodical.
Absolutely. So what is happening is we have a delay because one of the players is saying that their rune did not change. So now what has to be investigated is, was it actually, you know, a bug with the game, which is then prompting a restart, or is it a player issue where they didn't actually swap it over, or, you know, did it too late and that kind of thing. So they have, you know, basically recording Shadowplay where they can watch back and see exactly what happened, what the clicks were, everything like that, and we will give you the updates as soon as we do have them. Kind of curious what rune it actually is.
That's what I was going to ask. Is do we? Well, hold on.
I wonder if it's like,
because everything kind of seems. So
everything seems
we
pretty
have
normal, like maybe comment
the game on a screen here for everyone.
on
So.
Kiaya.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
Maybe it's
possible
secondary
Evo wanted to swap over to Grasp as well. We're seeing that some, but
Yeah,
who
true.
knows, right? Either way, we'll give you that info when we do get it. But for now, it is just a waiting game until we get this figured out. But MDK obviously going to be coming in, I think, with a lot of confidence here at this point in the game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I think for MDK, I kind of want to see them go back to, well, what just worked for them, right? Playing through strong fundamentals on side lanes, making sure that they're all fine. And I think they can try and leverage something similar, but I'm also wondering if it is going to be a potential lane swap, not so much because I think it's good for a particular, you know, 2v2 or the top lane matchup. It just seems to me like GAM aren't as practiced in those, and I think maybe you just want to say, hey, we can come off with these early leads thanks to that.
It's interesting because I definitely agree that, you know, GAM in some of the previous games looked pretty out of sorts, but in the last game, did you think that MDK got much of an advantage? Because I felt like GAM actually kind of came out ahead.
Yeah, I think the Ziggs getting that early lead was the big one for me, because even though we saw the top lane matchup get that early, like 300 gold, it was answered on the bottom side with the Ziggs being able to pick up all that early CS and with the TP as well. So I am curious if it is going to make a difference, but it does, to me, it felt like the Ziggs having that early lead just set up MDK so well to play through Supa, play through Alvaro as well, because Supa's doing well.
Lead for sure.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's where, for me, I'd start to look and say, hey, if we can just go back towards that, we can play through this strong bot lane, play through jungle support, and look to take over the game once more.
And it's also kind of reminiscent to how I feel like MDK were playing in play-ins, where, to be honest, it was all about Supa, right? They were doing these lane swaps, they were playing things like Jinx, and they were just trying to funnel as much gold as possible. Anytime there's a stacked wave, Supa, here you go. Anytime there's a plate to get, all right, everyone back off, give him solo gold. They were really funneling a lot of gold into him, and they clearly had a ton of faith that he could get them across the finish line. And in the play-ins, he absolutely was able to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's when MDK have looked their best, is when they're able to funnel resources to the bot lane, not only because Supa can do a lot of work with those resources, it is really for me about unlocking Elyoya and Alvaro to move around the map better together, because these two as a unit are the most devastating part, when especially Elyoya is on something that can be a bit more of a playmaker or even a bit of a carry like Elyoya, or sorry, the Vi. You're just in such a good spot then to aggressively invade, look for picks, look for plays, but the side lane control for MDK was very surprising me just because it's not a style we've seen them go for.
And if MDK are winning games through playing through their bottom lane, right, having Supa be the carry, I think when you look over a game, it's a very different story. Azael, you already touched on it a little bit back before game number 1. Kiaya has been kind of a standout performer here for GAM. He's been a very effective, very powerful top laner. However, in the previous game, I think the draft did him no favors, being the one who wasn't diving with the rest of the dive comp. He got completely shut down. The lane swap also did him no favors, and it just felt like the most effective piece on the board for GAM was removed right out the gate.
So there was no bug, in fact, and I did get confirmation. This is kind of what I thought it was, is that Kiaya's Comet was not the intended rune, so he probably wanted to go Airy. Obviously, generally you play Comet if you have some sort of slow on your ability attached with it to be able to hit confirm that. So, not sure how valuable it's going to be. So he is down that Airy, excuse me. Might be a little bit frustrating for him going into game number 2.
They're down the Airy as well, because
they are down in the Airy and in the Airy.
Yeah. All right, wise guy. All right.
Okay. You win one game and you think you get tough over here.
This is all I'm here for. I'm back. I'm chilling. I've already got a pina colada in hand. I'm ready to go.
All right. Confident. I respect it.
Look, I'm going to let my nerves kind of settle now, and then I'll let you guys kick it up for the next series. All right?
Yeah.
All right, players are typing their R's in the chat, so we are about to jump back in. Reminder for those of y'all who might just now be joining us, it does mean that Kiaya has to play with a rune because it was player error, not a mechanical error on the client. So GAM are going to have to run it with Comet Kennen. If Kennen manages to kill somebody with a Comet this game, we're going to make note of it. All right?
I mean, it's probably going to hit when you ult, right? So
it better hit when you
assume
ult.
something's going to hit.
It better hit when you ult. If it can't hit when you ult, it can't hit. All right, let's do it. GAM fighting for their tournament lives. If MDK win this, they will get to stay in Berlin at Worlds 2024. GAM will be going home. If GAM win it, hey, we're going to game 3. The battle will get bloodier. This time, Emo on the Yone. This champion now at, 14-3 throughout Worlds, including play-ins, I believe?
Not bad.
It is very, very powerful. I believe the crowd has a favorite here in the studio.
No surprises.
You can see Fresskowy going very laning focused runes here. Not only is it the Grasp, he's also going Scorch. So, really trying to play for that 1v1. We've been seeing a lot of this. People pretty much picking up Grasp on everything, it feels like these days. Very strong rune as far as the laning. And I do think it can be underrated how much extra HP you can stack. Obviously, it's not a massive amount, but throughout the course of the game, especially when you're playing against burst-heavy comps, sometimes that little bit of extra HP that you've stacked over the course of 20 minutes can be the difference between, Ahri ulting out to safety or getting burst down before you can react.
Especially with the nerfs to fleet footwork, it just works out nicely to have that extra little bit of sustaining the lane as well. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be here for MDK, as at the moment, it's just standard lanes.
Yeah, it's a much calmer level 1 than what we saw in the previous game, right? Last time around, we're seeing MDK grouping up, looking to invade enemy jungle, getting ready for a lane swap. This time around, everything is stock standard, exactly what you would expect. Both junglers beginning on the top half of the map, Vi at her red, Wukong at his blue. So we'll see where they want to get involved first.
Yeah, so far pretty calm stuff. I don't think that there's going to be any massive advantages created in the early laning phases. And I think both junglers are pretty happy to be farming pretty heavily. If there's one to make a move, it's likely to be Elyoya pre-6. Or Levi, he's almost always one of these guys who really does prioritize farm, looks to get a farm advantage, show up towards those team fights, and try to create his edges there rather than in the early game.
Yeah, I'm curious how much approach we have down on towards this bottom side for him, because the wave is the wave for MDK. I think you can try and put pressure through Alvaro to burn some early summoner spells from Easy Love and then just make things a bit easier for Supa and Alvaro on that bottom side of the map. And it's been something we've seen a lot for MDK, of just these early ganks to try and alleviate some of that pressure. But you've also got an incredibly strong mid jungle that you can look to play through in these early stages as well.
That was something kind of cute there from Kiaya. He just walked into River basically to do a fake ward to just try to say, hey, I just dropped the ward. So you can sometimes do that a little bit of a different timing. As a result, I was kind of checking into that River, and Mirwin then may have an idea that could be one there, as Elyoya potentially going to sneak around here on mid lane.
All right, let's see if he can find a whole lot of success with it. Emo flashing now, Vault Breaker collides, there's your charm. There's your Orb of Deception. There's your first blood for MDK.
A nice job from Elyoya and Fresskowy. They just wait for so long in all that CC, so they force out that early flash from Emo. And when you're on this Vi, you can just basically sucker punch with that quick Q, so you kind of have to burn it early, but Easy Love.
Meanwhile, the 2v2 in the bottom lane. Easy Love having to pop the barrier down to 150 HP. Wants to get back away, trying to bait him in a little bit further because Levi is also down here. Levi going to encounter Elyoya in the jungle now. It is a level 4 Wukong, +1 level advantage against Elyoya, trying to force him all the way back. Gets the flash out of the Vi. So Gam gonna come out on top for now, but Supa's ready to keep the chase going. Easy Love down to just a sliver of HP. Supa continuing to try to chase him around, find that last hit. There it is, nice kill coming out for Supa. He no longer has his flash, but he still has a barrier. Elio chasing after him. Levi is here, surely Supa dies on this one. I don't really know why you would use the barrier there. Feels like just a waste of a summoner spell when you're guaranteed to die. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
But still, at the end of the day, good things here for MDK, especially where the kills are going. Again, they have a kill on the Ahri, a kill on the Xayah from this spot. Gonna be feeling really happy about that. And that early gank in mid lane was just so well played by Elyoya. Walks in, applies the red buff slow, forces out the flash, then has the Q there. And then you are a slow Dione trying to dodge this Q charge from pretty close. So good stuff from Elyoya early. He was definitely the one that could make an early play. Levi, though, I think had a good response as well, pushing him out of the jungle. He's created a farm advantage. He picked up a kill. So you can see the gold edge is there for Levi, and it's going to put more pressure on him to make sure that he is showing up big time in these 5v5s and getting things done. Whereas Elyoya, you can kind of sit back a little bit more and hopefully depend upon those carries who you've set up for success.
I mean, when we think about Levi as a player historically, when we think about Gam as an org historically, I feel like the greatest moment for this team, if you remember back to like the 2017 era, the power farm Nocturne level 6 ganking the level 3 bottom lane. This guy has been a carry jungler, feels like forever, and that's what you want to see him on if you want to see Gam be able to take this to a game 3 here. Off to a start with a nearly 400 gold lead, getting that first kill for his team. I feel like that's a great spot for Gam to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the gold overall slightly favored here towards MDK, but more of these minions obviously here to collect for the Gam bottom lane, so they're going to be collecting that wave. There's a wave pushing in as well in mid lane for Emo. So all things considered, we are very, very close here. And MDK not running away with it in the same way that they seem to very quickly kind of in that last one.
Yeah, I think the main focus we're going to see now is as solo laners take over to level 6, things like the Void Grubs. Elyoya is down on this bottom side, and at least in LEC we did see a shift from Voids to Dragons, but play boss.
Levi.
Yeah, Levi's ready to join this 2v2, make it an unfair fight. Supa trying to get back away. Nice use of the feathers there for the root. Now Elyoya ready for the counter punch. MDK got to be careful about this one. Alvaro jumping right back in, but a nice couple of punches nearly takes out Easy Love.
Another root.
Elyoya grabbing the kill on that one, but Supa also dropped. 80 carry for 80 carry so far. Elyoya continuing the scrap with Levi. Nice Vault Breaker as Levi's got to try to stay alive. He hits level 6. He goes back in for the Cyclone. You got to be kidding me! Levi makes it a jungler for jungler trade as well. Now both supports, the only 2 left standing here in the bottom lane 3v3.
Man, I think that could have been so much worse for MDK, but Supa had 2 brilliant blade callers. He rooted Levi twice in that series of play, you know, slowing him down from getting the initial kill, buying a lot of time for Elyoya to arrive, and then again on the chase down finds him once more with that root, you know, which bought a lot of time for them on the other side. So very scrappy stuff on that bot lane. Levi hitting 6 helps it from being, you know, an unmitigated disaster down there, but still pretty even trade overall.
7 kills in 7 minutes. I feel like this is a lot more of what people were expecting coming into the series.
That real League of Legends.
Yeah, that real bloody
League of Legends.
Scrappy bar fight League of Legends was what a lot of fans were expecting coming into this one. And it feels like game 2 is delivering. Alvaro still at only 200 HP down here, is recalling, but he's on top of a ward.
Gam trying not to effort speed on.
River, the grubs
But
are
the
alive.
Ion is getting
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can go over
shit
towards them, but
kicked in.
Levi now trying to move in. He does doesn't have that ultimate available. Elyoya only just hit 6. Might need to get out, though.
Yeah, Elyoya was sitting on top of a ward and didn't know it. Elio messing up the crash down there, so not going to find any sort of engage onto the MDK jungle.
And this is a great read from GAM. Because Alvaro's stuck on that ward, they're just like, hey, look, we have a numbers advantage. Elio's able to get out onto the map first, and we can make the play. Now covering mid once more.
Emo has to snap on back. Lost half HP there, going in after Fresskowy with the Soul Unbound.
Yeah, it was really nice charm bear from Fresskowy, and now that loss in mid lane, plus Alvaro arriving, plus Mirwin TPing back, means it's going to be MDK grabbing the rest of the grubs here. There was one, at least, snuck away there by Levi, so he'll get that gold, he'll get that bonus XP, and continue on farming here, trying to maintain that advantage, trying to get to a really fast one-item spike here, where Wukong can really run these 5v5s. I do think that is really the strongest point in the game, I feel like, for Wukong jungle. When you get that really fast one item, you can be such a difference maker in these 5v5s.
Easy Love using the ulti there to clear out some of the wave, but not all of it. Not entirely sure if that
I think he was hoping to clean it out, so then there wasn't any pressure of maybe Alvaro going underneath the tower with Exhaust and Charm, and then Supa even being able to reset tower aggro with his own ultimate, but just with the pressure coming through from Supa meant he couldn't fully clear it out. But now Elio's joining him in the bottom side. You need to be careful of Elyoya on this top end.
Both junglers are here. They engage first on Mirwin, who flashes away from the first cast of the Cyclone. Kiaya having already used the Slicing Maelstrom. Mirwin's going to survive. It costs his flash, and you can see on the summoner spell cooldowns on the right side of the screen, he has just teleported back into the lane, so he's not in a great spot.
Exactly, he TP'd it back up there for the grubs, but the other side of it is it's both ultimates used from GAM. So Elyoya can go right now and look for a fight. He still has his ultimate, whereas the Cyclone was used by Levi. So if there is a 2v2 elsewhere, in the short term, it really does favor MDK.
Especially something like a Dragon. As you get this push down to the bottom side, Fresskowy goes back mid, he should have pushed there. And I think you can see Elyoya may stop off his blue buff, but I imagine it's going to be Dragon that they're really going to focus down over the next couple of seconds.
And it's actually so big, right? Because, oh, Emo looking for a fight here. Should disengage, but you know, I talked about that one item spike. Sundered Sky now done for Levi. He is really strong right now, but without Cyclone, you aren't really going to want to try to take that fight over by the Dragon, and the cooldown on this rank 1 ultimate is quite long, so still has, you know, about a minute or so left on it.
And you've already talked about how this is the big power spike. This is one of the strongest spots, if not the strongest spot in the game for Wukong. But the thing is, I think it's even more important in this game because he's all 3 of the kills. All of the extra money earned for GAM is on this jungler. At that point, you don't have an opportunity to make a play. You have a responsibility to make a play and put that money to good use. His free boots have also kicked in because of the kills knocking the timer down. He is at a great spot, and GAM needs him to get something done.
It's just so hard as actually Mirwin getting some good damage here. Kiaya going to be forced right the way back. Ultimates weren't quite available, but at least giving a few warning shots. Should be able to get back up. Will lose out on a couple of CS, but I'm still keeping my eyes on this Dragon because MDK don't look like they feel very confident to go for any sort of play, and Levi, 8 seconds left on that ultimate. This could be a game changer.
Oh, a TP's also going to come in from MDK. Immediately the engage, but the counterattack coming in from Elio with a Magnet Storm into the crash down. The clone takes most of the damage as Levi tries to get himself back away over the wall here with the Blast Cone. Keep your eyes on Easy Love. Bullet time flies out, but it doesn't find a whole lot for Fresskowy getting the kill on Elio. But now Elyoya's down to 200 HP. Levi grabbing the kill on Elyoya. Easy Love's going to drop next. A double kill back to Fresskowy. MDK getting themselves a 2-for-1 deal.
It was scrappy, but MDK are able to play it out. Good uses of the ultimates coming through from Supa, being able to dodge away from a lot of Easy Love's damage, and also then the coordination coming over the wall, because this is where Levi's just barely waiting for his ultimate to come up, but they're trying to escape away from this, seeing that Fresskowy is now TP'd in towards the side as well. There's a good knock-up, but Easy Love doesn't really have any access here, and as they start to move forward, it's this hop over the wall that really spells disaster for GAM.
Exactly, and it's kind of what we were talking about earlier. The team that actually starts the fight gets such an advantage because Easy Love never really finds that proper setup. He doesn't have a good angle to get an effective ultimate. I mean, he got a couple ticks on Alvaro, and then you force out the ultimate from Supa, but it's not really that much, and ends up going down without using his flash there, which gives that extra kill over to MDK. And even more kills going the way of Fresskowy. Was in a great spot last game on the Yone, and now has 3 early kills here on the Ahri. Sure, it's good that Wukong is strong, but Wukong isn't going to carry you through the late game.
And these timings aren't working out for Levi either. Like, you're just looking at 8 seconds now until Void Grubs are up, and that long timer on the ultimate isn't back available, whereas Ayoya is just a couple seconds away. So I think this is where, again, with MDK having that push in top, it's so difficult for a GAM to really contest this point.
Just look at all the ultimates, right? You're missing Bullet Time, you're missing Fate is Sealed, you're missing a lot of these key ultis here over on the GAM side, so they would like to try to delay MDK, but I don't think that the Lions are going to give them the time. They're just going to start this up right now.
Easily done for them. Remember, they only need to get 2 of these, and they will have Void Might spawns. First one already secured. Smite still available for Elyoya. Levi and the rest of GAM now stepping up. Levi wants to try to steal one of them away, but you already got 4 grubs now for MDK. Alvaro finding the knock-up, immediately followed by the charm. A lot of damage for MDK onto the support, but a beautiful bullet time. Emo grabbing the kill on Supa. That's another one traded back, though, onto Elio. Slicing Maelstrom in the middle of everybody. Elyoya about to die, will not get enough damage back onto the cannon as Fresskowy has to get away towards the tier 1 turret. MDK lose 2. GAM comes out on top in the fight.
Yeah, nicely done there by GAM, actually focusing down Supa, who did not have his ultimate during the fight. That was the one key ultimate that was still missing from that bot lane fight. So we talked a lot about the missing ones there on the GAM side, but they delayed enough time for Cyclone to come back up, for Bullet Time to come back up, and then they burst down Supa before he can get out, and that really was the difference maker here.
Yeah, they turn on towards the Rel, think they have a chance for the knock-up, and then Supa not flashing from this follow-up as well from Emo means that he ends up falling. The Bullet Time buying a ton of space, and Kiaya coming in on the side just managed to CC enough of the MDK players that they can turn on towards Elyoya as well.
Plus, no exhaust was actually available there. They used the exhaust earlier on, so didn't have it for that cannon, and it's a big fight there for GAM. It does a lot to boost their hopes, to boost their chances here, as Herald is up, and it looks like it will be going the way of GAM, so it is the 4 grubs obviously on the side of MDK, but you got 2 grubs over for them, and they should be able to grab the Herald.
Yeah, MDK a little bit late to this, but you can see on the face of the GAM coaching staff how stressful it is. This game could be their last one at the world stage, but yeah, at least you're denying it though in the grand scheme of things, because the push is not there in the lane, so honestly a bit of a win for GAM.
Emo getting away from another attempt of the Vi-Ahri combo. One thing that I do want to point out here, unless this turns into a fight, we saw the total turret plates taken up in the top. It was 1 and 3 this time around. Last game it was 5 and 8. This game has been so much PvP, there hasn't been time for objectives. There hasn't been time for lanes and plates. It's just champs, champs, champs.
Yep. And we saw the Eye of the Herald there did expire, so no one from GAM was able to actually sneak over and pick it up, unfortunately for them. And you can see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot that it's kind of Levi versus the world. Everyone else on the other side does have that slight gold advantage. So very close game overall. We're almost dead even as far as the total team gold goes, but Levi is such a core component to this fight. He's got to have great ultimates. He's got to reach backline and key targets, or their gold advantage is nothing.
Good awareness, good instinct there from Easy Love, ulting that wave, getting rid of it, because you could see how many MDK players were looking for a dive if that wave would have stayed.
Don't have another ulti though, and Elyoya's behind him.
Still though, when you look at the Wukong, Levi down, taking the first Dragon of the game at 50 minutes, and now that's easily gone.
Yeah, there, Easy Love tried to flash away from it, but he's already dead before the TP can arrive and try to save him. Elyoya wants to vault break back up the wall, I would think. Jumps back into the Tri-Brush where Alvaro is waiting to protect him. Meanwhile, Supa just given free firing time onto the turret. They'll take this tier 1 while Levi secures the Drake.
I mean, credit to Easy Love for realizing that they were there the first time and ulting, but then he shouldn't be standing there the second time. It cost his team the TP. Levi looking for the 1v1 against Mirwin, won't be able to kill him, so it means that even more gold is actually going to go to Levi, because Kiaya gave up the wave to TP top and cover. You lose the tower anyway, you lose barrier flash on MF and die. So made a good play, but followed it up with a much worse one that MDK were able to punish and create a pretty significant advantage.
And again, it's kind of coming back to the same thing we saw in game 1, which is MDK just playing the map out better. GAM have had moments where they've caught them out, but in the grand scheme of things, if you can continue to take down these towers, you're just going to open up such a massive gold lead for yourself. And the fact Fresskowy is very close to that Liandry's as well. He's going to be such a threat when you look for these pick plays with Elyoya and with Alvaro.
And when you're trading those tier 1 turrets away for a Drake, it feels way worse when it's first Drake at 16 minutes into the game. That stack is not going to pay off for a long time. Last game we mentioned down payments, we mentioned investments. You're not cashing in on this thing until you're a senior citizen, boys. This is going to be a long way off.
Well, in League of Legends years, we're all getting there anyway. So.
Oh, come on. We don't need the harsh bite of reality here today, Tactic. Come on. We're just trying to enjoy some video games.
Yeah.
All right. So we got our next Drake spawning in 3.5 minutes. MDK have a 1v1 1-0 turret lead. That means there's still a ton of standing gold on the map for both teams. If you're GAM, what's the play?
I mean, the play is just continue to try to enable Emo, try to get him farm, you know, look for these 5v5s, and just try to get that proper setup. I think it's all about getting the jump in these fights, have Elio creating that chaos with Levi and Kiaya, building space for Easy Love to get a good follow-up ultimate. You know, it's really all about the engages. Their comp is built to 5v5.
And I'd love to see them trying to get some sort of vision on towards the enemy side of the map as well, because Emo on like a flank TP or even Kiaya in that position as well could be so crucial. But a lot of the times what we're seeing is that they're so focused on trying to get the lane in order as MDK go for counterplay that they're not getting that vision on a cross map or something set up there. So I think there's a little bit of worry for GAM as Kiaya once more the focus on this top side, but at least there's members of GAM coming to support him.
DK wanting to steal away this blue buff. Elioya's got the smite in time before Levi can arrive. He'll show up and bonk him on the head just one time. And there's not a whole lot left for GAM to do in response. Supa's just going to walk back into the mid lane, continue farming up the wave.
And you can see Elio is trying to anticipate where MDK would look to attack next. He's thinking, okay, you probably play around the Ahri, so he's been shadowing this Yone for quite some time, and Fresskowy is going to have to respect this, but Alvaro has read the play. He's down there in time to protect any sort of threat and dive.
Emo and Elio just going to continue pushing up there as Kiaya goes in for the slicing Maelstrom, immediately bursting through about 75% of Mirwan's HP. And you know that Levi has the damage to get rid of that last little bit. There's your stun. And again, it's now 6 kills for Levi out of the 7 total on GAM. The Wukong continues to pile up the money.
And this ultimate from the MF being used in the wave every time is kind of denying MDK their answer on the map. You can see Elioya was trying to move into position to look for a potential dive, but now the wave is gone. They'd already shoved in that bot side, so there's nothing they can do. So GAM, they get the kill and they get a tower. So you wanted an answer as to what they could do. You just got to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of interesting the way that they are using the MF, right? Because, you know, a lot of times when we talk about playing through side lanes, how champions like Ziggs can really enable that with great wave clear, or champions like Anivia in the old days could really enable that with great wave clear. MF is kind of doing the same thing with her ultimate, denying the counterplay. Obviously, Rumble can do similar things as well. So, good run of play there for GAM. They're able to pull right back to even taking a slight gold lead, just under 100 gold there at this point. But this is such a close game here, and with no team anywhere close to Seoul, there's no sort of like big threat on the horizon. So I think both teams can really think through what fights they want to take.
And I think it's for a team like GAM, when your entire tournament lives could be on this game, having that little second or two to think or get a bit of breathing room is so important. Getting that little bit of extra gold, and you can see the win probability powered by AWS, how close this game is right now. And I do think Levi just having one ultimate could be the difference maker to take down MDK, but a good fight where you're able to set up for Supa, where Fresskowy can get access to Easy Love, I think that could be disaster for GAM.
Oh. Hold on now, Alvaro might be in a little bit of danger here. There's your Magnet Storm with Levi following up with the Cyclone, but he's already been exhausted, so we won't find a ton of damage here at the very start. Alvaro barely staying alive. The exhaust kept him breathing, but now Mirwan's got to try to get away. Fate sealed right through the uprights. Not going to find anything with that one. Kiaya misses everything as well. GAM threw it all down the sink, and now MDK might have a chance to hit back. Fresskowy throws out the charm, but Elio sidesteps it. MDK, get away.
Yeah, nicely done by MDK on the disengage. GAM just kind of threw everything out there. And with Levi forcing out the exhaust early, Supa could be in some trouble, but...
Oh, he's feeling good. Levi, remember, has no Cyclone. MDK knows that GAM spent most of their resources trying to make that collapse.
Yeah, but I mean, with the exhaust being forced out by Levi, you would think, hey, you're setting up for a really good fight for Kiaya and Emo, but they completely whiff with all of their ultis there. Yeah. And it's right before a dragon. You didn't even really need to try to force the play. When there's no exhaust on Alvaro, just try to look for a proper setup, maybe wrap around the bot side, play through mid, and look for that kind of pincer play on MDK as they go for the dragon. And you could have really set yourselves up for success here, but just getting a little bit over-eager, saying, hey, maybe we can find a play right now. You throw everything out. Nothing hits, it means another objective here for MDK.
Yeah, you can see the stress that they're under as they just try desperate to get anything. Even that engage, the flash from Elio, and then the follow-up from Levi. So much used to try and set things up, but MDK are just calmer in it. There's no...
Yeah.
Well, they are getting caught out on some overextensions, but when it happens, they look way more calm on the execution, and it's playing out well for them here.
I mean, it's a good point. You just compare the summoner spells, right? There's multiple additional flashes here still available for MDK. Obviously, Elyoya, Alvaro still have their flashes available here. And Supa just hit the IEs, had kind of a more quiet game on the Xayah, but you're now on Essence Reaver IE. You're on a really strong 2 items at this point. Obviously, a while ago, Fresskowy completed his second item, and he's working towards that Void Staff now. So MDK have their carries in a fantastic spot.
I do think, though, the fact that GAM have been so clean in dealing with all these pressure points from MDK, though, at least, you know, last play taken out of it, means that they're actually in an okay spot. Like, the towers aren't crumbling all around them. In fact, GAM are actually going to go up in towers off this play. They've been able to hold on to mid, and the pick plays playing off of this Ahri haven't really worked out. So, at the moment, like, you look at the go to the top of your screen, it is dead even playing mid.
Well, it might not be dead even after this. Supa pops the ulti, tries to get away, but Easy Love has his number. Elyoya now the target. GAM picking up a nice kill there. This game is less than 500 gold apart, tied 8-8 in kills. Game 1 was over at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is dead, but it's not even for Supa. So he's going to go down there. They do find the pick. And again, that's both summoners down. You know, sometimes you just have to kind of take the loss when you realize you get caught out there, because that is so punishing. It's all about the next play now, as Equalizer are going to be dropped to just try to clear this one out.
Oh, but the dive is coming in from GAM. The bullet time over the top of the slicing Maelstrom. They're going to find 2 more kills on Alvaro and Elyoya. Fresskowy and Myrwn trying to get something back, and that something will be Elio. So they at least get a little bit of a trade in return, but GAM are bloodthirsty.
Fresskowy was trying to make his way up from bot side, but GAM ended up getting that dive off immediately before he gets there, and it is a great execution. Elio hanging over the wall, Alvaro just getting caught underneath this with a great knockup from Emo as well. The follow-up was perfect from Levi. The only downside is they didn't get that tower, but GAM definitely still fighting in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Alvaro didn't even get to move. It was great CC, really perfectly timed and layered. You know, not a lot of overlap. They're able to get everything down there. Again, I still do have concerns for GAM just because of where the gold is. You know, junglers generally can't carry those later stages fights. You know, this point in the game when the carries are getting towards 3 items, junglers generally start to follow up. You become more about the utility, the initial engage, but then the follow-up has to be there from your team. So we need to be able to see Easy Love, Emo, showing up in these fights, being able to get something done here. There is a pretty big farm advantage for Emo though, so despite all the kills on Ahri, the gold is very close, and it'll come down to execution.
All right, our next Drake is 2 minutes away. We'll see if we have another fight randomly before it instead of at it. I'm not quite sure. These teams just really just want to go out there and hit each other.
But that's the thing, compare this game to the last one, right? Where we're praising MDK for how well they played at the map, but MDK this game just haven't really quite been able to find that same success, and it hasn't been like Alvaro and Elyoya being able to move off to a side, try and play around Fresskowy, who's really strong at the moment. Instead, they're just butting heads continuously and not really getting anywhere.
Well, I think one of the things that MDK played so well with last game was the Ziggs, which was banned out this game, right? You know, it really enabled them to get out towards the side lane. Supa controlled mid, was able to make these half rotations out, and then assist his team in getting picks in the sides. And I think that's really how MDK kind of choked GAM out of this game through that side lane domination, really utilizing the Ziggs beautifully. And this time, it is a little bit harder because you're more built just purely for the 5v5. You're not going to win a game through sides, you know, with Ahri Rumble, and we'll see if they can find a pick here.
Oh, Emo wants to get all the way away with a fate sealed, but immediately the Vi jumps in. Meanwhile, down to the bottom lane, Myrwn's about to be taken out by Kiaya as the Yone is shut down back in top. It's a 1-for-1 on opposite sides of the map.
This is kind of what I wanted to see from MDK though, which was, hey, you may not like win out through just side lane pressure, but you can definitely find picks and open up opportunities to just go for an objective, try and take a tower. But the fact that Myrwn went down on the opposite side, that's really where the problem is, because now GAM still get to play on the map. Levi gets to force Supa off of mid-wave, and suddenly that pick, that kill that could have opened something up is just completely gone.
And especially because MDK committed 3 members to kill off the Yone, where it's just a straight solo kill in the bot lane. So you have the additional men on the map for GAM that are moving around, that are controlling that vision. You can see some wards down in that barren area. They're dropping some pinks on that side of the map. But it is looking like another potential fight here around the dragon, so we have to take note of the ultimates of the summoners available. And it's looking like, for the most part, almost everything is up, but Kiaya doesn't have ult, there's no Rumble Equalizer, and there's no Vi ult still.
I am curious, though, how MDK decide to play this, because the mid lane turret being up has given them so much struggle this game, where if you ever relieve yourself of mid lane for GAM, I think MDK just pile onto that mid lane turret and try and look for it, just to try and open up the map, even if it does cost them a second Cloud Drake. I think it's worth for MDK, whereas for GAM, I think this is nice, threatening Baron, so it makes it very difficult for MDK to set up everything that they want on this play.
I mean, talking about turrets, it's not just mid lane. MDK have only claimed a single turret so far this game. Makes it very difficult to play the map when there's still all of these obnoxious checkpoints for your opponents to play around and retreat back towards, as GAM not being too eager to make anything crazy happen just yet. The 1v1 in the bottom lane continues between Kiaya and Fresskowy, both of which have their Unleashed teleports ready to go, and both of which are level 16 with flashes also available. Immediately, Alvaro getting jumped on, but he tries to turn it back around. A nice engage here with a quickness, and Levi's the first to die. Gam's in a bad spot as Fresskowy makes his entry into the fight, and now they're going in, trying to find the last little bit of damage onto Easy Love, but it ain't gonna work. Elyoya's already dead, and Elio's grabbing the kill. Gam doing a good job fighting back after losing their jungler. They actually come out on top, and MDK loses 2. Elio down to 200 HP, but he continues his retreat.
Nice fight, though, from Fresskowy. He saved that fight, getting in the backline, landing the charm on Easy Love, pushing him out, and Emo even turned around, tried to land the Fated Seal. That was a whiff. So MDK, yes, they do lose extra man on the fight, but they win out in the HP. They push back GAM. They take the mid tier 1. So things still continue. We are 28 minutes in. It is basically dead even. It's 100 gold, 200 gold between the two teams.
Yeah, it's been neck and neck this whole time, and the fact that Levi ends up falling down at the start of this fight is crucial, but there you go. Yeah, Fresskowy interrupting the bullet time that was doing so much work. Emo trying to go back to peel off of Fresskowy, but they're still getting good damage done. But as you said, Azael, it's the health bar advantage on the back of this with Super pushing people away that sets up for the mid lane tower take.
And it feels like we're just seeing so many missed ults from Emo. I feel like, you know, if you're having trouble hitting them, you need to play off CC from your team. The Cannon ult is going to set up CC. You have Rel to set up CC. You have the Cyclone to set up CC. Like, you can use it as a follow-up. It doesn't have to be that primary engage. And often you'll even see people just use the self-setup with the Q3.
The numbers just popped up in that small little update above the champion portraits on either side. The average level for both teams is 14.0. So down to the decimal spot, they
exactly
are in
even
EXP.
in gold.
The gold was within a single percentage point, 49.5 to 40 to 50.5 or something like that. Absolutely crazy how close this game is, as MDK is looking for a potential pick. They interrupt Elio as he goes for the crash down to try to get away, but they don't want to commit any more onto the Rel.
Yeah, you can see how much control was just set up on this top side for MDK. Ward here, they placed a ward just at the back here alongside the pink, and all they were trying to do was draw GAM into this Baron area, so they already had Fresskowy in position, a TP ward available for Mirman wherever the fight went to take it, but it's only Elio's flash that's burned in the end. GAM kind of getting out of that.
Still a pretty critical 1-2 burn. You know, Rel obviously a lot less effective. So easy to react to without the flash, but when you do have that flash for a Q flash to actually set up that crash down, can be very, very difficult. Elio playing with fire a little bit. MDK clearly trying to control vision in this area. Here we have a 1v1.
Yeah, Emo wants Fresskowy here. He hit that Fate Sealed, but not enough damage to finish the kill. Fresskowy gets away. Yes, he's going to lose his ultimate, but it's an ulti for ulti trade.
It is ulti for ulti trade, and I think if you can keep Fresskowy out of the fight, that's the 6-kill member here over on MDK. He has been making so much happen for them in the 5v5, so in this case, you know, maybe Emo is happy with that trade.
Doesn't look like we're going to get any more of a fight with the time that he bought from Fresskowy having to recall, though. You're going to see Mirwin push up the wave here in the bottom lane. He has his teleport ready to use. Still no dragon left to take for another 3.5 minutes. Still everybody playing around this top side of the river. Still everyone with eyes on Baron.
I've also got to say, Cloud is really strong for a lot of champions this game. If you get Cloud Soul, you're looking at champions like Alvaro on the Rakan, you're looking at the Kiaya on the Kennen, you're looking at champions like that, and even the Wukong is so ridiculously strong with it. So I do think it's a pretty powerful soul.
Also, I just want to point out a really interesting build from Mirwin going towards the Abyssal Mask here, but might have to hold on to the point as Elio has no flash. MDK wants him, but they basically saying, hey, look, GAM are all going to jump in on top of us, and my ultimate's probably going to be melee ultimate anyway, so getting value for that and setting up for Fresskowy, I think it's a good adaptation.
Alvaro popping the quickness. They put a little bit of damage into Elio, but they don't want to overcommit immediately, though. Gam jumps in with a Fate Seal. That one's going to do the trick. Mir going to be the second to die right after Alvaro. Gam's already grabbed 2. Make it 3 as Supa is caught out, beat down. Fresskowy and Elyoya trying to get themselves away. Gam just got 3 for free. Levi leads the charge. Fresskowy's got to try to use the Spirit Rush to get away. They'll keep on chasing him. All they gotta do is keep him out. As soon as that ulti expires, it is far too dangerous for the Ahri to go anywhere near the Baron pit.
And they had Ward on Elyoya walking towards the bottom side, so they know there is no contest whatsoever here. Gam gonna grab the Baron. And I love the confidence from Elio there, not just using the Crashdown to retreat in a situation like that, realizing his team is in a spot to reinforce. He just turns what looked like an MDK pick into one for himself, starts the team fight out. Emo is there, nails the ultimate this time around. They crush the fight, they take the Baron, and gain what feels like the first major advantage in the game.
Yeah, big time. The fact that you managed to get so many of the kills and then the Baron off the back, but this is MDK just having no vision of what was happening in the area. Elio goes over, MDK are like, hang on, can we look for this? But they don't realize how many members of GAM are in the area, and the second they get locked down by Elio here, this is essentially 3v4. The follow-up is there, the ults are perfect, the front line is completely deleted, and you can look, Fresskowy, no access to the fight, Elyoya, no access to the fight, and GAM steamroll MDK.
Love the look into the coach's room. All right, guys, calm down, calm down.
You can see excitement, but he's like, okay, we gotta win, we gotta win.
It ain't over until the Nexus explodes, boys.
Yeah.
Gam pushing forward towards that objective right now. Bullet time. Just getting rid of 75% of Supa's HP just like that. Tier 2 turret falls. Gam up 4,000 gold.
And you can see they're going to try to play through 2 lanes. You can see the Yone try to push up through bot, and they're kind of just moving back and forth in this bot side area, controlling vision, trying to wipe out these wards, and make sure that they can bounce between these 2 lanes to try to play for the tier 2s before they look to threaten for these other towers.
Elio with the Hex Flash over the wall, ready to pounce on anybody from MDK who might be disrespectful enough to try to defend these tier 2 turrets. It is now 5 turrets for Gam compared to the 3 of MDK. Only the tier 2 turret in top lane is left standing outside of the MDK base. Still 90 seconds of Baron gameplay left for Gam.
And 30 seconds until the 3rd dragon, so just controlling this bot side jungle is all you really need as Gam, because you can fall back towards that at any point in time. So many of their items starting to come to fruition as well. Like Kiaya having that Zhonya's Hourglass makes him such a big threat. He's going to be finishing off his Crypt Bloom very soon as well. So these resets now kind of ticking over to that 4th item for a lot of GAM members makes them so threatening against MDK.
And Sterix on the Wukong too. You jump in, you have that massive shield to be able to survive any counter burst that they might try to do. Guarantees almost that you're going to get the 2nd cast of the Cyclone for the extra team fight power.
And it's amazing to see Levi again showing up on this Wukong. An 85% win rate nearly for him on this pick. It's been such a name state for him, and the fact again he controlled the early game, brought it into these team fights, setting up for so much of his team. He's kind of been the X factor the GAM have rallied around this game, and now they're really putting the hurt onto MDK.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and I mean, they created a pretty significant advantage at this point. They're a good 4,000 gold ahead, but that being said, they didn't crack the base, so we're really just kind of back to the same situation where it's going to be about playing for these objectives, playing for these team fight setups, and it is GAM now on Soul Point, so a lot more pressure on MDK to be able to get a proper setup at this next dragon. But that being said, if they do, the game is definitely not out of reach whatsoever.
5 seconds left on the Baron buff. Elio with a quick Shattering Strike there onto Alvaro as MDK push into enemy territory. They want to full send it here maybe. Fresskowy making a TP deep behind. A beautiful trauma to Easy Love. He pops both summoner spells trying to get away and immediately fires back with a bullet time. Easy Love on a rampage. Alvaro is down. Elyoya trying to get away, but it ain't going to work. Levi goes back over the wall to escape the equalizer, and Supa tries to stay alive. Mewin and Fresskowy can't get anything done here. Supa's still trying to get the kill on Elio. He knows there's no way out, and Elio just lets the turret shoot him to pieces.
Levi was a hero in that play. The dive had come through to try and pick off Easy Love, but the Cyclone interrupts the dive from Alvaro, denies the CC chain, and GAM rally back and beat off MDK.
Fresskowy tries to get away now. Wants to escape with a Q3 from the Yone is way too much. Levi's got the extra damage. 4 kills in total for Gam. Nothing going back for MDK. They thought they saw their moment, but Gam caught him.
Yeah, they caught him there. Able to punish them big time as Gam is going to be able to push up mid lane, take the inhibitor tower as well. They finally cracked the base. It's not with the Baron. It's off of the counter engage there on this fight. We can watch it one more time. It's the early TP here coming in on the bottom side of your screen, but the summoners are available. The QSS is available. It's a full BT shield as well on Easy Love, plus a locket. There's so much shielding. The barrier, the BT shield, the locket, everything comes through. He gets a good position here to really chunk down Elyoya, and then on the other side of the fight, right. Supa is trying to make some magic happen, kiting out well, surviving through the Fate is Sealed until that Soul Unbound does expire, but realizes there's no real way out. They've lost on the other side. Mirwood and Fresskowy have been pushed out, so there's nowhere for Supa to go except donating a kill into that tower.
And he even used the barrier to try to get the extra little bit of time for the last attack on Elio, but he could not do it. So that is both summoner spells there for the AD carry of MDK, as now they're down a lot of resources, 2 minutes to go until the soul for Gam spawns.
Exactly, and you track the flashes, so many were spent in that, but both Kiaya and Levi have their flashes available, really critical on that side. Whereas over for MDK, it's only Alvaro, so yes, he could try to make something happen with an engage, but the threat from this Kennen, from this Wukong, is absolutely enormous at this point in the game.
And the big thing too, desynced spawn timers on our two neutral objectives. Baron spawning in 30, the Dragon gonna be spawning in about a minute 40. So if Gam wanna go straight for the Baron, if Gam wanna just try to rush this, maintain control over that, MDK will not be able to take the Dragon away as an opportunity for trade.
I think it's also the fact that Levi's now completed the Guardian's Angel makes him so much more threatening in these fights, because he can just full send it and then, get on towards Fresskowy or Supa, just completely change the entire aspect of a fight and still have that second life. So I think for MDK, they need some sort of miracle. And at this stage, we are hoping Fresskowy would be able to get a pick, get something, but the fact that MDK haven't been able to play through that big strength in the mid lane has only just leveraged Gam being able to play through their own.
I mean, Easy Love is still sitting on brown bags, but he's got everything else fully kitted out. He is on 6 items here now, ridiculously strong. Over on the other side, though, I mean, Fresskowy and Supa are no joke. Again, if you execute well in these fights, they have the 4 fully completed items. They are very, very strong. They just have to be able to perfectly execute.
But Fresskowy and Elyoya are coming around for a pincer attack. MDK looking for their chance to maybe punish Gam here.
Oh,
Gam trying to back up as a group. Alvaro jumps in, but Elyoya's got to be careful about this. He's trying to scrap with Ione. They chunk him down by about half, but a Magnet Storm onto Elyoya. Gam sees the opportunity, kill the enemy jungler. Levi's going to keep everybody else busy. Bullet time comes through over the top. Fresskowy into the back line, looking for Emo, but he ain't going to be able to find it. The Fate sealed, seals his fate indeed. Kiaya keeps going forward. A nice stasis to make sure that he doesn't die. Alvaro at about 50 HP. Kiaya is down. MDK at least get that one. Supa and Alvaro both barely clinging to life, but them surviving might be the difference between the game ending and not.
Exactly, it's massive. Supa barely survives their kiting out, is able to stay alive, and that's the only thing that actually stops this game from ending. Mirwin's TPing to bot side. They want to try to contest this because they know that Levi is still low in health, wouldn't be able to actually recall. You can see that Emo is in the enemy jungle here, and we'll see if Mirwin can find some sort of a miracle play, but no equalizer.
No equalizer for Mirwin, no smite for MDK. That Drake goes the way of Gam, and MDK can't say a thing about it.
I think MDK were hoping, hey, look, if we get 1 or 2 picks, maybe we can turn this over towards a Baron, especially as the resets start to come through, because Elyoya back on the map, Fresskowy has TP, and maybe they even still consider going for it, or at least look for a pick in the jungle, because it's very dark on this top side for Gam.
I feel like there's nothing wrong with just flipping at this point. It does get very difficult. You can see Fresskowy TPing out towards top side, so they're going to get the push. They need to clear out this pink ward that is in the pit, because obviously there's no threat if that remains alive. MDK have done that now. They've gotten the waves moving, and we'll see if they want to try to move for something more.
Levi still has his flash. Elyoya moving around the backside, but Gam knows that he's there because he's clearing out the control ward. Elio's still here on the front, threatening MDK as he pushes forward. Emo's just going to use the Soul Unbound to clear out some of the vision. Levi stepping forward with a control ward of his own to clear that out. Gam with that Cloud Soul that you already touched on earlier, Azael, for Wukong, for Kennen.
Alone.
For the Rel, it's so powerful. Fresskowy now going to be caught out. Kiaya stunning him up. Fate sealed, ain't going to find the extra little bit of damage, the extra little bit of range, but it does not matter. The monkey's got a stick, and he's jumping over the wall to beat you to death with it. Fresskowy dead for 50 seconds. That's Baron for Gam.
MDK needs some sort of miracle, but Gam, they're turning immediately over towards the objective.
Oh, Emo immediately jumping in. The Rumble is already down. Gam has found their angle. Supa with a Feather Storm finds a nice opportunity. If only they weren't so far behind. Emo getting the kill on Alvaro. Elyoya just going to be annoyed to death by Elio, and Gam should be able to win the game right here.
You can never discount the VCS. They always come in punching well above their weight class, and now as they start to look at that base. Emo wants to tear it all down.
Emo's just standing here waiting for the minions. He went to the base first. He'll clear out the wave. Everybody else will take their victory march down mid lane. This game was dead even for 30 minutes. These teams traded blow for blow, but we are not gonna see the VCS go quietly into the night. We are not gonna see a 2-0 series. We're going to game number 3.
It's all gonna come down to that final game here between GAM and MDK. The pressure really on for both teams, and the best players in the world step up in those moments. And how about this game from Levi? 9-2-13. He was smurfing. We're going to a break, and we'll be right back with game number 3.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good. Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it. I'm back on 100. I'm ready. I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode. God level, cheat code. New age, hero. Good verse, Evo. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day. Ain't no one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. No, it's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it all. Yeah, this fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah. My name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. No, it's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it all.
But think, okay? In the game, you need to think, but don't overthink. Okay?
Guys, just think, but not think a lot.
Oh, but the dive is coming in from Gam. The bullet time over the top of the slicing Maelstrom. They're going to find 2 more kills.
Let's not talk anything, just let us.
Yes.
It's fine, okay? We know how to play.
Gam has found their angle. Super with a Feather Storm finds a nice opportunity. If only they weren't so far behind. And Gam should be able to win the game right here.
Guys, maybe think a little bit more.
Dude, that is the best comms listening that we've had in a while.
And then in the middle, we know how to play. And then, oh, the editor did him dirty. But it was easy to praise Gam in that video or in general, because even though it was close for a very, very long time, it's one of those where I'm always on the fence because I will say, you know, we have a lot to talk about. Let's start with the Yone.
What's the fence?
It's because I know I'm jumping forward on things you want to talk about. So let's start with the Yone update.
Yeah, please, because Yone was given over again. We knew it was going to be a big discussion topic no matter what. But this is getting to just crazy levels, 18-3.
It's crazy. Like, just the fact. So we were trying to figure out why it's been let through so often. And I had a theory that Rumble, Ziggs, Aurora were really pivotal to pair with Yone because they're safe APs, and Kennen would be a step below, and maybe that makes it less good. Nah, still good.
No, still great.
Good. Also, last game, it was definitely the reason MDK won. This game,
Levi was the reason that they won.
It really wasn't. It didn't feel like it was about the Yone.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Levi got a lot of very early kills, which allowed him to snowball. But whenever we're watching this team, you're always looking at Levi and Kiaya. And you mentioned the Kennen being the big AP part of any sort of, Yone composition.
This is really cool, though. We didn't know what they were doing, just hitting the minions until he hit level 6 and almost turned it around.
Yeah, he told Elio,
Elio was just spamming his...
help me hit the minion so I can get level 6. And from that point, like, really, really nice snowball from them. Of course, there were some that were not on point. Some of the plays towards mid game, but some really, really big ones for them. Plus, the more standard setup also benefited them. I feel like you have to do something along the lines of lane swaps and stuff to really put both Levi and Kiaya behind early on. Anything you can do to put those two behind is going to increase your chances.
Behind, and not let him get to like, was it 5 or 6-0 so quickly into the game. Also, when you talk about kind of the later game, it feels like you said, okay, Mad's probably just outscaled, but they had no way to really win the fights anymore despite having an Omega fed Ahri, chat.
Yeah, Fresskowy, I think, had a good start to the game, but I'll also say they were very much a one-shot team where they would have the Vi Ahri with the Rumble, so it's pretty easy to itemize a little bit bruisery against them, and once you don't have the threshold to burst someone, you're kind of out of options.
You are. It got a bit nervy. We have one replay that we wanted to show you. This is not to like dunk on anyone in particular. I will say that MDK was getting picked off a lot, trying to make up territory.
Yeah, this is the mid lane fight, I believe, right?
Yeah,
as well?
it's going to continue
so
for a while.
So MDK gets picked off, and this was more, so we're not pulling this to dunk on the teams, we're more pulling this to say, like, it's absolutely an elimination game, and you're trying to fly in and make all these big plays, and sometimes you're going to look absolutely foolish. And this is not the type of play that Gam would have made at any point this year, honestly, until this moment where they're up against elimination point. But they were able to recover after that and still continue to pull the trigger, which to me actually shows a really high level of mental fortitude. And this is interesting
This is Fresskowy getting on there first. I bet he's writing in chat like, you know, I was fed, my team did nothing. No, I'm kidding. Like, you know, when someone's in solo queue, that's what I mean. You know, when they're super fed. When they're super fed. But that was not the case, I think, in general. Okay, so now we're looking at a game 3, and we came out of game 1 thinking, okay, this is looking quite comfortable for Mad Lions Koi. They have everything figured out. Are we going to give them the same advice that we gave to Gam in terms of the Yone going forward, or are there more structural problems going on here that they have to address right now?
Yeah, I think the two biggest problems are that they have to do something about Levi and Kiaya, because these two players, regardless of draft, regardless of setup, are always such big threats on GAM, and you have to do something to neutralize that. You just saw them getting onto stage. The stark difference between MDK and GAM. GAM's getting up there all smiling. They're on a roll now. They're the ones coming off the win. I think GAM have the momentum now, and you're going to have to do something starting in draft, but continuing in game and in execution to put a stop to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
It goes to show who the pressure's on. The pressure is so much more on MDK, and they're the ones that need to calm themselves down. And it's so much about like the expectations that you put on yourself and how you deal with those expectations. It's honestly so much of the struggle from from an LCS perspective, that's the struggle I see LCS teams have all the time.
Yeah.
And I feel like MDK is kind of in a similar situation here.
Absolutely, and I think for the side of VCS, we already talked about kind of the possibly the last huzzah for the VCS in this form at Worlds, and Levi just stepping onto that rift and pulling off the shirt like Superman, saying, fine, I'll do it myself. And I think that is so poetic when you look at, everything we've praised GAM and the VCS for throughout the years. Levi has been such a big part of it, so I think it is incredibly fitting that also on the other side we have Elyoya, who they're going to have to come to depend on, and to see. We believe.
Make them believe.
We believe.
Only one more. Either team here looking at this one.
That's a best of 3 for you.
So much comes down to it.
Absolutely. The tension of this series definitely reaches its peak. We're so far away from the conclusion at the start of this series, but right now we're so close.
Let me do the tossing. I'm the professional. All right, it's all on the line here for the VCS and the LEC. And who's it gonna be? Let's head over to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for the third and final game in this series between MDK and GAM. For one of the two, it will be their last game played at Worlds 2024. Game number 1 was a stomp. MDK looked clean. Game number 2 was also League of Legends. We got to see a lot of punches thrown every which way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game 2 was an all-out brawl, and it felt like GAM just were more confident in that game. They were the ones starting out the fights first, getting the advantage on those setups. As a result, we are into pick and ban. I need to know, is Yone going to be open here one more time?
All right, Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Show us a Yone ban for the first time this series.
Please.
Will it be here?
So some key ones are going to be up regardless. I mean, Rumble not banned, Ziggs not banned, Yone not banned, so some big ones, and they're leaving it open again. It's going to be another first pick, pretty much guaranteed. And
they didn't even waste time. They didn't even waste time covering.
I mean, it's just so strong. It just kind of wins every single time, man. I think it's absolutely crazy. I don't think that the series has really been about the Yone, but I just think this champ is ridiculous. But there is Aurora available. That's another one of the OPs that hasn't really been banned out, so we'll see what GAM can get as far as the trade.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be the Vi more than likely here for Levi. Just a very strong pick that now that you already got that AP option could be taken away. But we've also seen things like the Maokai with this Aurora as well, because it just offers you so much knockdown. But yeah, I think the Vi, just even taking that away from Ayoya is so nice here.
I also just don't like Levi on Maokai compared to something that has more brawling potential, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would much rather see this. Now that is a Levi champion. I brought it up earlier. The most famous GAM moment, the most famous Levi moment from all those years ago, the Nocturne performance.
Absolutely. I mean, they just want to play dive, right? You're going to be looking with this Aurora to be able to set up pick. If you have more AoE champions, more dive champions piling in, the Aurora can begin the pick, the Nocturne can fly in. And I think back to the play-in stage where we saw some monster games from Kiaya on the Aurora. Their first series that they played back-to-back Aurora games, and he was smurfing with some of the strongest Aurora games we've actually seen at the event so far.
And we're going to have to see if Miran has an answer for it, because you imagine it is still going up towards that top side. Obviously can be flexed, we've seen in the mid lane, but yeah, Rumble could just be the answer.
Rumble as your first 3 is so strong. It's weaker in the lane, so he's going to go for the stronger 1v1 matchup with the Gnar. But still, I mean, Sejuani, Yone is such a strong 2v2 pairing that I feel like there's very little way GAM are going to be able to kind of find their way in a 2v2.
Well, we're going to get to see the opposite side of the previous game's matchup. I always enjoy when we get these types of things because it really does let a guy show that he has mastery of the matchup, if you can play it both ways, if you can win it both ways. Last time around, even though they lost, Fresskowy ended up having a very impressive performance on the Ahri against the Yone.
He absolutely did, but we also have to remember it was Elyoya that set him up on the Vi with that early gank. That was where they got that first kill. He got him in behind, and it's that combo that I think is so powerful. So far in the first 3, there's 0 setup for that charm, right? You know, the Vi plus Ahri combo is so strong because it guarantees the CC and the full combo lands.
And that's why I'm wondering if there's going to be something like a Jhin here, just to try and get that slow setup for some of these plays to start happening. But I do agree, I think you're in a bit of an awkward spot here where you need something to follow up here for Elio to really get things started, especially with Rel already gone. I imagine something like the Leona or other big engage support taken off the board.
Exactly, that's what I'm expecting. Double engage ban from MDK. The Rel you already mentioned has come through first. GAM are going to ban out the Ashe first for themselves in this second half. Ezreal also going to continue to be banned away as one of those safe long-range AD carries.
And that's the thing, especially when you're trying to play dive with this Nocturne, having something that can peel for themselves is going to be a bit of a nightmare. Supa may just go back towards the Xayah in that regard, just to say, hey, look, I'm going to be safe. Open up for Alvaro to go towards the Rakan, and then you can still play for this heavy dive function with so many frontliners to provide that engaged setup for the Rakan.
Yeah, it is interesting because there's not like super easy to kill champs over on the MDK side yet, and you are very front-loaded in your damage over on the GAM team, right? Because of 3 burst champions on your top side, very low sustained DPS. You're gonna go Kalista, so they are really overloading, I feel like, on the early game here, and just depending on the fact that they're gonna be able to dominate lanes, create advantages, but MDK could just lane swap.
Well, I was going to say, do you also try and take away something like the Renata here? Potentially, like, just go, hey, look, we've already got enough dive in the top half of the map. We don't really need more, and maybe you just look for the takeaway, but not something I'd traditionally think of with the Kai'Sa, but could still work out very well in the, hey, I can just plunk that Bailout on you as you shotgun yourself into the back line.
It is true, but at the same time, I don't think that there's enough melee champions to really warrant the Renata coming out, because it's like, yeah, there is a lot of dive, but it's Aurora, but it's Ahri, you know, champions that still have a little bit of range, that have quite a bit of mobility. So, you know, I don't think that it would be the best pick on their side. I actually feel like, if anything, Renata is definitely stronger for GAM, so it will be interesting to see if they do go that route, but then you are very low on setup. You have basically 0 hard engage, so I do think, knowing GAM's style, we're just going to get a hard engage champion. We're going to get like a Leona or an Alistar or something along those lines. Braum is honestly kind of shocking to me.
Yeah.
I think that I've seen some comps, so like if you look at Gen G and stuff where they've already operated with essentially what the GAM topside has been, which is, hey, I'm just going to play very heavily for a pick and poke style with this Aurora ult into the Nocturne ult, the follow-up from the Ahri as well. So I think even though you lack some engage, you can get a surprising amount done with these 3 champions on the top half of the map for GAM.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They have pretty good pick, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I just think that there's no really kind of point-and-click CC. There's no instant go button, I guess, besides just like throwing down an Aurora ult on someone. But when you're coming to later stages of the game, you know, it's not going to be that easy. I think just like walk up an Aurora ult someone, have that be the go button for the fight, because you're still going to have to walk past this Sejuani, walk past the Gnar, walk past the Nautilus, which is really a big concern for me. The Braum feels kind of very disjointed from what the rest of the draft wants to do, you know, unless they're just seeing it as like, okay, our 3 members on the top side are going to dive in the back line and kill off Supa, and then, you know, Easy Love and Elio are going to be kiting back and trying to win out a skirmish on the other side and kind of in that way. But yeah, I just think the draft is honestly not very strong.
Yeah, I think the huge amount of this relies on Kiaya finding those good ultimates, and you harken back to play-ins where he was very good at finding these flank opportunities to set up for these big ultimates that would catch key carries and avoid some of the tanks. But if you start to fall behind, this is a composition that just gets completely steamrolled, and it is difficult to operate. So GAM really need to come out the gate swinging.
And it's like, who are you diving on, right? For GAM, like GAM can only go for Supa. That's basically your only target, right? Like you have 1 target on the team, and it's a champion that can go invisible later in the game, can ult in away from your dive, you know, like it feels very, very difficult to pull off. So we'll see, you know, if GAM can make some magic happen here. I think MDK massively favored after the draft.
I agree, yeah. I think it's just a hope and pray for GAM that you can find those small windows of opportunities.
The draft strategy?
Yeah.
Is hope and pray.
All right, well, hey man.
Look, I'm trying to make it sound a bit better, right? This is their tournament lives here. They need this to work.
That makes it sound worse. You didn't even give a real strategy. You're like, well, I think
no,
the strategy
just take the shovel away from me. Take the shovel away.
Oh my God. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they can make it happen. I do think there is potential for them to definitely get prio in lanes, and maybe you can just get ahead and then nothing else matters. You definitely can erase compositional advantages with just better play or with large gold advantages. So we'll see.
But it's harder to get ahead in lanes with lane swaps being a thing, and you can see right here with Supa up in the top side, that's exactly what MDK are planning, as GAM are going to do a delayed invade, but they do it right over top of a ward, so MDK are going to have knowledge about this.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is really smart, honestly, from MDK. You just are setting yourself up for success. You're playing against the Kalista Braum. Nautilus can never engage in the early game into that kind of a lane, so you are going to be really on the back foot. And traditionally, Aurora is considered a pretty heavy lane bully in the early levels in a lot of these matchups, so you're denying the strength of two of the lanes here that GAM have picked. You have much better scaling, you have a much easier to execute composition, so MDK just kind of need to play it simple, play it slow.
Yeah, just going to start the slow push. They hovered on the wave for quite a while on top side, didn't start it off immediately, waiting for EasyLove and Elio to appear on this bottom side of the map, so at least information is there for both sides, but you knew with Nautilus on the mid wave that this was already going to be a lane swap scenario anyway. It just means that Mirwin hasn't stacked up any of his Rage, which is traditionally where we see this TP come through now with a Mega Gnar available from Mirwin.
Alvaro trying to make his way down to the tier 1 turret. Level 2, he's got the dredge line to make his way there a little bit faster. He is 1v4. He flashes forward to try to lock up Elio for the last turret shot, but it ain't gonna work. Levi's gonna take an extra little bit of damage here too. Mirwin arrives, but it's not worth a whole lot. He's still pretty low. He tries to jump back over. They tank the turret beautifully with Kiaya. GAM has 3 men at death's door, but it's MDK who lose 2.
And that's why I was so confused watching the MDK on top side, because they didn't start hitting the wave. Mirwin didn't start hitting the wave, and it meant that they've only now got that wave crashed. Mirwin does come in level 2, but doesn't have the Mega Gnar, and he's so squishy, and now mid, Emo flashes away, and he's fine, but big whoopsie on the bottom side.
I mean, it's huge, and also, as you're saying, not only you're not pushing to kind of get that faster XP, but also because you slow push, Kiaya, after the dive, goes top and he collects almost the entire wave. There's like 2 full waves up there for him to collect, so he gets a kill, and he's going to be able to get the additional experience off this. The TP comes through here pretty late. Alvaro tries to flash forward and root in the Braum to be able to get a kill with the tower, but with the E up, he's able to survive. And then, yes, Levi is low, but Kiaya is full, EasyLove is full, so they can just juggle the aggro here. Kiaya is just going to pull threat with that auto, step out, and they're able to easy pile in here, grab a couple kills. Kiaya gets the farm on top side, so not only kill and assist, but he is up, a good wave and a half already.
Absolute disaster for MDK in the bottom lane. In the lane swap that they initiated, now everything seems to be going back to where you would expect it to be. But GAM with a 1,500 gold lead here early with this composition that we pretty much said needs to be ahead early because it feels so much less cohesive than what MDK has drafted. It's exactly what GAM needed.
But especially because Kiaya now just kind of gets to bully out in that top side of the map. Already has the Amplifying Tome advantage, but he's going to have the range advantage too, level advantage. He continuously pushes in, gets turret plates. He becomes a massive threat on the side lane. As long as Mirwin is in this mini Gnar form, you can see how aggressive Kiaya just gets to play up, and that's going to open up so many opportunities for GAM, not only in just that lane, but being able to transition Kiaya around the map, being able to look and fish for these roams off of side lanes for that big ultimate that we were talking about for Kiaya.
Levi popping the Scryer plant there to see Elyoya, who is trying to make sure that Mirwin doesn't get dove here. I mean, with this wave crashing into the turret, if Mirwin would have got dove, that's just kind of the end of the game for him. So you got to make sure you're shadowing that. Got to make sure you're keeping the guy protected. Alvaro.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, he missed the dredge line onto the terrain. Alvaro does not have flash either. He already used it in the bottom lane. Dive.
That's what is going on. We started off this series so incredibly well for MDK, but it's gone from disaster to disaster this entire game long.
Yeah, I mean, that is rough. He's just straight up missed the wall. Wasn't even close to the wall, to be honest. He was trying to go for that max range hook where you just lollipop onto the wall and really pull away, but I don't even think he had to. Any sort of decent hook, and I think he's probably going to be able to at the very least force flashes to be able to chase in and get that kill.
It's also, you don't really lollipop when you're hooking, or lollipop, sorry, when you hook onto the walls. It's the center, if you have the animation up, it's basically the straight line in the middle of the hit marker that actually attaches to the wall. It's the outside ones that attach onto the champions, so it was always going to be a pretty difficult one to go for. So,
yeah.
And now again, bot lane further behind, more control here for Easy Love, a 700 gold in both top and mid. Or sorry, in boss and top.
Yeah.
And now you just move over towards all these objectives that are just waiting to be picked up by
I mean, it's over 2,000 gold down in 6 minutes. Like, that is definitely crazy, and MDK definitely going to need to use every little bit of their compositional advantage. Now, this could be a good start, though, as Easy Love has an idea that something could be going on, but going to get the bad news.
Nice. Dredgeline finds him. MDK. They at least forced the flash out of the AD carry for Gam, but now Elio's made his way down as well. There is no flash on this support. He is going to die again. Elio gets it. They charm up Supa, but he's ready to try to get away. Fresskowy's joined the fight, and he goes in for the Fade Seal. They get one back. MDK is on the board. Makes it an even trade.
And Gam still coming out, though, on top, because look at top lane. Mirwin about to fall. Levi's going to finish him off. Mirwin
with the flash out, man. You're dead to rights.
You can look at Kiaya in the player cam. This man is very happy. Levi is very happy. And I think for Gam, this is exactly what we're talking about. You can never underestimate the VCS coming into these international tournaments. Top Esports paid the price, Fnatic paid the price, and now it might be MDK paying that one as well.
Yeah, they've dug themselves a pretty big hole, and they're going to have to dig out of it. I do think a smart lane assignment's here from Gam as Emo pushes out bot, while Easy Loves runs back towards mid to catch that wave. So not missing a beat on the map. They've got nearly 3 plates down in the bot side. They got 2 plates top. They redove Mirwin, got his flash, and it's 15 CS on the Gnar at 7.5 minutes into the game.
Levi, along with getting that kill up in the top lane, also got 3 grubs, and this gold lead is about the gold lead that we saw last game, post 30 minutes after the Baron was taken.
The support has 500 gold advantage. Like, everything is just going wrong for MDK right now.
But Alvaro has more CS.
Got him.
Plus 3.
Yeah. 4. We got one. Yeah.
There it is. All right, MDK has got to try to stabilize. I normally say you want to staunch the bleeding, but they're walking around with one leg at this point. We need a tourniquet, boys.
Gotta reattach the leg.
Yeah, that we got to do something because MDK's early game has gone about as poorly as it could possibly go, and Gam are capitalizing. Kiaya now getting jumped on by Mirwin, who does have the Mega Gnar. The weirding, though, going to force him back. Levi can't get in there just yet. Mirwin still getting away for now. Levi not having the range there on the Paranoia ends up being the saving grace for Mirwin, who can make it back to the tier 1 turret.
Still a good ulti from Levi because it actually pushes Mirwin back, because I think he could have potentially had that solo kill in this position. And now Elyoya has to cover. The ulti is coming back up here for Kiaya, but they're not looking for this dive. So Mirwin, good bit of pressure. He forces out the Nocturne ulti. These are the little things you need to constantly do this game. Chip away at the advantage that Gam has. Stay calm. Don't allow the lead to extend. Just try to keep it at this point. Yes, 3K is a big lead, but if it's 3K at 20 minutes, that's totally playable. That's a situation where you can show up to a team fight and just out-execute. So they just need to make sure, you know what? We made some mistakes in the early game. Let's calm down, take a deep breath, play for the waves, play for vision. Don't allow Gam to get more advantages.
Closest lane comparison right now is in mid. Fresskowy doing a good job, just pretty much staying neck and neck with this enemy mid laner, with his Yone. 5-1 overall the score for Gam. Kills spread out pretty evenly, quite honestly. The only one without a kill being Emo in the mid lane. Doubled up there for Easy Love. 4 out of 5 kill participation on him. Does feel pretty bad for the side of MDK, but Kalista not one of those hyper-scaling AD carries, so it means that Gam, like you're already talking about, Isaac, is going to need to keep the pressure on and utilize the early power of this champion.
And I think that's where they want to try and just move in towards this mid lane, get push for Emo so we can start to roam alongside Levi, because then you open up for potential dives down towards Super, or at least forcing him off of towers, looking at Dragon takes as well.
Yeah.
And just playing off the fact that Ahri has so much control over this lane against the Yone.
And they need to play for every single objective, right? You need to say, okay, MDK, you don't want to fight us now? Guess what? We take every neutral on the map. We play for 6 scrubs. We stack dragons. We threaten soul. And we try to put you in a position where you can't just AFK farm until you're in a good spot with your comp, and you can then try to fight.
And that's why I think the fact that the resets have already come through for MDK are pretty clutch. 15 seconds until the next Void Groves. First item completion for Elyoya. But maybe they can try and find something back here, but already Mirwin on this bottom half of the map, they're starting to push out a little bit, but all 5 members of Gam are in position.
I mean, Gam have a big advantage, but they have 0 completed items, so the gold is not as big of a deal as it would be.
Exactly. That's the power of playing a tank jungler. You can buy these lower price point support items. You can get something like Convergence, and even though Levi's ahead, he hasn't been able to put it together.
Kiaya hasn't reset. He's been hiding off of Vision this entire time, looking for the Kai'Sa on the backside.
Alvaro gets charmed up, gonna take a little bit of damage here from Emo and Elio. Fourth grub already secured by Gam. Elyoya and Alvaro still thinking about maybe making their entry into the top side river. Fifth grub goes over to Gam. Smite still available for Levi. Smites that one down. All 6 grubs, no fight from MDK.
Yeah, at the very least, they didn't fully overcommit because Myrwn was getting plates in bot side. He got the push in. You know, he's closed that CS gap quite a bit. You know, he was down 15 CS, you know, only a couple minutes ago. So he's actually getting some farm. You know, he's closing that gold lead a little bit. Yes, they couldn't get in to actually stop any of the grubs, but I do think MDK didn't overcommit because that would have been really tragic if they just sent all 5 members there and couldn't get anything.
And I think that's why it was good positioning from Kiaya, not resetting, keeping pressure on towards Supa, so Supa couldn't really enter the fight. And from that position for Scout, he still had to control the mid wave. And I think that's why now having this 6 Void Grubs is going to work out brilliantly for Gam. They're going to have the pressure from Emo, who can continue to push, chip away at turrets using that burn and that buff. And same for Kiaya, who, look, even though Myrwn still got a bit of gold, it's still a 1.3k gold lead.
Yeah.
It's still huge.
Yeah. Fresskowy, being smart here, was walking forward, seeing if there's an angle for a plate. You can use the soul inbound for that, of course, but Ilio up towards top side, gonna help Emo get a reset here, who should be sitting on a lot of gold, honestly. Yeah, he's sitting on 1,700 gold at this point in pocket on the Ahri, so once to help him get this reset, is gonna be able to do just that. And Kiaya, you can see that he's going to be trailed by Levi down on this bottom side, so they are going to look to continue attacking Myrwn, who has been chunked out a little bit, and Mega is nowhere in sight, so if he does overextend, it definitely could be an easy kill there.
Okay, so we're talking about MDK needing to stop the game from continuing to snowball against them, and for the past few minutes, it seems like they're doing an okay job at it. The gold lead that peaked at around 3K is still at 2.7 or so, but it's not like it's growing. The clock keeps marching forward. Yes, you're down 6 grubs, but the gold's not bleeding.
But that's why I think MDK are playing so heavily down towards this bottom side. It's if you get a pick on Kiaya, you get the crash that wave, you get your resets, mid until the Rift Herald, you're in a great position then on the map as they have to catch up, but MDK swing and a miss on the ultimate from Elyoya. They just want to try and keep these plays up while they have that timing window.
Yeah, and I think what they were trying to do was similar to what they did in the first game. You know, even if you don't get a kill there, you're hoping you force cleanse, you're hoping you force flash, but Elyoya might have to flash himself. No, he's going to be okay. They didn't continue the trace. But, you know, I don't think we've seen a single Void Grub spawn until just now as Kiaya is going to be able to actually get towards that bottom side. They hadn't been able to get access to the towers, but now with Kiaya hitting that bot lane tower, they showed mid. So now this tower is pretty much just gone. Levi's in the area. It's going to be very tough for Myrwn to defend this.
And that's why I think Gam, yes, they could move up towards the Rift Herald, but the fact that you've got TP on Myrwn still, maybe putting a little bit of anxiety in their step, as they don't want to fully play into a 4v5 with the TP advantage for MDK. But I think for Gam, you're happy as long as you can keep the wave shoved in.
Oh, nice use of the Glacial Fissure there, but it ain't going to be enough. MDK in the 2v2 getting a kill for themselves, finally striking back against Gam. But all the meanwhile, bottom lane, they get that tier 1 turret for Kiaya.
Yeah, Elio has been really haphazard with his Braum shields. Like, he's been jumping in and just denying Qs for last hits on minions and things like this. And in this situation, it was a great buffer. We're going to see Supa.
Oh, Easy Love! He's taking down Supa! Flexing those muscles, stepping up when he absolutely needs to, getting another kill for MDK.
Big step up for the MDK bot lane. First the kill, and then Supa seeing his moment to get that pick. Desperate gold needed for MDK and some control on the map as well, but Gam back out onto it, looking at this Rift Herald.
All right, Alvaro getting back away here as Elyoya secures the next blue buff for himself. Elio and Levi both continuing to move forward, sit down some vision a little bit, now rotate back over to the mid lane to take out this tier 1 turret. Remember, the plates are gone. A Demolish proc's gonna do some good damage. Elyoya scoots in just in time to try to keep the turret protected, but the burn will take it anyway. Now Paranoia's popped off, and it looks like Alvaro could be in some trouble. The Fear Tether procs, they're trying to save him with the Glacial Prison, but it won't matter. Kiaya gets the kill on Alvaro, and now with a 5v4 and Rift Herald alive, it's control over the top side of the map for Gam.
There's the pick, though.
Kiaya going between worlds. Supa gets caught for a second. The weirding still hits him. A little bit more damage is all it takes, and Kiaya gets the kill. Nearly dies, but close ain't good enough. Easy Love getting away from Myrwn in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the 2v2, 3v2 back in the mid lane. Fresskowy trying to reset his position. The Fate Shield ain't gonna work. He goes unstoppable, but does he have the damage? No, he doesn't. It's more kills for Gam. It's more tragedy for MDK.
Gam coming up massive in these fights here. First a pick on Alvaro, but then MDK decide they want to try to get something back. They're looking for these scraps when they're not in the position to do so, and they lose so much more, erasing all the good work from their bot lane there in that mid lane 2v2. where, you know, Easy Love could have just ulted his Braum to safety, didn't do it, they get a kill there, then he oversteps, Supa gets a great solo kill on him, but they have got to be cognizant of their spot in this game. This got really close because the twofold Hex, that Q, first one missed, so Supa almost able to do it, but then the TP in to try to get something more from Fresskowy is just way too far.
And you've got so many members of GAM that are just able to collapse. Supa can't really be a part of this, so for him, the Aurora can't really be a part of this, but there's still enough members there on GAM to just finish them off, and you can see the frustration in the back. Yeah. And the whole start of this was bizarre from MDK as well, because the call was already there. Hey, we're going to take bot lane turret and give Rift Herald. But Alvaro takes a step too far forward. He gets caught. Then Supa overextends on the mid wave as well. It's just these small errors that are being punished by GAM extraordinarily well.
Okay, so for MDK, they have finally claimed their first neutral objective of the game. They did get the Rift Herald. It is traded away for the second Drake going into the possession of GAM. They're up 2-0 on those, 6-0 on the Void Grubs, 8-3 in kills, 2-1 in turrets, 4,000 gold lead. It's just about 17 minutes into the game. How are we feeling about, is this enough for GAM when we were talking about MDK needing to slow things down and scale?
Honestly, I think it's more than enough for now. You know, you're a 4,000 gold lead here. You have 6 Grubs, you have 2 Dragons. You're about to extend that gold lead even more. So I feel like compositional advantages don't really matter at all with this sort of a lead. So MDK are going to have to find some way to slow the pace of this game. Thankfully for them, it's Chemtech Soul, which is largely really useless for a lot of the champs on the GAM side. So that is a little bit of a feather in the cap there. You know, Aurora, Ahri, they're going to get like 0 from that almost. But that being said, a soul is still a soul and is combat power. But MDK got to be really happy that's not like, you know, a Hex Tech or something like that.
And the fact that GAM do have a very squishy lineup can still play a factor if MDK can find a pick or GAM overextend, because I think that's the way that they really get back into this game. Like the wave and the push is still in favor of GAM because they have multiple of these range carries, but if you overextend, like here for example, if Yoya could find a big ultimate on towards Easy Love, suddenly that slows that pace down and buys that time you need.
All right, Rift Herald summoned up in the mid lane. MDK trying to make a play for the tier 1 turret. Mirwin with a flash out, does not want to be caught there with the last hit. The winner's bite as Emo and Levi jump in, but Levi might just get punished. A beautiful Glacial Fissure trying to keep the jungler alive. Levi barely surviving, a little bit more damage from the Glacial Prison, just might kill him off, but Kiai is already on a rampage. Fresskowy is down. Levi and Elio gonna be traded though, as now it's dead bodies on both sides. 3 dead for MDK, it's about to be 4. Mirwin wants to fight back, but a little bit more damage as the spears start flying and the lions start dying. It's a triple for the Aurora, for Kiaya, for GAM.
The GAM shots are flying and they are finding their mark. MDK thought they could push in onto that mid lane turret, but GAM immediately saw their chance. The TP from Emo, the flight in from Levi, even Kiaya getting access to Fresskowy in that back line. It was a wonderful setup for GAM.
Yeah, and it's all about this initial engage. Fresskowy, I think, was trying to find some sort of an angle for a flank, but he's way too far up, so he has to use a Fated Seal just to run. Then the Soul Unbound is used in a spot where you're kind of guaranteed to never get away. So you're using all your tools there as the Yone to be able to get really nothing. So it became so difficult for MDK. There's obviously the focus on Supa. The rest of the members burst him down. Kiaya finishes off Fresskowy. Mirwin, who had to flash earlier when the Herald crashed, has no way out. And this is just massive for GAM, feeling so good about their spot in the game now. And you can see a little bit of relief now on the coaches' faces as they're starting to look a little bit stressed, less stressed.
Yeah, but then the camera shot immediately after, you can see the stress, you can see the pressure setting in for MDK. Things are getting further and further out of their control now with over a 5,500 gold lead for GAM.
I mean, just look at the items. You're comparing the top lane items here on both sides. You're comparing the mid lane items on both sides. The gap is massive. Supa is still strong, but it's the soul laners that are going to be such an issue here between these two squads.
Hold on now. He tries to get away, but Mirwin is still caught. The Fear Tether still finds its mark, and a Glacial Fissure looking for 2 more. As GAM are not yet done. A Charm immediately forcing out the cleanse from Supa. GAM will not get an additional kill on top of the pick they find on Mirwin, but they force out some summoners. They force MDK back out of their own side of the blue jungle.
And when their tournament lives are on the line, you're seeing that experience, that veterancy on this world stage step up for GAM. Kiaya doing amazing, Levi following up so well. They're picking off these members of MDK who now have to try and find some sort of success here in this game, but GAM are butchering them where they stand.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, you can see Fresskowy was pushing through bot side, doesn't have the confidence to stay around and try to actually finish off that tower. And now they're looking for Supa, who has no cleanse.
All right, that was a little out of control there for GAM. They're way committing to try to find the kill on Supa. Instead, Elio now going to be punished. He'll be killed off. Elyoya's down to 100 HP, but he ain't dead yet. Easy Love trying to get back away from Fresskowy. He goes in for the Fade Sealed. He goes too far. The turret shot will not be enough to kill him. A beautiful shutdown coming out from Mirwin. Easy Love's looking to grab one back. Mirwin at 100 HP. Kiaya has made his way into the fight now as Alvaro tries to lock down Easy Love. Supa's been killed by Easy Love. Just when it looked like MDK might have got something, it ends up trading even.
And hasn't that been the story this game? Every time MDK try and set up, there's a brick wall in GAM waiting for them, saying you will not go further. This is the end for you. And GAM turn over towards a dragon as just another cherry on top.
It's a good little punish on the initial play, though, as Elio was kind of going too far. They're overextending, trying to take off Supa, and MDK have to look for these small moments. Supa has been so big for the team. They nail this ultimate here onto Levi. They put a lot of pressure on him. They get the kill on the Braum. But it's just the goal difference in action here. As MDK push forward, they're trying to put this pressure here onto Easy Love. Kiaya is zoned out. Levi's not really a part of the play. It's only the flash that keeps Easy Love alive. And all of this focus here onto Emo buys Easy Love the time to try to turn it around and to set up for the re-engage here from Kiaya.
If that boomerang had landed, maybe that's something, but GAM still coming out on top. And now with the setup available, it's Dragon Soul available to them for 4.5 minutes. The push on sides, the Baron still sitting there, and MDK just keep getting picked apart.
A tale of 280 carries in the team fight damage right there. 4,000 from Supa, 6,000 from Easy Love. And I feel like when you look at the scoreboard itself, MDK's only chance is this marksman. It is this player that you're talking about, was what they were focusing on back during their wins in play-ins. If Supa can't do it, nobody can. Alvaro now might be caught out as GAM again hard forced their way into the jungle of MDK for yet another kill on Alvaro.
Well, this is so problematic because they spent nothing to get that kill, so now they're going to be able to start the Baron. They still have all their tools to turn here. Aurora ult is available, so is Nocturne ult, so is Ahri ult.
Mirwin has the Narbar. He's ready to go in. Everybody is stuck in the pit. GAM going across worlds to try to find their way into the fight now, but Elio's already almost dead. Levi jumping into the back, looking to kill Supa, but he ain't going to find enough damage here just yet. Mirwin's still taking a ton as Easy Love goes on a rampage. Now Elyoya is going to try to get away, but Levi's ready to flash over the wall to slow him down. The fear is here. Goodbye, Sejuani. Another kill for Easy Love. GAM don't lose a single man. Alvaro's back alive, but all 5 GAM players are still here. They are still in the topside river, and they are still looking at Baron.
And that's the thing. GAM get pushed off, but they just go right back to it after the kills. Alvaro, hook goes wide. Supa trying to come in. Fresskowy, no ultimate.
Emo running interference. Baron down to about 4,000. They've also got a Kalista. It should be an easy secure. It's going to be secured by Levi. But what about the fight? Fresskowy's got the chance to go huge here, but he ain't going to find it. Another death for Alvaro. Everybody on GAM still alive, and Baron in their possession.
And GAM have all the tools they need now to close out this series, to keep their world's dream alive here. Nearly 10,000 gold ahead. Here was the initial turn. Good job by Supa surviving against Levi and Emo, but it just doesn't matter because there's not enough damage in the tank on the other side. Fresskowy, it's really all up to him in this spot, but he just couldn't find the angle, couldn't find the opportunity to get in there and really turn something around on GAM.
Yeah, and I think shout out to Supa. He is doing his damnedest this game to try and claw this back. He is having the best game he possibly can, but GAM just will not let up. Again, this Nocturne threat, catching out Alvaro, consistently playing off this Aurora. And it's a very similar comp that we saw from Gen G, and I wasn't sure GAM would be able to find the success with this, but they've been playing so well around this early lead that they managed to gain.
I mean, just how damn good is Kiaya? This guy has
yeah.
really
Yeah,
been impressing me. You know, I do think sometimes when you come to these leagues that have the smaller regions, right, you know, people are just overlooking these players and saying, oh, he's good, but he's probably good for that league. Kiaya is just straight good. This guy is incredible. He's playing at an enormously high level, and you can see that win probability powered by AWS. That is... it's just a hair's breadth away from 100%.
Yeah. I saw you squinting, Jack, trying to see how
he's
much...
He's like, so you're telling me there's a chance?
Who's got the microscope? Let me double check.
Well, we'll see if MDK can find that slim opportunity.
Gentlemen, we've got a 7-0-8 Aurora. We've got a 7-2-7 Kalista on the side of GAM. We've still got 80 seconds left on the Baron. plus 2,000 gold on that already, and the Soul will spawn right before the Baron dissipates, so GAM should have total control over Summoner's Rift for the entirety of the timer leading up to it. They're shoving down the bottom lane now. They're pushing towards the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane.
They're just gonna give it. Mirwan's not coming.
Yeah, Mirwan not there. He's just trying to get something back at the tier 2. Fresskowy going in for an ulti. The turret's probably gonna die before the TP even completes. They're going between worlds. Levi diving into the back. If they find Super, the game's gonna be over right there. And immediately, Emo jumps in. Easy Love is dominating. 3 dead on MDK. The final fight will not even be one. GAM just run them over. The TP to guarantee the minions stay alive. Mirwan and Elyoya will try as valiantly as they might to defend, but the turrets are already gone. Vietnam still has some fight left in them, and they will eliminate MDK from Worlds 2024.
And what a story here for the GAM team, qualifying for the Swiss stage, taking down MDK in a best of 3. This is massive in Levi's final Worlds.
The major region assassins always come to play. It's another head on a pike for them, and they are looking at several more as this tournament goes on.
An impressive showing from GAM to bounce back after that first game. The desk is standing by. Tell us what y'all think of that series.
It's crushing for the side. It's crushing for the side of Mad Lions Koi and Elyoya after having to fight up against no one believing them for the entire year. They showed them wrong, but eventually it wasn't enough to beat the might that was Kiaya and Levi and GAM in this series. After what was a promising start and the mental went kind of back and forth, but a couple of key picks, a couple of key moves, and we've said it so many times, Kobe, but that top side of GAM is no joke.
Kiaya was magnificent. They got the Aurora. They even gave away Yone, and in the face of the stats, they took him down. Honestly, as well, we were recommending lane swapping to Mad Lions as a means of actually putting Kiaya behind, but they were so late on their teleport from Merwin on the bottom side that actually just fed 2 kills, and GAM blasted them in their own lane swap to get further ahead.
I'm stunned, but maybe I shouldn't be.
No, I mean...
Because GAM was the best team in play-ins. They made it through 4-0. Last year, they did this to the number 3 seed NA team and Team Liquid, and then this year they just did it to Mad Lions. So I know people are going to say like, classic Mad Lions, blah, blah, blah. But it's also like classic GAM.
Yeah.
They do this more often than they don't.
I think the classic Mad Lions card is unfair. Just like we said we weren't going to bring up 100 Thieves, but just like I thought it was unfair
we weren't
to
bring up
say that too about like 4 rookies and 1 more veteran player, right? I think that is unfair. I think they can be proud of how far they got. But in the context of this series, I think they should be very frustrated because they know that they could play better than what they've shown in Game 2 and 3. But at the end of the day, it was GAM. And Kiaya is our Oppo player of the series because held his own also in Game 2 and was destructive in Game 3.
Because Kiaya is really good. His Aurora is undefeated. He won with it twice in play-ins. He was an absolute force this game. In Game 2, his Kennen was pretty unstoppable. Even in their loss earlier in Swiss to Fnatic, his Jax was an absolute menace to deal with and almost carried them to victory. So Kiaya has been, as much as we want to talk about Levi as the leader for this team, Kiaya has been the closer for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, this series, it took a lot from all of the members of GAM. I was really happy to see them step up, especially Easy Love on the Kalista in the mid fight. Really, really impressive.
Really impressive indeed, and we talked about how for GAM and their region, it is so incredibly important for them to get this win and to continue showing up, and we're heading over to the Verizon post-game interview with Levi.
GAM advances to the next stage and save their world's run, and I have Levi and Koa with me to talk about this amazing series. First things first, congratulations, that was unexpected given the first game. Talk me through the evolution of the series for the first game that Mad Lions won into your recovery. What changed for you guys to keep the victory?
Ở game đầu thì Mad Lions sẽ có một cái chiến thắng áp đảo á. Làm sao để mà em và đồng đội của mình có thể lật ngược thế cờ như vậy? Mình nghĩ là tụi mình đã cười nhiều hơn ở game đầu thứ hai. We had a lot more laughter compared to the first one.
All right, well, a lot of confidence, a lot of laughter, and I think that when I think about VCS, when I think about GAM Esports, the first thing that comes to my mind is the crazy picks that you guys bring, the craziness even in game, but it feels like this version of GAM Esports is way more refined and focused on the macro side of the game. Can you talk me through the evolution of the team from when we saw you guys at MSI and making it at Worlds? What has been the main focuses for you to get better?
Thì khi mà người ta nhắc tới GAM á, thì người ta sẽ nhớ tới những cái lối đánh nó máu lửa và nó đánh nhau liên tục hơn. Nhưng mà ở trong cái lần chung kết thế giới này á, thì tụi em đã có một cái lối đánh nó được gọi là mài dũa hơn khá là nhiều. Thì từ sau MSI cho đến hiện tại thì team và em đã có những thay đổi gì? Mình luôn chia sẻ là team mình luôn nỗ lực cố gắng để phát triển. Và như mình đã nói thì vì team mình nỗ lực cố gắng cho nên team mình đã đánh hay hơn. I've always said that our team is the one that always tries non-stop. And if we keep on trying, then we'll be playing better.
You were just telling me about the fact that you guys started laughing, started having fun, and this is what was the turning point for you guys in this series. Tell me more about the mood and the relationship you have with your teammates.
Em có thể kể thêm về cái mood với lại cái mối quan hệ giữa em với những người đồng đội của mình không? Lúc lên sân khấu thì em có nói với Imo là khi mà mình ở dưới sân khấu và mình nhìn với những đội tâm lý thi đấu thì nhìn gương mặt họ mình có thể thấy là game này họ sẽ thua. Và em nói với Imo là chắc em không muốn mọi người nghĩ em như thế đâu nhỉ. Thế nên là kiểu mình phải đổi trạng thái để cười nhiều hơn để mình sẽ có thêm tự tin khi thi đấu. Before we went on the stage, I told Imo about how we as a viewer can look on the stage at the face of their players and tell if they are scared or pressured and if they would not be having a good game. And I told Imo that you don't want to be like this. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that right? And then I wanted him to change the mood.
That is amazing. And you guys managed to change the mood and grab the victory. But Levi, I know that you still have a lot of international fans who are really, really happy to see you at Worlds. Do you have a message for them in English?
Thank you guys so much. And I think no matter who we play next match, we're going to play with a lot of confidence, I think.
Cannot wait to see that confidence. Thank you so much for the interview, Koa. Thank you so much for the translation, as always. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're going to be right back in a few minutes with the second game of the day, Pain Gaming versus Team Liquid. Stay tuned.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb that's taken. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've
Today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have an elimination match between the representatives from CBLOL and the LCS. And for fans of both regions, the stakes could not be higher. On one side, Pain Gaming's Titan, CBLOL's most internationally experienced player, on Brazil's most famed organization, are fighting to keep the hopes of the CBLOL alive and advance in the tournament.
PSG have the addicted carry. Should I know the smite just in time? A comedy there, but Titan is clutch.
Titan has proven himself to be a confident and aggressive player, but he's going to have to prove himself once more against a team that was one series win away from an undefeated split in the LCS.
Chris just goes, yep, I'll try and 1v3, and now Xiao doing the same. He has to flash away, get out of there while this Renekton TL running them down.
His direct counterpart, Yon, has time and again been a point of power for Team Liquid on the world stage. But the LCS second seed have yet to win a game at this tournament. They are now both playing to remain in Worlds 2024, and Yon is going to have to pull out all the stops in order to shut down Titan and Pain Gaming.
Hype matchup in the bot lane and hype matchup overall, the Battle of the Americas. We've got Pain Gaming versus Team Liquid. They're both up against elimination. We have a very special guest with us from the CBLOL broadcast. Takeshi, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a little spoiler for the next year.
Yeah, the future.
Becoming America's region, and here we are.
Yeah.
Like, Jet, I don't want to be mean, but in the beginning of the day, I saw you saying that nothing different from MZK winning and Team Liquid winning would happen today.
Yeah.
And you were wrong, the first one, right?
Listen, I'm usually wrong a bit, so I got it out of the way. I can't be wrong twice in a row.
No.
Surely.
Takeshi, before we go on, it's true that you are the most successful ex-CBLOL pro player to never win a title, allegedly.
Yeah, I'm like I think the Odoamne from Brazil, the guy that got like 5 finals straight and didn't get the title. I've been playing since like 2010, and I just like retired in 2019 and then joined the broadcast team for the Brazil.
I just had to throw out the meme.
Nah, that's fine. That's the most common thing that people do in Brazil. They just play me every time.
I do want to bring it back to this matchup because we might start off jokingly, and it is friendly between us, but you said it already. Next year looks completely different for the CBLOL and for the LCS because of the merger, and that makes everything a bit more intense, I feel like, Takeshi.
Yeah, and then like the spoiler for this game, it was like the most traditional organization in CBLOL history, Pain Gaming against Team Liquid, which is one of the most traditional
ones. Been there
ones.
since the start,
Yeah, so like fighting in a BO3, going like do or die matchup, that's gonna be like insane. And I think Titan has the experience to bring us the victory today.
Yeah, I am more nervous as the day goes on, especially you're talking about having upsets already. Plus also we came in with really high expectations of Team Liquid, and we've already seen some errors and some cracks really form in the games that they've played, coming down to just mechanical errors coming from them. It is both like saving flashes, flashing late, and then in some team fights, the positioning just way too aggressive, especially some of the carries like APA, of course, that's some really big highlight ones. And so Team Liquid, it's this dichotomy of they still have made a lot of smart decisions as a team. So they still get themselves into these good spots, and you still see, gold leads, and you still see them in games setting up for good possible objectives. But then when they go and do the fight, they mess up the fight.
Yeah.
Can we bring the graph back, maybe?
I mean, it's fine. It goes in the middle and then it's bad.
Yeah,
because
it's true.
in these fights, as we see the graph again, it's their mid game being very strong, which makes everyone hopeful. But I will also say their early games aren't nearly as strong as they're used to. So after their powerful mid game, they're not with the gargantuan lead. They're in a slight advantage, and then I'd say like, overall, the team is just trying to play too fast in the actual team fights. They're trying to make, like, APA specifically tried to make the big play in both of those games, failed in both of those games, and like they just got to calm down.
The perspective that we have in Brazil is that APA goes to the impact silent so much, and if that not goes well for them, then they just get lost.
And it's got to go well for them today. Here they are, Team Liquid, taking to the stage, trying to get that first victory, and Pain Gaming with all of Brazil behind them. And you got to kind of love the position that they're in, not the 0-2, but the fact that there are a lot of people that would like to see this upset happen, right, Takashi?
Right, I'm the one of those people for sure. Like, I believe in Titan. I think he has an insane game against T1, soloing Gomayushi in the laning phase in a 2v2. I hope that they did not like put Weiser in a bad spot for this next game, because Impact's gonna be the guy that I'm looking forward to have the potential to carry TL in this match.
For sure, and I would say, like, from a mentality perspective, I'd love to be in Pain's Gaming shoes. Like, when you're coming in as the underdog that feels like they have a chance of winning, but if you lose, you're not just going to get flamed all the way home. It's a different mindset to enter games into, and I think that is something that I feel like they're going to be able to leverage.
Yeah, and the mindset for Brazil, generally, like, the pressure is on the planes. I think on the Swiss stage, we didn't get that much pressure. Okay, the god of the draw is not Brazilian for sure, because we got G2, we got T1, and now TL.
Yeah.
But I think that the pressure is much more on Team Liquid side.
It's a good point, actually. You got a very, very difficult draw. The same could go for Team Liquid as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much pressure because of the Americas merger and because of already the trash talk. You want more ammunition for North versus South trash talk, and this is priming us for an entire year next year.
So begin then, begin.
Yeah, just like Team Liquid lost to the Minions.
I don't want to do it now!
TL lost to Minions. We can do it, guys.
So I will say the things that are most important things to me in draft, aside from giving away Yone, the thing though, Shocks, though, is actually a negative because we're banning it on blue side, and we were worried that APA, because he has not played a Yone game in his entire career, we were holding out hopes that they've been practicing it in secret and they would still be able to use it, but it is a very bad sign that we are banning it on blue side, and we are not threatening that we will first pick it.
I take my excitement back.
Yeah, I'm already a bit worried on that, because the two most important things to me in draft for Team Liquid here are going to be APA's champion pool and getting Umpty on a tank. If we have Umpty on, you know, Sejuani, Maokai, even Skarner, as they actually ban out the Skarner themselves too, so the Sejuani and Maokai, I'm really banking on those. And then APA, because of what we've seen with his positioning in team fights being a big risk, I really want him on something that has mobility. I don't want to see the Syndra again multiple times. You know, he flashed forward or he even just walked forward into very vulnerable positions. So
maybe Ari, something like that?
Something, exactly. Okay. Something like Ari, something with any sort of mobility.
Oh, okay, that's
a good ban.
That's a smart ban. So yesterday I spoke with Buzio, and he said that we should ban the Sejuani against the TL. So I think that the bans that Pain just did is incredible. We should ban the Yone, but TL just helped us.
They helped you out a lot. Is there anything we have to look forward to that something you'd really like to see on the side of it?
Everyone was banning the Lucian and Jax, so TL first picking Jax, I think it's good for like the TL draft in general. And about Pain Gaming, generally, like, we play two sources of engage. If Carioca is playing more like a carry jungler, then Titan goes more for like Jim and Ashe to help us set up things. But if Carioca goes like Maokai, something like that, Titan can go Kai'Sa. And I think Titan is really good on Kai'Sa. We didn't see it before in this championship, and I think that he can bring it today.
It's a Nocturne.
Yeah, could open up for Nocturne Orianna, but I think you want to see what Team Liquid has for AD carry and mage before you commit to that. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Maokai here out of Umpty.
I kind of already like this Nocturne pick, because if you're showing Jax, there's going to be some side lane play. And Nocturne is so good at shutting down side lanes, so regardless of the combo that they put with it.
I wanted this guy for us. And I think like Tinkedo can bring Ari. I don't think he'll play Orianna that much. He doesn't like that much mages. I think more the Ari or something like Nico, something like that for him is better than Orianna. He doesn't excels at playing contra mages that much.
So here, either we get like a Rel or something, you know, lock our support early, or we go for the APA champion. And I kind of want them to get a good APA champion first. But we'll see.
It would have to be blind, though, if they pick the APA champion here. So they're going to wait in 4-5 and have a few bans kick in. I'm totally fine having the Rel for Core JJ. Having hard engage is strong.
Okay, that's surprising.
I don't love that
a bit. Like, I like the comp, the Nocturne and Orianna combo, but Keto playing Orianna is not like what he excels on. And I think Kuri is probably looking for an Alistar angle. He has an insane Alistar, and he can just like counter the Rel from Core JJ.
Well,
Let's see.
I think it's getting locked in.
Okay, that surprised me a bit. Let's see.
All right, we definitely need the mobility for APA. Like, this is the thing I'm worried about most in the draft. Like,
Nico.
Nocturne Orianna combos are going to threaten him now, so yeah. I mean, Nico is a good champion for him. Even though everyone's going to look at the Nico game.
It's one of his best picks.
He had big blunders, but most of those blunders were around just, it looked like just being so rushed in teamfights and everything.
Errors.
And he could have made those errors on any other champ. So I still think it's a good ban.
I think now we should be worried on like Ahri and Vi combo for the TL, so I would ban Ahri or Vi in here for Pain. Orianna does beat Ahri on the laning phase, so they can manage that, but I would take off the Vi if I was them.
Are you happy or sad about the first 3 picks at this point? I'm actually really, I'm liking the first 3 picks from Team Liquid. I'm feeling pretty comfortable with these.
I'm confident as well, but like I'm just a little bit with some fear about Zinkedo's laning phase on Orianna, and they are not like banning the Vi and Ahri. So if Onti and Appa can do it, I'm worried for Zinkedo.
I really like the bans from Pain here with Maokai and Nico because I was hoping to get Umti on more of a tank champion. Now he would go more for the comp or what the standard would be, and I'm more expecting to see Vi, Ahri, or something like that. He has played it.
Okay.
I wouldn't say he's played it super well.
That's nice to
he's
hear.
definitely had most of his success.
Okay.
He's mostly had his success on the champions that are currently banned.
Okay, so now we're probably going for the support here, right? Let's see.
Yeah, they could just take Leona, Nautilus, Alistar, whichever they want.
I love Kuri Alistar. That can
Is
help
there
a
a
bit.
power pick
with
80
the
carry that
Orianna.
hasn't been banned out yet that would just be clearly the best?
I think there's like Jim and Nash. Okay, he does love the Ezreal.
And do you love it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't play in Ezreal. I do love it. Like his win rate in Brazil is like 90% in like 40 games, something like that. That's like incredible win rate that he has in Brazil. But let's see in this match. I think he has a hard game in here. Like Jax, Rell, and Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa can dive Ezreal if they get to them. So that's gonna be a complicated match.
Yeah, I think later on into the game, like Jan has a very, very high chance of being able to take over, but we'll see about the early stages because it could be painful in lane phase. You're saving your last pick here for the support. So.
There's the Vi that I told you to ban. Pain Gaming, why?
Probably Ahri too.
Yeah.
That's just the combo.
Yeah.
Oh, no, your nightmares are coming true.
I don't know why.
We'll see the last pick. You do have to run right after it because I believe you're interviewing Pain Coach, but you can watch the last pick and
we
then...
got a picture coming.
Wait, Bart?
This was awesome. And what do we get?
Oh, that's a risky pick, but
It is.
Kuri likes it as well in the Brazilian scene. But I would go the Alistar in here. I think he is really, really good on Bard, but his Alistar is something else, you know? So I would pick the Alistar here. Let's see. Okay.
Kuri, know your stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Guys,
all right.
I'm going to the Brazilian broadcast.
Yes.
It was a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Obrigada. Awesome. What do we think?
I think by the book, Team Liquid's team comp is good, but I'm a little nervous about the execution barrier that they have with the Vi Ahri.
I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, I came in really, really worried, but I actually really like the clear game plan.
Okay, we got a clear game plan. We got a lot of hope. We got a lot of stress. It's a battle of the Americas. Let's head over to our casters.
Let's get ready to rumble. North America versus Brazil in an elimination best of 3 to determine who deserves to still keep playing here at Worlds 2024. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just now rejoining us, off the bat, I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Dagda. Now, gentlemen, let's go ahead and set the stage here because I did ask our stats people to go ahead and look into the history of this head-to-head. Hello. We're going to remove Azael's curse today, too, by the way. Don't worry.
We're winning.
There's
We
no
are
evil
winning today.
magic here.
There's no curse.
We're going to remove
There is no curse.
We're going to remove all of that. However, let's go ahead and look into the history of NA versus Brazil at Worlds. I had our stats people dive into it earlier today. The all-time record at Worlds for NA versus Brazil, including in play-ins, is 9-2, favoring North America. So 82% win rate for NA. The 2 losses are the BRTT versus Double Lift matchup back in 2015, and Jats Team Liquid
losing to INTZ in 2020.
Yep, and Jat even told me that required him to run it down exceptionally hard in draft. He said that they drafted the best Merc Treads team ever.
Renekton, Lilia, TF, Ashe, Thresh.
Yeah.
And then he said
built
they
5
bought
Merc Treads and they lost.
Yeah. So he said just as long as Team Liquid doesn't do that today, he thinks they've got a good shot. And I don't see any of those champions
team, so we're
on
good.
Team Liquid's side. By the way, keep your eyes on the prize here in the bottom lane. The featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Yawn versus Chitan. This is two dudes who both have the opportunity to step up and really make an impact here in Game 1.
And one thing I will say is I am a little bit nervous about the Impact Jax. Not because I don't think he can play the champion. Yes, he can play the champion. You know, yes, he can perform well on it. But he is just so exceptional on these enablers, on these kind of tanks and more supportive style champions that I never really like when I see him on the carry. And I do think that he does have some really bad tendencies when he is playing carries because he is so selfless. And when you are playing champions like Jax, you need to be greedy. You need to play for your waves, play for your farm, play for your levels. And at times, he'll put himself in these spots where he's just sacrificing for the team, he's over grouping, and then you're going to end up being really, really useless on these types of champs. So we'll see how they can do, but TL are going to initiate lane swap.
They were spotted though. This is a great ward just as the
Impact's going to soak XP. He's not behind them.
It.
He's just going to stand here. Chitan just checked the forward brushes, so he can just soak all of this experience. He's just going to stand here. He's not going to do anything.
Because I was about to say, Karaoke got in and he stole away Raptor camp on the strong side. Actually may even steal away the red buff as well. So Karaoke is getting a good amount here for himself. It is answered by Umti on the bottom side though. So they're in a similar position, but this is huge for Impact.
Impact is loving this, man.
Yeah. Look at Gnar on the other side. Weiser has to go mid and share XP with Jinkato. So they actually have solo XP being grabbed by APA. Jinkato and Weiser are sharing experience, and Impact is going to be getting, you know, all the experience from that first wave. And now with this crashing, he knows that Curry's probably not here. He's going to walk back. He's going to actually be able to farm the wave, or at the very least soak experience here. This is incredible as far as a start here for Impact.
Yeah, Counter-Strike immediately, forcing the Arcane Shift out of Chitan, sidesteps the Mystic Shot, not farming the wave, but over the wall comes Umpty. Nice early flash from Chitan, makes sure that he avoids the Flash Vault Breaker from Umpty, gets himself back, but still, the state of the experience in bottom lane that you're talking about, Azael, that's the big story here for Impact.
Yeah, especially because Visor has already had to burn that TP to get up to that lane to try and match. CoreJJ has moved down to this bottom side though, so I'm curious if they're trying to set up another play on towards Chitan, but he still has that Arcane Shift. Looks like they're just worried about if there was going to be some sort of double up with Curry as he starts to move down to this bottom side.
Exactly. They also don't know where Karaoke is, right? So, you know, if Impact is pushing this out, he could get wrapped around on. So I think it is just to give that safety for the crash here. APA taking the bad end and some trades here in mid lane from Jinkato. Obviously, he was in that 1v2, so you can expect him to be getting pushed in, as he did lose some health, you know, early on from that Gnar. But APA is going to have to go back to base and TP.
You know, Umpty just hanging around, making a quick pass through here as Scuttle Crabs are about to spawn on both sides of the river. Let's see. Pain Gaming does have their jungler down here in this bottom side. Impact and CoreJJ both level 3. However, a 2v3 is not going to feel too great for him. Now with Karaoke at level 4. Curry doing a nice job flashing in for the pulverized headbutt. Impact has to try to escape on this one. Counter-Strike, flashback over the wall. 150 HP left. Team Liquid's top laner gets away.
Really good, though. At the end of the day, that's 3 summoners there from Pain. Flash off Curry as well as the Ignite and the flash on Karaoke just for the one flash there from Impact. So Impact is going to be happy to survive, to get out, and the wave is pushing towards him. So he just TPs right back to the bottom. CoreJJ will be here. There will be no threat with no summons on the Alistar, and Impact's going to be able to collect all of this farm.
And that's what I was going to say is huge for him, because Weiser's just reset, but he's got to walk his little legs up there. Whereas for TL, they just get to collect this entire wave. CoreJJ's keeping him in check, and maybe even engage here.
Just jumping in on Chitan, knowing that he has no flash, he's low on mana. It's not very easy for him to avoid that damage.
And the other thing that's kind of a bit of an untold story so far is the fact that because Impact hid here, got all that XP and defended the tower, not one plate taken by Pain in a lane swap. So it's not only the experience, it's the expectation that you'd be getting all of this gold on that bot side here. You know, because Pain normally, you know, when you have that lane swap, you get that 2v1, 3v1, sometimes 4v1 scenario where you get 2 to 3 plates on bot lane tower.
Yeah, with CoreJJ going down towards the bottom side though, TL haven't got a plate either, so it's a bit even Stevens in that regard, but you're still opening up a nice CS lead for Yawn, and as you say, the experience and all that extra CS, well, still kind of working out for Weiser in this one.
Jinkato now under pressure. Ball breaker charged up, doesn't even have to fully commit it. They forced the flash out. Jinkato knew he had to use that summoner spell, otherwise it would have been a real nasty situation. So getting rid of the summoner there from the mid laner. We'll see if Team Liquid can make good on it before the cooldown comes back.
Nicely done by TL though, going in, putting a little pressure on, not committing any summoners themselves, just the threat of that engage forced out that early flash here from Jinkato. And now that means you're Orianna against Vi Ahri with no flash. So when they hit 6, there is a bullseye on his back. Pain is going to have to play around him, going to have to really protect him. And we'll see if TL can actually execute on that, because that is the bread and butter of these comps. Low mobility mage here, you got to punish.
And that's why Karyoka and Curry are starting to move up so quickly to this top side, because not only is it just the level 6, it's CoreJJ now opening up on the map. He can be such a threat here. And now, as APA ticks over to level 6, I think that's exactly what they want to do.
CoreJJ stepping a little bit further forward. Umpty wants to join him here with a ball breaker, try to back up his support. Shockwave comes in, but APA wraps around from the side. It'll be first blood over to Pain Gaming, and Karyoka's getting paid. Curry wants to get away, but he's running back into the Team Liquid jungle. A little bit more damage will take him down, and APA's on the board. Yawn needs to keep on running. It's an even trade, but just barely. Yawn popping the barrier at the very end, afraid of that last little bit of damage from the command dissonance. He escapes. Even game.
Yeah, dead even game right now, but it's first blood going over to Pain, and they have the winning HP, so they're going to be able to take the grubs off of this back as well. Pain going to be feeling really happy about how those skirmishes went. Still, TL overall, obviously when you initiate this lane swap, you're expecting to be down in gold. They are not, so not too bad at the end of the day.
The Hex Flash, though, here getting interrupted just barely by CoreJJ getting that Shattering Strike into the Crashdown, but still the kind of the knock away, right as that ultimate from the Orianna came through, did only catch onto Umpty, and then TL at least are able to come in and pick off the low health bar on Curry as CoreJJ mounts up to walk away, but that was very close to being a little bit more of a disaster if that knockback onto CoreJJ hadn't come through.
Yeah, and that barrier from Yawn late there, actually on the distance, the damage had already come through, so definitely not perfectly timed.
All right, wave crashing into mid lane, tier 1 turret. Jinkato just going to keep farming that one up. The first blood did go over to the Nocturne. Karyoka having the paranoia ready to go now. This is always one of the biggest points of the game for Nocturne, that first ulti and how much value you get out of it.
Absolutely, but Umpty is now 6 as well. APA is 6. Of course, they have those ultimates, pretty much ready to go here, and there's no flash on Jinkato still, so we'll see if they can actually find that kill in mid lane. That's where they're going to be looking. We'll see if Umpty can find a play.
Looks like APA still has a little bit of time left on the cooldown for his, so they will have to wait a little bit longer to try and set that up. Umpty back down around the bottom lane now. CoreJJ only level 4, but Yawn is level 6 for the Killer Instinct. Chitan still only level 5 on the Ezreal. Of course, True Shot Barrage not as impactful as an ulti in these melees and these big scraps as the Killer Instinct would be, but a very powerful tool for wave control and team fight damage if they get into a bigger fight. Umpty's going to start up the Drake now, though, for TL.
Yeah, and I like this for TL. He got pushed in mid. You shadow bot side with Umpty to make sure they can get the shove, and it's very difficult for Karyoka to actually try and contest this. He was shifting down towards his bottom side, so needs to get his camps to ensure TL don't get both Dragon and this bottom side jungle, but it means he's also not in a position to try and counteract or counter punch on the top side. So overall, just good map movement from TL and good understanding where Karyoka was going to be in the map.
Okay, and as we often see, neutral objectives early on traded between the two teams. Firstly, Grubs went to Pain. First, Drake went over to Team Liquid. The timers are not synced up at all, though, about 3 minutes separating them. So I'm curious if we're going to see much of a fight here for the second set of Grubs.
I think we will, because TL is actually already swapping their bot lane to head up towards top. Impact just gave up that big wave that was pushing towards him, and he's going to allow Yawn to collect that while he heads out down towards bot to collect the wave that will eventually bounce off of Chitan's tower. As APA does spot Curry there.
Okay, grabs a little bit of damage onto him. Honestly, not a whole lot to write home about. Does have the Spirit Rush ready to go again. Does have Flash. Umpty also with a Flash and ulti of his own. Everything pretty much up on both sides. Impact down here in bottom lane has his teleport ready to join if a fight breaks out up in top side. But remember, the teleports are still not yet unleashed. Should be ready to go by the time the Grubs are also spawning. As you can see, Yawn still just farming up there in the top lane. 60 stacks left on the Cull.
Yeah, and I think Curry has done a really good job playing around Jinkato here. He is the most vulnerable member to this R-Vi combo, and They have not been able to find any sort of a go with it so far on the TL side, but you can see Cheeton has moved up. They clearly want to contest Grubs.
Okay.
And it's going to be about this play, though, because Impact has the TP advantage on bot side. Weiser TP down towards bot, so I feel like Pain have kind of botched the setup here a little bit, because as long as he can't get interrupted by the Mega Gnar, he can always TP to join. So if Pain overcommit towards the Grubs, it's going to go really bad for them.
And that's what I was going to point out. It felt like, you know, Cheeton was still down in that bottom side as Weiser TP'd in. So you had a wave where you could have waited for some sort of like walk down, but instead ends up going for it. And now your Grubs aren't even up for another 20 seconds, so Impact should be able to clear out this wave and then still be in a position to follow up. The only reason behind I could see it is that they're basically just trying to force feed Jinkiero right now. He got the wave in mid, then transported himself up to that top side, so then he could get another big wave that was crashing there. So it definitely feels like Pain Gaming are trying to get a lot of resources into this Orianna right now.
Carioca stepping up here a little bit. Pain does not want to allow these Grubs to go away for free, but Team Liquid is trying to keep forcing this vision line further and further ahead. You can see they've got a ward in the chicken brush already.
They haven't spotted Umti, though. Impact could be in trouble.
Yeah, Weiser with a nice slam back into the wall. Wants to throw the boulder. Impact with the flash away. Nearly solo killed down there in the 1v1 bottom lane, but a nice engaged Vault Breaker flash coming out from Umti. Curry tries to get away, but APA's got the damage. Team Liquid with a 1-for-0 so far, and a nice charm onto Carioca's going to put him in a little bit of a compromised spot here, too. Fight fades as PNG walk away, one man fewer.
Beautiful Q flash there from Umti, though. Actually connects on 2 members, knocking them up, getting that damage. Just should be able to get them the Grubs here. But it's also a big win for Weiser on the bot side. He's opened up a 700 gold lead now against Impact, who first picked this Jax, almost got solo killed there, had the flash away to safety, is now down 20 CS and 600 gold.
And I feel like if you've been watching the LCS this year, if you've been tuning in to Team Liquid and how they've been playing, Impact had a monster performance. He won MVP in summer. He was constantly making every other top laner in the league look silly. And now to be made to look the same amount of silliness by his opponent in Weiser, Pain Gaming stepping up.
But it's your most improved player that I want to praise here, because that was a great shift from him, and it feels like whenever TL come off to these early advantages, it's off the back of APA in these roams, like pushing in the side lane, starting to move towards mid. He's looked great on picks like the Talia in the LCS, and now on the Ahri as well. He got that first move. He was the one that helped to set up while Jinkiero was still trying to chase the fight, and if TL can continue to play around APA like they normally do, I think you're in a good spot to continue burning, well, punishing the fact now that you burned Cheeton's flash and also Curry's as well.
I do agree, but honestly, it is concerning if you start losing that side lane 1v1. The game gets so much harder if you're falling behind in that 1v1. You're getting pressure. There's always the threat of the Nocturne coming in and looking to set up that dive. Plus, we have the Nocturne Orianna combo, which has been showcased a number of times at Worlds, is incredibly strong, very difficult to avoid, to deal with. You know, TL, they are playing a pretty heavily execution-based comp here, and that is where they have failed at Worlds. You know, this team has put themselves in good spots to win against some of the best LPL teams out there. You know, LNG, they were in a good spot to win. That's the team that went 3-0 first, but at the end of the day, they have failed on their execution. That's what they really need to clean up.
First items coming online in a few different spots. Mid laners have both of theirs. Archangels finish for Jinkiero. Malignance first for APA for the extra ultimate cooldown. Sundered Sky for the buy. Over on the other side, Experimental Hexplate for the Nocturne. We usually see this or the Stridebreaker first. Experimental Hexplate just going to give you the greater amount of stats compared to the active of the Stridebreaker. Up there in the top side, still Impact working on that call, trying to regain a little bit of the money that he's fallen behind compared to Weiser using that one. But the Static Shiv for Yawn, also a pretty big first purchase here for the Kai'Sa with 15 seconds left before the turret plates fall, before the Rift Herald spawns. Mountain Drake still live on the map, and right now it looks like it's Pain Gaming wanting to start it off.
Weiser having popped Mega Gnar, though, could be the opportunity that TL need. You can even see the roam coming down from APA again, just slightly ahead of his opposition, but everyone on Pain Gaming backed away. I don't think they can, you can see they can't contest the Dragon. Weiser having popped that Mega Gnar just makes him so much less of a threat in this fight.
Looks like Pain still hanging around the area. Carioca securing that blue buff for himself. Level 9 on the Nocturne, same as Umti's Vi. Yawn gonna come over, help Umti finish this one off. Oh my God, he stole it! An early smite from Umti, and it's gonna be stolen away by Cheeton, but instead Team Liquid turn to fight. Now they've got the first kill for themselves, but immediately one comes back as Umti falls. Now APA is stuck behind enemy lines, going in for Carioca. Yawn flies in with a killer instinct, and Team Liquid is up 2 for 1 so far in the fight. Impact wants to go in for the counter-strike, but it doesn't have the stun here just yet. One last Void Seeker, kaboom for Yawn!
It started off as hard heartbreak, but that rebound's looking real good for TL. The steal on the Dragon just clips the edge.
He literally didn't even use smite.
But this engage from Core JJ was brilliant. The charm follow-up. Then look at the opportunities to get on towards the backline. I got a little nervous when I saw APA dashing towards Pain Gaming, but Jan supporting his mid laner, going directly in onto Karaoke, and it was that 1-2 punch that really sealed the deal for TL.
Exactly, and I think that's why he's diving forward, knowing that the Killer Instinct is ready, knowing that he's going to have that assistance in the backline, and the major cooldowns are already gone from Pain. Nice play, though, from Titan, and definitely a failed execution there from Empty. He did not combo his smite. He didn't even press smite. You know, if he just E-smites there, he did it when it was a bit above 900 health, but if you just press E-smite, auto-smite, anything, that's a guaranteed kill. And we'll see if this comes back to bite them later, because now you're set back on that road towards Soul.
You gotta smite the damn Drake. I know that sometimes you might be thinking about min-maxes, save it for later, whatever, but in moments like that, you don't want to be giving away the objectives. Nicely done from Chitan, but now it's Jinkato in trouble. They wombo combo, a little bit of crash down with Charm, but it's going to be outplayed by Pain Gaming. Looking good up here in the top lane. Jinkato just making Core and APA look foolish.
This Ahri just doesn't have enough damage in the tank. We saw it yesterday from all of our Ahris. We're seeing it now for APA. When you want to go for these tower dives, there's just not enough to burst down a member.
Okay, now we got a TP coming in for Pain. They want to force the tier 2 down here in the bottom lane. A little bit of extra burn from the 3 grubs. Pain Gaming, they might be down in kills, but they're up in gold. They're outplaying Team Liquid around the map.
And Impact is going to be completely useless. You know, he is completely out of the game. He is, you know, first pick this on blue side. That is where you're putting the prio, and he has just not played it well enough. You know, had a really clever level 1, got the experience, but Weiser has been heavily outplaying him in those side lanes, in the 1v1, almost solo killed him, has now taken multiple towers there with the assistance of the team.
Umpty happening to flash away there from Curry as he jumps in for the headbutt pull combo. APA finally going to claim this turret up here in the top lane, but it's still only 1-2 in that count as well.
But it's Pain Gaming showing that they're not out of it just yet. This is a team that many were like, oh, but they made it to the main event. But Pain Gaming want to show so much more of what they can achieve here. This is the first time we've ever seen a CBLOL representative make it to the main event. They played against our idols in T1 as well, but now they want to try and see if they can go toe-to-toe with TL to boot it.
It has been a long time, but they have made it before. They made it, you know, 8 years since the CBLOL made it, 9 years since Pain made it, so they have made it to that main stage a couple times, but definitely been a long while. And representing their region well here, trying to show that they can take down one of the big dogs here. And gonna look for Jinkato once again. This time, he does have the Archangel Shield still ready.
He goes over the wall, but the Vault Breaker does not find the target. He uses a very early ulti on the Orianna. Jinkato's still alive for now, but Jan goes on a killing spree. The Team Liquid 80 carry 3-0-2, 5 out of 6 kill participation. Really trying to make this one happen as APA goes over the wall, finds Chitan. Gets him down to 150, but can't commit anymore. The paranoia protecting the Ezreal from what would have been death.
Pretty surprised that Chitan didn't actually use Cleanse. Like, he just kind of sat through that. Very close to going down.
Calculated.
Ended up working out for him. I mean, you just kind of trade the ultis at the end of the day. Nocturne also very long cooldown here at rank 1. You know, not level 11 just yet for Karaoke. So APA is still going to be pretty happy about that.
Especially with a minute until the next dragon, not having that tool available is going to hurt. And when you want to try and set up for this combo between the jungle and mid on Pain Gaming, so nice pick, a nice use of that ultimate from APA in return, and with everyone now resetting, you're getting control over mid, you're starting to set up on this bottom side, you should be able to shift this weight with APA from mid to that bottom side and guarantee yourselves a turret take.
And while Impact is very behind, Jan and APA both in great positions. Jan, in fact, has been massive in this game thus far. I think he's played really well at Worlds overall and is now nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Chitan. On this Kai'Sa is set up for success.
Okay, 20 seconds until the Drake spawns. Now, there's not nearly as much pressure on Pain to fight for this as there might have been otherwise. APA immediately getting comboed by Curry. The Alistar threatening so much follow-up from the rest of Pain. APA forced to use the Spirit Rush. This could put TL in a really bad spot for this upcoming Drake fight. They might just need to surrender it.
Yeah, they have to give it up. You know, APA just playing with fire there. Now going to get his recall stopped. Not really at risk of going down to that. Impact is going to push out topside, but now you got one dragon stolen. The next dragon is actually botched here by a little bit of overconfidence there from APA. Moves too far forward, has to drop the Spirit Rush. And you're not really going to be able to trade much of anything for it. I think Weiser's going to get up there before there's really much threat on the tower, so Impact will get a little bit of chip damage, pull the gold a little bit closer, but They all left him to just try to solo it.
Team Liquid does not want to allow Pain Gaming to get this for free. Karyoka's going to claim the Drake. He flashes away. He stays alive with about 200 HP. Pain retreating back to the mid lane, but at the same time, Impact is left free farming up at the top side, beating on the tier 2.
This is actually such a misplay from Pain because they had guaranteed themselves the dragon, and everyone's like, okay, Karyoka's got it, no problem. No one helps him out. That means not only does Core get in there and force them to actually contest, he has to use his flash, he has to use his ult, and Weiser had to leave top lane to walk back towards the fight because he was thinking there was a 5v5 going to break out. So instead of Impact getting nothing, them getting the dragon, they end up getting a tier 2 tower top, they end up forcing a flash. Yes, Pain still get the dragon, but jeez, that was really kind of botched there.
And look at the gold difference now between Impact and Weiser. That was sitting above 1,000 gold. Now it's only a kill in the difference, and that can definitely change such a big factor in this game for Weiser not having as much control on a sideline as they start to scale towards this, level 14, 15, 16.
I mean, the tier 2 towers are just worth so much gold, right? So, that really did hurt that 1v1. You could say Weiser maybe should have just gone up to defend the tier 2 anyway, but it is always tough when you think, hey, maybe a fight's going to break out, maybe I need to be there. But either way, TL see the opportunity as everyone from Pain just walked out and left Karyoka to do it. They go in, they put that pressure on, and now Impact in a much better spot as a result. Yawns on 2 fully completed items, but Pain fighting well and are winning out in that dragon game.
And for Pain, you can kind of see they're a bit unsure of themselves as to how they want to try and approach the map. They're trying to cover Weiser on that top side, but it's leaving space for APA in the bottom end. There's also multiple members that aren't really holding on to this mid wave as well, so TL now starting to put a little bit of threat on towards there. So I think Pain just struggling on the map state. This was something that was kind of touted for them coming off of their domestic play, was they were get off to these great leads. They had a strong early game, but unsure about themselves when it got to that mid-game scenario. And now against TL, it's coming back to hurt them a little.
All right, 21 minutes into the game, so Baron is live. Pain Gaming trying to make sure they've got control of their own red side jungle, but the bottom lane's in some trouble. Umpty and APA, that's the Wombo combo you draft these 2 champions for. Vi and Ahri wiping the Orianna off the map, applying more pressure to the bottom lane tier 2, while Core JJ and Yan keep the wave shoved up into the tier 1 in mid lane. Karyoka hovering between the 2, but there's nothing to even do about this bottom lane. The tier 2 is deleted, and Team Liquid is 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, that's a great play there from TL. And on top, no flashes cost, and on the other side, Genkato lost his flash and died, so now it's so hard to play side lane at all on the Orianna here, knowing that Vi is waiting, knowing that Ahri is waiting. Second item gets completed, and it's the book. APA's feeling confident here.
The Book of Yap.
Yep.
This is the kind of thing that you're ready.
You've heard of the Death Note. This is the Yap Note.
I did love the idea of him scrolling through to find out what he's going to say in all chat.
He's been quiet so far this tournament because they have been getting the better of him, so not a lot of yapping has come out so far from Captain America.
Maybe that's why.
That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe the yapping is his power.
Yeah. You must embrace the yap.
Yeah.
Become one with this.
Exactly. He did pretty well in the LCS, but Yan working towards that third item. He has been very accelerated. He's going towards that AP variant. I prefer it so heavily over just like full-on AD. Another tower falls here. That's 5 taken off the map by TL as they're going to try to move to pressure this bot side once again. You can see Impact pushing up there, and Umpty was trailing him, but TL happy to just play through these side lanes and keep looking for picks with the Vi.
All right, gentlemen, we are sub 90 seconds away from our next Drake this game. I'm expecting to get another fight for it. Curry and Karyoka trying to maintain the vision in their own red side jungle, as we are also at the point of the game where these buffs become team-wide, so grabbing the red's gonna feel pretty good for everybody. Team Liquid taking the chance to secure the Scuttle Crab here in the top side river and all the extra vision that also provides. Umpty picking up the red for Team Liquid at the same time, as these timers are pretty well synced up. Core JJ and APA staying pretty close together as the Scryer Trinket is used by Pain just to make sure Team Liquid's not trying to sneak in early Baron.
Exactly. I mean, when you see a Kai'Sa this fed with the Rage Blade, Baron does die incredibly fast. Of course, they don't know where the Vi is, so they don't realize that Umpty's not on the side of the map and Teal wouldn't be doing it. Impact maybe gonna find an angle here. We'll see if he gets spotted out. Curry could be in trouble.
Yeah, Curry finds Yan, headbutts him back. Loses the Aftershock there now. Immediately they jump on the Alistar. Unbreakable Will does not live up to the name. Yon goes on a rampage. Team Liquid with a free pick.
They were trying to set up for the Dragon that's about to spawn, hoping that maybe they could threaten TL into some of these positions. They get a ward down, but it ends up costing Curry's life as he can't get the reset. And now it's a Baron instead of a Dragon.
Team Liquid know they have the man advantage for the next 10 seconds. It's a support that's dead, so it's not like he can TP in either. At the very least, they're gonna force Pain to step up and make them stop. Team Liquid, though, already have the Baron down to 3K. Karyoka trying to use the Nocturne ulti to go into the pit. Impact's already gonna be killed off as APA tries to get away. Karyoka's still down to the pit. Yon needs to grab the damage. The Baron is going to go over to Team Liquid. Weiser still trying to fight, but Yon's going to outplay him and slay him. He has to try to retreat now. CoreJJ gonna cover that exit. There's only 2 men left alive on Team Liquid, and one of them has to die. It's Baron for TL, but at the cost of 4 dead bodies.
And Pain are going to get Soul Point here as well. Pain are really starting to pull back in this game. TL decided to just go for the flip here. Basically, APA is trying to zone, but look at this combo into the backline. Karyoka gets in there with Chitan's ultimate coming over the top. They burst out multiple members, and it's only thanks to the heroics of Yon here, dodging out with the ult, with the barrier, kills off Nocturne before he can smite the Baron and kills the Baron himself, or this would have been an unmitigated disaster for TL.
The fact that you get that damage on a Karyoka, like, he got the smite, but it was like basically panicked to be like, I'm about to die, give me something. Yep. But that turnaround for Pain Gaming, that's so much gold. And as you say, Dragon now too, and the opportunity to get back out onto the map.
They didn't do the Dragon. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah, Dragon's alive.
Because I was about to say, when you look at the items for this Orianna now, she's got the Storm Surge. She's going to be working up towards a potential Rabadons or the Shadow Flame next. She's now been accelerated thanks to that gold. And now you're in a position where Pain Gaming are able to potentially fight back with some good combos.
And I want to rewind the tape a little bit, Azael. You said, back with that Drake. We'll see if they end up regretting this later. If that smite, or lack thereof, comes back to bite them. And yes, sir, it has. Soul Point now demands Team Liquid's attention in the Drake pit every 5 minutes for the rest of the game.
Exactly. Little things in League of Legends can build up to become incredibly big problems here. And that stolen Dragon, that mismite by Umpty, means now you are 1 mistake away from giving over Ocean Soul, and that's a permanent buff here. You know, TL still in the driver's seat, still heavily ahead in gold, but taking, you know, plays that I think it feels like they're behind. You know what I mean? Like the plays that they're kind of taking at times, like going for that Baron on a flip. We're up 6K. You could just play for the turn.
Yeah, I think seeing that Curry was down there, like, oh, well, that's kind of their quote-unquote engage tool, but kind of forgetting about the mid-jungle combo and learning to regret it, but still, at least getting some use out of this Baron buff, because you can still see for the Red Bull Baron power play up about 1,200 gold, which when you lost that many members definitely helps out that it's managed to recover just a slight bit. But still, the base will not be cracked, and I think that's kind of the saving grace for Pain Gaming, where they do get time to continue to scale.
And you could see, though, when the vision was toggled, Pain Gaming does not have a whole lot of lights on across Summoner's Rift right now, so they got to be careful as they slowly creep forward, take back control over their own side of the map. This Baron is going to dissipate here in about 15 seconds. APA still farming up in the top side. The problem is with that Baron fight, too, that book has no pages. It's a cover and a cover. The thing is empty.
Bad book.
Not exactly what you want to be working with here on this RA. Team Liquid still about a 5,000 gold lead, but if Pain Gaming gets this soul here in 3.5 minutes, that pretty much erases all of that value.
Yeah, basically entirely, and you know, a lot of what Yon's build is about poke, right? And Ocean Soul says, well, I don't care about that, so that becomes definitely very problematic. Of course, you can still win with Soul, and there's no guarantee that they'll give it up, but TL gonna have to play really heavily towards it, and off that string of plays, Weiser again created a pretty big advantage for himself. He's now up over 1,000 gold over Impact. Again, it's really all up to Yon and APA, these young NA carries here on TL that they put so much faith into, that have improved tremendously over this last year. They have got to show up and carry this game.
And that's why I think Yon has to be so careful when he's trying to get control of this mid wave, because if you end up with a Nocturne coming over the wall, the Orianna ult, you're suddenly finished, and a lot of this is TL trying to play this 1-3-1, but it does leave them vulnerable if they don't get the waves in the right order. At the moment, they are doing a good job. You can see nobody kind of pressing too far forward, and there's always that core of the AD carry, jungle, and support working together, but one misstep and Pain Gaming can pounce.
3 big purchases right now, though. Seeker's Arm Guard on both the Jax and the Kai'Sa. Huge for avoiding that combo, that assassination torpedo that you're talking about, but also Rabadon's Death Cap done for the Ahri in mid lane. APA does a significant amount of damage with this and Shadow Flame after that Malignance for the original ulti cooldown.
And Weiser just picked up his Wit's End and a Giant Spell on top, so he is getting very tanky now at this point. That's Merc Treads, that's Sterix. You really are going to struggle to deal with this guy, and there's actually quite a bit of magic damage over on the TL side. Obviously, Jax is mixed, Ahri is pure magic, Kai'Sa's pretty mixed as well here, so not going to be easy to deal with this Gnar. Has created a pretty big problem for himself, and yeah, you do have that Seekers on Jax. That is great for that potential 5v5, but Zhonya's is not a strong 1v1 item, and Weiser's just going to take even more prominence in that side lane.
Yeah, I gotta praise Weiser for just how much better he's played this first game than Impact. 0-1 and 2 for the Jax, 2-1 and 2 for the Gnar. Weiser is up over 60 CS compared to Impact, but now Carioca could be in a little bit of danger. There's not enough firepower from Team Liquid nearby to finish off this kill, but APA, that's what I'm talking about. That's the amount of AP that he's managed to build up on this Ahri, can pose a serious threat to so many targets on Pain Gaming. You can see this tier 2 turret nearly dead. The burn from the Void Mites nearly taking it out, but not quite there. It is 60 seconds until the soul for Pain Gaming spawns. Team Liquid must be ready to answer this because Pain would love to pick up this buff.
But that's why we're not seeing TL overextend for this turret or try and use any of these big spells right as that objective is about to spawn. They just want to try and keep Pain Gaming in the dark and in their own base, and they've been doing a decent job so far, but APA just need to be a little bit careful, as Pain now should be looking for their own resets to try and finish off some of the widest. Cheaton just got his third. You're still looking at nearly that Zhonya's complete for Chinquero.
And I'm kind of waiting for Impact to reset. He's been on the map for a long time here, with way less items. It's 3.5 over on Weiser's side. He only has a 1.5k deficit, so he should have enough to complete an item. We'll see if he can actually get back in base in time to be able to do that, as TL, again, clearing out some vision over on this Baron side of the map, but wouldn't want to see them play for Baron and trade for Soul. I just don't think it's worth it whatsoever, giving over that permanent buff. But they are going to be starting it up here. We'll see if they can do this one a little bit more cleanly than the last time, as Pain are just moving down towards Soul, and I think it is going to be that trade I was talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to get so much done with this for it to be worthwhile, because the Ocean Soul is forever. They're going to try to get here and contest, but I think it's too late.
APA is teleporting down. Team Liquid, they aren't going to be able to challenge for the Drake, but they do want to try to kill Pain afterwards, see if they can manage to get some sort of a punish here, but they're not there in time. Curry, the only man lagging a little bit behind. Void Seeker shot off, not going to find any contact with that one. Umpty coming around for the pincer assault. Yawn and Impact still chasing. Umpty over the wall, channeling the Vault Breaker. Jumps in, but he won't find nothing. Immediately counterattack coming out from Pain Gaming. Umpty loses his Sterix, loses his Flash. Team Liquid loses their chance, and Pain Gaming get the soul and get everybody out.
I mean, it's just a horrible call from Team Liquid. It's not anywhere close to a game-ending Baron here. I don't understand why they feel from an advantage. They're up 7,000 gold. Yeah. Why do you feel you can't actually just fight for the Dragon there? It really makes no sense whatsoever. And it's a frustrating play to watch here from a team that is normally so good on the map. That's how they were getting advantage against these LPL teams.
But it's also, they just burned both their teleports. They're now trying to spread out on the map and get full value out of this Baron buff. It's going to be really difficult, and Pain kind of realizing that. They're happy to contest TL as they move in towards this jungle, but I think as TL, you kind of have to group.
I mean, the gold lead is irrelevant now, right? So now you've thrown away your entire advantage that you built throughout this game through a missed smite and a bad call on a trade of Baron for that. So we'll see if TL can get a lot from this Baron, because they absolutely have to, or their advantage is gone. If I'm Pain, I'm just waiting it out. Just sit back in the base, a minute 30. Great, you can take some jungle camps. I don't care. I just got 4,000 gold worth of stats from the Dragon Soul.
And I like the fact that you brought up earlier, Isaac, it nullifies a big advantage of the Kai'Sa, specifically the style of build that goes heavily into the AP. Those Void Seekers are normally obnoxious. They can force you out of situations that you could otherwise contest, but Ocean is so good at just completely getting rid of that X factor. Impact is trying to split push up here in the top lane, but again, he's just so far behind. He has struggled so much to find any relevance in this game, and Team Liquid just seems completely out of sorts.
There we go, the engage.
Paranoia down into the bottom lane. APA is going to get caught. He's already fleeing. And Carioca and Jinkato pick him off.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. The 1-3-1 is so difficult thanks to this Nocturne, but they turn on top.
They want to go after Weiser. He just turned back into Mini-Gnar, but the Sterix is enough to keep him alive. Team Liquid is going to hard force down the tier 3 turret in the top lane, but they won't get anything else. Shattering Strike on Curry to stop the Alistar from moving any further forward. Carioca's coming up around the side, but without Paranoia, he can't find any way to jump on Team Liquid here, so it'll be a trade. APA for a tier 3 turret.
And at the end of the day, it's not too bad for Pain whatsoever. Impact, though, overstays.
This could be really good for Pain. Never mind. Impact jumps out. I'm just going to be blunt here. The way that Impact has been playing so far this game, every time he gets caught, I'm thinking he's dead. This feels like a totally different Impact from what we saw domestically.
I mean, just look at the farm difference in top lane, right? You know, you're playing the Jax. Again, this is kind of a problem where you're playing the Jax to be able to have side lane prio. You know, he's spending so much time moving towards the theme, trying to threaten flanks, trying to do these things. Guess what? You're falling more and more and more behind in farm. Even if you find that flank, at a certain point, it doesn't matter because you're useless.
And the fact that now Baron has just faded off them and you haven't even cracked an inhibitor gives a ton of opportunities for Pain Gaming to continue to play out the map state. And as long as it's Weiser who's protecting that top lane, he's always going to be in a position where he should be finding the 1v1 and able to teleport in.
Absolutely, and I think the game now has gotten to a state where it's basically just going to be a flip for Elder, right? TL basically need the Elder to actually win the game. So now you're taking a fight at Dragon, you know, at a point where it's basically equal, instead of taking the one you could have taken 5 minutes ago when you were up 7K.
Well, we've also got that ever so nerve-wracking state of League of Legends where both super buffs will be spawning almost at the exact same time. It creates this really tense macro state where teams have to try to juke one another, try to lead the guy down the wrong path and see if you can manage to sneak one of these away. Sometimes it ends up getting traded, sometimes not. Karioka getting away here with a blast cone. Umpty thinking about chasing him, but there's just no point in trying to press R on the guy when he still has spell shield. Curry gonna walk up, face check here, finds APA, Corin, Umpty. Curry jumps in, true shot barrage over the top of 3. Pain Gaming are going in, and Team Liquid's gotta be careful about it. They try to jump back away. APA's nearly killed already, and Pain Gaming are looking good. Impact has to try to retreat. APA's still almost dead, but Yon is dominating, and the Alistar is out of the picture. It's +1 for Team Liquid, and they're still thinking about some more. APA's about to die. He jumps back in for the charm, but Yon's ready to go with a killer instinct. Shitan over the wall. Yon goes godlike. This kid will not lose! A double kill back over to Yon! A triple kill back over to Yon! Whatever else happens, he is stepping up!
9-0-2 on the Kai'Sa with the game on the line. Yon takes over. Flashback to Last Worlds. Disappointing performance from him. He is refusing to lose.
Pain Gaming put up such a good fight against Team Liquid, but at the final fight, Yon makes it happen, and TL takes game 1.
The charm on the Alistar engage from APA sets up beautifully for Yon. What a team fight for the NA boys.
Holy moly, NA versus Brazil is delivering here in game number 1. We got more League of Legends coming your way. Coming up next, we're tossing to a break right now. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
大家好，巴黎见。我们在巴黎等你们，随便来一支队伍吧。我们巴黎见。
8강 진출하게 되었는데 먼저 파리 가서 기다리고 있겠습니다.
파리에서 만나요. 파리 가서 크루아상 먹고 있겠습니다.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Team Liquid that eventually clutches out Game 1 as I got to experience this game next to two very nervous LCS reps because of the moves, I think, on the one hand, that TL kind of, you know, didn't know what they were doing with their decision making. But on the other hand, a Pain Gaming that had some of the clutchest moments I think I've seen at Worlds, perhaps, with the Dragonsteel, to just name one, but in the proactive plays.
And this was the final fight where I think 2 days in a row, Kai'Sa has kind of bailed out NA, because the start of this fight was pretty scary. Super clutch charm there by APA, and then Yawn had like a really big gold lead. He was a full item Kai'Sa, and he's able to carry this fight.
Yeah, the entire game, I'm looking at it, he has such a giant gold lead. He was so far ahead. I was waiting for the big moment for him to carry, but they made it incredibly close. And right there, the final team fight with Pain having the Ocean Soul, if like things could be so different if small things went a little bit differently, if they don't rush in there, and they play it a little bit slower, then you get to take more advantage of Ocean Soul. And so that's why my stomach was hurting. I was on the edge of my seat. Shox is here watching both of us, and we're like,
I get it.
This series was the first game being so close. I am especially nervous after the previous series that we just saw.
You felt like Team Liquid felt on the Rift, it feels like, no?
Yeah, I mean, they look shaky.
Yeah.
They look shaky at the start. They look shaky for pretty much this entire game. I'm hoping that the nerves hitting them and them getting through this game are going to let them be cleaner in Game 2. But this is some examples of the things that were happening. This is after Impact pulled off a nice move at level 1 to get a small advantage of the lane swap, nearly gets solo killed. Umti smites 200 health early on the Mountain Drake, and it gets stolen. That eventually turned into a soul. And then there were fights after that as well, where it felt like they were fumbling a little bit.
Yeah, I thought Weiser did a really, really good job on the Gnar for the majority of this game. It was a big threat. He kept on retaking advantage away from Impact, and Pain put a lot of pressure on TL. Probably as much possible pressure without fully taking the game.
No, absolutely. And I feel like I was waiting also because we saw the Gnar was doing really well. And you saw the Wombo combo. It existed. It just, luckily for TL, never completely came to fruition because they shut the door with the Kai'Sa, which they had to do.
Yeah, exactly. And that was, they like waited till the last possible moment to pull out a clutch team fight. They had been messing up so many of the other clutch moments earlier on, which is what got Pain ahead. And Pain had, you know, the good Orianna Nocturne combo you're talking about, picking off APA in the side lane, and, you know, constantly looking for these opportunities.
A positive for me, though, I would say, aside from the bad smite that Umti had, I think Umti played a good game.
Yeah.
He was creating a lot of action early. He was getting a lot of picks in side lanes. And I think especially when he was targeted so heavily in the ban phase with the Sejuani ban, as well as them kind of self-banning Skarner, but just not being able to be on a tank jungler. Maokai got banned in the 4-5. He was the creator for them for most of the game, I thought.
Yeah, he's the one who got APA all of the money early on the Ahri. It is a patented combo because it really does rely on the Vi always starting it off. And he was the one that got so many picks started for them. I think it's just because the objectives and the Dragons ended up being so big that's what people will take away. But look at this. It's just our entire reel is him on the Vi, showing that not only the Sejuani and Maokai and Skarner that we mentioned in Champ Select that were all banned away, but also being able to use the Vi as the main engage. And that's been the traditional role that Team Liquid have set up for a lot of their successful comps, has been Core, Umti, and a lot of the times Impact being on engaged champions and really setting up and feeding money to Yawn and APA.
Yeah, and we were having a bit of a heated discussion here because I was trying to argue that I feel like Team Liquid, and we haven't really seen the perfect Team Liquid game the way they would like to play it and finish it at Worlds yet. And I think that's what makes everyone a little bit more doubtful. And I think if you then tag on the fact that, again, the situation next year, the fact that TL has not gotten those international kind of last hurdles that they wanted, right? This is is kind of the farthest you could be away from it because you're in the 0-2 is making them make these mistakes. Do you have faith that this was just a game one situation? Or should we, I think as we should, give Pain a little bit more respect and think that they gave them a run for their money?
Yeah, I mean, I do think Pain deserves respect. As they mentioned earlier in the cast, 9-2 all time. Not great, but also not completely free. It's not some type of 99-1 game. And then actually the last time Core and Impact played against Pain at Worlds, they did lose to them. This was one of the big plays that made us super nervous when the Nocturne Orianna flies over the wall. TL just had one pick. Again, if Yeon doesn't last hit this Baron, we're having a very different desk segment right now. So Pain played such strong defense in this game. Even though they lost 5 of their turrets, they held that shell for like 10-15 minutes and almost pulled their way back in the game.
And that play right there, I love from Pain so much because they use the control ward over the back of Baron Pit to bait in Umpty and Impact for the Ezreal and Orianna combo. And them deleting both Umpty and Impact right there is what got them such a big opportunity.
Yeah. Match point.
This happens all the time, Shocks.
What?
When you're watching EU teams or I'm watching an EU
Yeah.
teams, I am never comfortable or confident they're going to win.
neither.
But then the other side is. Like, like when I'm watching G2, I'm like, yeah, they're going to win. And you're just like a ball of nerves. And I feel like it's exactly the same thing, depending on what perspective you're watching the games from, because that game one was incredibly tense for me. I'm sure it was incredibly tense for Kobe as well. I am like massively more comfortable going into game two, though, only because they were able to get through that struggle. And I'm hoping that they can take the momentum and make all the good plays and avoid the bad ones.
And big question, of course. We heard earlier that Jinquedo, we don't know about the Yone, right? But we saw that it was banned out on the side, on blue side from Team Liquid. If that becomes a factor, maybe we've got a whole different ball game, but we don't know. It's Pain Gaming that has selected the blue side. It could be their very last game at this tournament, but we'll see if Team Liquid can bring it home.
Oh, well, I'm there.
Can I, no, it's this way. Can I pat Jat's head?
Welcome back, everybody. What are you trying
to pat Jat's head? There we go.
the analyst? All right. All right.
It was a good analyst.
Sorry, Kobe, I don't want to. Thank you, Flowers.
It's so big.
You give him a shoulder up, you know?
I don't know the right way to go. Anyway, welcome back to our game 2 of Team Liquid versus Pain Gaming. Game number 1 was a battle. And honestly, the last fight was pretty explosive. And I feel like that game still could have gone either way, considering the gold lead compared to the soul advantage that Pain had. It felt like we were heading straight to a high noon showdown at the Elder Pit. Team Liquid ends up walking away with a win, but Pain Gaming definitely had some high points in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was just barely that TL were able to scrape that out. Honestly, from some heroics from Yeon, which I think he is just deserving of so much credit. You're very excited. Yone's banned.
Yone banned on red side.
They banned it on blue side too, so I'm not surprised.
It's a world's miracle, all right? I'm just saying.
But either way, you know, Yeon got a lot of criticism, and I think rightfully so for his performance last year at Worlds. I don't think he was really able to get much of anything done. You know, he didn't have any big games that you kind of look back to and remember. Yeah. He was kind of a passenger in a lot of those games. And he has improved so much from last year to this year. It really is incredible. Even in a run where TL are obviously disappointed where they are at, he has had some very bright moments. I don't think he's really been a part of most of the kind of like big oopsie moments or mistakes. He's been really consistent. He's been very impressive so far.
Yeah, it's a very similar trajectory to what we saw from APA. I feel like the APA story ends up taking center stage most of the time because he came in late in the season last year. They started with Yeon and Harry, then it switches to Yeon and APA. APA also came out much more of a like a trash talker, much more of a big personality compared to Yeon, and so his glow up ends up becoming more prominent. But Yeon has improved so much. He really was the deciding factor in that final fight in Team Liquid being able to end the game. And let's go ahead and see how this game differs.
But that's why they're going to ban away the Kai'Sa, right? Make sure that Yeon doesn't have that same impact in the last game. Now, I still think that buy Ari for Umpty APA was a big proponent for their success, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and log that in on this rotation here, but kind of surprised to see the Jax ban come through because you saw
Really
the
surprised.
details. It was not looking so hot.
No, I mean, he did about as much damage as the supports in that game. Weiser was really running him in the 1v1, you know, had more impact in the team fight, so I'm pretty surprised that got banned out.
All right, so the bans here in this first round, it's Ziggs, Jax, Kai'Sa banned out by Pain, Aurora, Yone, and Lucian banned out by Team Liquid. First pick of the draft is Nocturne for Pain. I love that. I feel like it's such an impactful champion when played well. Karaoke going to be piloting that one again. This time around, Team Liquid first picking the Gnar for themselves, taking it away from Weiser.
And do they take away the Orianna? Do you just deny that combo here? Because Orianna is still a perfectly good mage just by herself in the mid lane. And with the Aurora taken away, those have kind of been the two combos that we've seen Nocturne paired with. But Umti going to go back towards the Skarner and say, hey, look, if you're just going to jump on me, I'm going to impale you in place.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see, what kind of combo they go for. If it's Nocturne Orianna, you also go towards the Kennen, which is considered a strong early matchup into the Gnar, and also does pair really, really well with the Nocturne. So I think there's definitely some options there. There's lots of strong pairings, but looking like it is going to be the Orianna. Umti obviously going to be piloting the Skarner here. Did have some disappointing ults in that first game. You could see even in his player cams, he was missing some of the ults against, I think it was the LNG game. That really had some big reactions and definitely wants to prove how well he can play. But that being said, his early games have been very strong. I think across all of the games that TL have played at Worlds, Umti has really been a difference maker. He was able to be a part of the First Blood in mid lane in both of their first two games, was a big part of getting APA fed in the last game like they were talking about on the desk. So I do think overall his level of play has been pretty high.
All right, Renekton versus Gnar. You can't get much more of a classic top lane matchup than this, I feel like, at Worlds if you look back throughout the history books. But that's going to be the name of the game here in this second head-to-head between these two teams. Weiser piloting the Renekton, and it looks like it's APA's Neeko coming back onto the Rift. We did see him pick this in their first game here at Worlds. He had a pretty rough game on it, but we've seen some pretty brilliant performances from him on it in the past as well. So I think the NA fans out there are hoping to see APA Neeko back in form here.
Yeah, and I think it can work out incredibly well for them, especially when the composition that wants to try and jump in on top of you. You buy a lot of space for what should be a lot of firepower in behind it. But at the moment, sure, you've got some damage from the Gnar and the Skarner, but it's not enough to really facilitate what I think you need right now. So I am looking at a heavy late game scaling carry here for Yeon to try and really bounce up and bring up that damage level, so then in the fights you've got that to rely on.
Honestly, I think if Ezreal's not banned now, he'll probably just go Ezreal from this spot. Yeah. And we'll see, how he's going to be able to perform on that. But yeah, this is kind of two parts of that LNG loss where they had two players who were getting a lot of criticism, APA and Umti, both playing the exact same champions here, so looking to make good on that. You can see, though, that TL is kind of showcasing that they want to go heavier on the dive. That's what the ban on Xayah is telling me. So will be interesting to see what the final ban here is from Pain, if they're actually going to ban away the Ezreal and try to deny that from Yeon, potentially.
Yeah, I'm curious if they end up with some sort of even delving further into that counter engage with the Renata or something for CoreJJ, but I do think you actually want a little bit more of that potential setup engage, like an Alistar or the Relb. Poppy also banned away says that chances are they're eyeing up a Relb for themselves here on Pain Gaming side, but we'll have to see if they're going to get down into that, as I don't think the Jin's what you want here. Honestly, as you said, the Ezreal or something along these lines that can play heavy in those team fights would be great.
He's jumping back and forth between a whole lot of different stuff.
It's going to be Ezreal or Varus.
Kalista and Poppy banned out by Pain.
Ezreal or Varus is the only ones I'm believing. Yeah, Ezreal is kind of what I figured pretty early on, just kind of knowing his playstyle. And when you're looking over and you're seeing Nocturne, well, you don't want to play something like a Varus. Really, it's so dangerous into that. So
yeah, you just get torpedoed.
Exactly. In this way, it's still very difficult though, because you can't really flash the Nocturne Orianna combo if they time it well. The Nocturne's always going to follow you after that flash. If you flash after he arrives, the Nocturne Orianna combo has already gone off. So it is kind of unavoidable damage if it's perfectly timed. But obviously you have that range, you have that safety, and you have potentially the follow-up into the backline.
Okay, well, we've got the Jhin locked in for Chitan, and the Rel will be taken away from CoreJJ this time. Curry will be the one playing that. What does Core want to play into it? I expect an engaged champion here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be engaged pretty much 100%. I do think that Skarner can work on a flank, or Gnar can work on a flank, but all of these champions in the first three are better as follow-up engage, I think, than primary engage. So I do think grabbing Leona makes a lot of sense here. Leona hits an ulti, Leona hits an E, everyone else kind of piles in. You have that follow-up, of the E from Neeko, of the stun from that Skarner. And that's going to be the name of the game, is really, can TL get to and pressure Jhin, Kato, and Chitan? Because I think that is really where you're going to get the success. If the Neeko ult is only hitting frontline, if the Gnar ult isn't able to get in that backline, that's where I think they're going to struggle.
I also think there is a window where you can try and just play through this mid-jungle and punish Jhin, Kato. Just say, look, that combo falls apart if you've got no damage on this Orianna, so let's just try and focus her down early. You've got good lockup with the Neeko, great follow-up from a Skarner that can come in from multiple different angles. It could be the point of contention for TL.
Yeah, absolutely. And like what I was touching on before, Umti in both the first two games was part of First Blood in mid lane, right? He has been playing pretty heavily towards that, has been doing a good job of tracking vision, so we'll see how Pain are going to be able to handle it. I have to give Curry a lot of credit from the early game last game where I was talking about how much he was actually covering Jinkato on this Orianna. When he lost his flash, the Alistar from that game was pretty much always behind him, covering him to push out these waves, making sure he couldn't actually be preyed on by this Vi Ahri combo. So we'll see if he's going to be trying to do something similar here in game number 2.
All right, fellas. Team Liquid 1 game away from winning the series and ending the world's run of Pain Gaming. But Pain, you know, they would love to take this to a game 3. They would love, after the first time for Brazil making it back to the main stage in so many years, to then knock out a major region team would just be an absolutely incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, and Cheaton talked to Pedro Romero and was saying that, look, even though we've kind of ticked off a lot of our boxes, like getting to the main stage, playing against T1, like Curry and Cheaton were speaking quite a lot about how, for Curry specifically, it was great for him to kind of play up against his old team in T1 and go against Gumayusi and Kerry and play against some of his old friends from back then as well. But they don't want this to be over. They still want to keep kicking, and they were definitely kicking and screaming in the last one as TL barely got across the finish line. And now it's time to see if they can keep that one rolling again.
All right, as our top laners dance back and forth, a reminder to log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds Live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Things you can spam at your lane opponent, just like those fellas were doing up there in the top lane, as TL are going for a little bit of a delayed invade here. CoreJJ and Yeon just walking through the enemy jungle as Cheaton heads back to his tier 1 turret.
Yeah, but no lane swap this time around. TL obviously really well known for executing on those incredibly well. Have been very successful even here at Worlds. And we're going to get some standard lanes, which to me is always way more exciting, honestly. I just want to see these lanes go head-to-head, see what Core and Yeon can do against Cheaton and Curry.
I am a fellow lane swap hater. Yeah. I appreciate your opinion, my friend.
Okay, we'll see if they want to try to actually jump in, or if it's just going to be looking for a little bit of poke. Looks like they'll just play for the push, and Pain playing intelligently on the other side of those minions, so no sort of Mystic Shot could actually land from that spot.
All right, just fighting for vision control over the brush. They do manage to secure that first ward kill there. They're losing bone plating. Mystic Shot sidestep, though. Nicely done on that one.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have too much action in the early stages. I think the main one is, again, kind of waiting for some of these kind of level 5, 6 to be hit, especially for their mid lane, and then trying to play through that. But the opportunity for Umti as he starts to move down towards his bottom side is the only one that I'd kind of be keeping my eyes on to see, hey, look, have we actually got this lane breaking either way, or have we been able to find a big engage for Curry and Cheaton that maybe you can look to punish or counter that aggression? But at the moment, Cheaton having that control.
Ooh, nice double shattering strike there from Curry. Followed up with a quick deadly flourish from Cheaton. CoreJJ and Yeon both already drinking some of those potions, popping some of their healing items.
Yeah, it's hard to trade very effectively as CoreJJ in the level 1 because you're able to do the crash down as well. You get that extra range on the auto attacks, and you can kind of poke from a little bit afar. Now, if you invest the Q from CoreJJ, you can get the stun back, but it's very hard to try and get through everything like the shield and that on the trade. So at least Curry able to play it advantageously in this matchup and will help get that push.
You can see APA, though, winning out pretty heavily on these trades. Jinkato has already used both of his potions here, so APA has that additional potion and the HP lead to boot.
Right, remember back in game number 1, because of the way that it wasn't just a lane swap, it was a weird lane swap where Impact was still able to get his EXP down there in the bottom lane, and so APA had to deal with a 2v1 lane situation early that caused him to get pushed back, that caused him to be down in HP. Now that it's a fair fight, now that it's a 1v1, he appears to be doing a whole lot better.
Yep, looking good thus far. APA obviously has had quite the journey from a player that was like kind of becoming a bit of a laughingstock in the community. People were, constantly criticizing him, saying there's no way he deserves a spot on TL, that he's going to get replaced. He has put his head down and grinded. This guy has worked so incredibly hard, and that has really been one of the hallmarks of the entire TL team and their improvement throughout this year has been how hard they have worked. We even saw Yike giving a lot of credit over to them and talking about how he respects how much TL really has put in that work. As Umti, was looking for a potential angle on a dive, but will at the very least be able to steal away these Raptors.
On the opposite side for Pain Gaming, this was supposed to be a squad that in theory was almost like a super team, bringing in Cheaton and Curry this year. This was the addition that everyone looked and said, oh yeah, Pain Gaming is going to MSI, but they couldn't quite get it right for spring. But now coming in towards summer, the spot lane has been so good for them, and even now at Worlds, Cheaton and Curry have been having a great time.
Ooh, hold on, Karioka having a flash away from the Tangle Barbs, otherwise APA could have set it up with Umti for a kill.
And I think it's also been really, really fun watching G-Ton in Champions Queue. People are giving so much credit to him, hyping him up. He's actually really performing so well individually. And he's just such a fun player to watch because he has this extremely aggressive play style there where he's looking for these 1v1s. He's trying to dash forward. He's trying to make space and create problems for the enemy team. Force them to try to look for some sort of ability to outplay him instead of just sitting back and waiting for a mistake. And we can see there, he's able to force out the barrier from Yan.
Top lane also going better than it was in game number 1 for Team Liquid. Ooh, nicely done from CoreJJ there, throwing out the Zenith Blade, forcing a flash from Jinkato. This is also really nice considering our mid laners are about halfway to level 6 for Jinkato, nearly all the way there for APA. No flash on an Orianna. If you have the setup here on the Nico for a Pop Blossom and Skarner driving through a wall, lots of kill potential.
Yeah, it's also worth knowing that Umti is going kind of that more scaling route here. He is going Grasp, which pretty much always means you go with the Heartsteel Sterix build.
Yeah.
And that is much slower to turn on than kind of the other option, which some people just go Zeke's or Locket or those types of supportive items. But it does scale very well and can make you quite a bruiser in these later fights.
Okay, Umti flashing forward to slam Karyoka into the wall. APA comes in with a Pop Blossom and finds 2. CoreJJ is gonna die, but APA is gonna get first blood on Karyoka first. Team Liquid continuing the 2v2 now against Korean Jinkato, who has to try to get away back underneath the tier 1 turret of Pain Gaming. 1 for 1 when the dust settles.
The Sundering Strike from Curry just dissuading any sort of follow-up there from TL. The slow could have been it, but still, they managed to get a 1 for 1 all said and done.
You get 1 for 1, but it's first blood for TL, and the kill goes on APA, whereas on the other side, it's just going to your support here, which obviously favors TL pretty heavily. Also means they have that kind of HP advantage there, at least for now. So they're trying to start up these grubs, but Karyoka is back from the base, is back to full health, and Umti is getting low, so this is getting a little bit dicey here for TL.
Yeah, Umti only at 40% HP. Gonna have to retreat away from this when Karyoka will say thank you very much and head back into the grub pit.
Umti is moving over to try and collect his Krugs though, because it should tick him over to level 6, which is why he wanted to get that Scuttle Crab as well, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to stay with the low health.
Impact has Mega, so I think they want it.
Yeah, Impact has Mega Gnar and Flash. Meanwhile, G-Ton in some trouble down here in the bottom lane. CoreJJ just going to immediately find the shield at Daybreak. Follows G-Ton underneath the turret. It's another 1 for 1 trade, but the money's on Yawn, so Team Liquid's going to call that one worth.
Yeah, they're definitely going to call that one worth, and we'll see how much farm does end up getting denied. Of course, the wave is crashing on TL's tower right now, so G-Ton not losing out too much. But the biggest story is that he loses both his summoners there, so he's going to be very vulnerable in these subsequent fights here, as Jinkato getting quite low, but does have Curry covering him, just like he did in game number 1.
They should give Dragon to Umti, though. You can see him moving out of base and immediately move down to this bottom side. The kill on bot, and then him ticking over to level 6, but looks like he's just going to try and shadow APA here as he pushes in and pick up these Raptors, but I imagine as Yon gets back out of the map, that'll be where they try and aisle.
Yeah, you can see Core coming over as well, so they might actually look for a potential fight here on Karyoka as he's going to try to come forward.
Karyoka has no flash. He's got no way out. Umti just immediately kills him with the Impale, drags him right back over. There's no way for Nocturne to react with the spell shield when you don't know that they're there.
He didn't get a chance to react until he got locked up. It was really good layering of CC. You see CoreJJ just standing there waiting to smash that shield into his face before he even gets a chance to respond.
And it's just great play from the mid jungle here of TL. Impact holding up much better, in that 1v1 here against Weiser. That was 40 gold lead, who cares? It's basically even. But APA getting 2 of those early kills. Core has been so active on the map. This kind of is his signature style. When he gets unlocked from map, it works so well when he's pairing with that Ezreal, because he can just get out on the map, attack these different lanes, pair up with Umti, pair up with APA, and cause problems.
I mean, it's the reason why everybody always loves seeing CoreJJ on these Engage and Playmaker champions. Remember that when he became a world champion, it was back in Season 7. That wasn't just Enchanter meta. That was one of the darkest hours in League of Legends. That was Ardent Censer meta, right? That was the Enchanter of Enchanter metas. But the man, it's not that he can't play Enchanters.
Here we go.
It's that he's so good at Engage. And Karyoka's engaging in the mid lane now, going after APA. A nice shockwave to follow it up. Jinkato and Karyoka, they've got APA's number, and Karyoka's getting paid.
And that's where you can start to turn it around. Jinkato and Karyoka, we were just praising TL's mid-jungle, but great pick onto APA, who still had no flash up because he'd used it in that earlier skirmish around mid.
Exactly, and it was a nice attempt by APA. He tried to use the E through the Nocturne to hit the Orianna to try to get the extended range there. Couldn't quite connect on it, and then when that happens, you just have to give it up. You realize you're going to be going down, as Impact trading heavily here with Weiser.
Problem is, Impact doesn't have any buddies, and Weiser's got a couple of them heading up. So Impact, as soon as he turns back into the mini Gnar, knows he has to hop away. He will disengage before they jump on him. Down in the bottom lane, though, it looks like Jan is just going to keep on pushing, keep on farming, grab a little bit of plate money, and keep getting fed on this Ezreal.
Yeah, exactly. We can see that Chitan didn't feel safe, right? Because he lost his summoner, so he couldn't actually answer a 1v2 on the bot side. He would just get dove. So he has to give that up. But unfortunately, the tempo kind of wasn't really there. The resets weren't in time. So Jinkato heads out towards bot, but not before they lost a plate, not before they lose most of those minions. And Chitan is the one that heads out towards mid lane to try to collect that.
Now made it until the Void Grubs as well. You can see the resets coming through as TL start to move up towards the top side.
Had transformed into a minion. He walked back to the minion wave to make sure he could get the transform. Chitan doesn't count the wave, and APA catches him off guard.
It just reminds me of the Berserker meme. You know, Berserker sees 2 cannons on a wave and thinks it's his lucky day.
Well, it's definitely APA's
it's
lucky day.
It's 80 carry meme right there. Yeah, APA able to grab a kill. Nicely done by him. You gotta count those minions. You have to be so careful about it. It's one of the most frustrating things about Nico is you kind of have to play this mini game the entire game. If Nico's not on the map, you've got to be watching for those potential plays. And you can see he's actually shifted over into Jan, but Jan's showing mid, so not going to surprise anyone in bot lane.
It does mean you don't have APA's ultimate available though for the upcoming Void Grub. So it is giving a lot of gold and resources, don't get me wrong, with all these plates going down. But I'm curious how Pain Gaming want to try and react to this. You still don't have like first item completions coming through, so it would still be very risky to go for a play, but maybe you can find a timing window as they come up. But with TL now shifting topside, Weiser might be the one who's none the wiser here.
Umpty and Karioka gonna find one another here in this tri-brush near top lane. Doesn't look like we'll get a whole lot more after it, or will we? Never mind. They want a full commit here onto Impact, who has to try to get away from it. He flashes to escape, but Jinkato's already there and waiting. Shockwave brings him on back. 3v1 is no fun for the top laner of Team Liquid. Nice moves from Pain Gaming to pick one up.
Yeah, really nice by Pain, and especially the timing on it, because it's right before grubs. They already have 3. If they can get 6 grubs, this would be massive. So Umpty wants to try to stay away and see if he can at least steal 1.
Exactly. Just smite the 1 grub, keep him away from 6. First one already goes over to Pain. Umpty and Core JJ, they know they can't get any closer. Jinkato is still up there. Impact is still dead. There's no real way for Team Liquid to try to get closer to this, but Jan, Umpty, and Core are still moving closer. That last grub, it's very low. It's still trying to fight. Umpty now in the middle of 4. Team Liquid going way too far forward. Weiser's already killed Umpty. TL got way too greedy for the grubs here. All 6 go over to Pain Gaming anyway. APA trying to join up for the fight now. He has his Pop Blossom, but it's too little, too late. Pain Gaming get the objective and the cherry on top for a bonus kill.
I thought Umpty would contest the second grub because the initial smite came down in the first one, but he didn't try to walk in to get just the smite and walk away, deny that 6 grub buff, and it means now TL end up giving over just more kills to boot to Pain Gaming getting that big advantage.
Exactly. I mean, he just kind of walked all the way in there, and Pain are able to get an easy kill onto Umpty. And to add insult to injury, APA then kind of gets drawn into the play. He TPs down from bot lane instead of actually staying and potentially finishing off that tower there. That also means that this whole wave here is going to get denied because he doesn't have a TP to answer that. So definitely a good run of plays there for Pain. Starts with a great pick from them topside on Impact, gets him the 6 grubs. But TL, you can definitely see those nerves.
Well, that's the thing. I think now, though, with all these ultimates back up, they do have an advantage when it comes towards this next dragon. But Pain, honestly, maybe just give it up and go, hey, look, we can start to take some more of these plates while it's still available. Use that 6 grub buff and keep control over mid. TL looking to pick up Weiser, return the favor here on the top laner.
APA and Umpty working together again. Flash out from Weiser to avoid the angle into the wall from Umpty, but a nice use of the Impale drags the Croc back into the Pop Blossom. And there's your damage for APA.
And one of the problems there from Weiser is he actually missed his slice, so he didn't get the reset on the E. He didn't have slice into the dice. If he actually had that, I think he would have been able to create enough space to potentially get out, but he flashes then E's, so ends up being a situation where they're able to chase him down. Now, though, Pain trying to look for a topside play. You can see Jin's even moving up.
Karioka, after Impact knocks him down to half HP, Deadly Flourish to follow it up. Keep the Gnar locked up there, but Impact has a wave to give him the extra distance and the hop away. So you've got Karioka and Jinkato trying to knock down the tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, Dragon secured by TL. No steal away this time.
But it does mean that TL are going to be faster back out on the map. The reset from APA, but Jan
Not
Nicely
just
done.
shifting away, but shifting away slightly to the side so he's not where the Deadly Flourish would naturally aim.
But here's the thing, APA is now back out into the map, doesn't have that ultimate available, but the resets for Rift Herald are there, and see the time mirrors that are here for Pain Gaming, they've still got to try and get back out, so TL could look to potentially sneak this away, but I don't know how confident they are on where Pain Gaming are on the map.
And look at the gold advantage here for APA, very ahead once again, like last game, even more so this game. Has the Storm Surge, going to be working towards that Proto Belt, so will have a very strong 2-item power spike. That makes it a lot easier to get that backline access, and we'll see if he can find those critical ultimates, because Nico is so feast or famine. You hit that perfect ult, you do so much damage. You miss it, they all flash out. All of a sudden, it can be an easy team fight loss after, because you don't really have that much in your kit besides the ult.
The downside, though, is there's very little vision for APA to try and make these plays. TL, Yon ended up moving down to pick up blue buff. Core JJ was trying to sync up with Umpty, but he was clearing out his camp, so Impact needs to be the one that draws members of Pain Gaming down here, as now mid control will give TL the space they need on towards the objective.
And that quick trade back and forth between Chitan and Yon. Yon used the barrier there to make sure that he didn't lose excess HP. So that Summoner Spell is down for this Rift Herald fight if Pain decide to fight for it. Rift Herald's already going to be started here by Team Liquid. They are on top of a ward that has not been cleared, so Pain Gaming know what's going on. They're using the TP. They want to bring Jinkato up here. They want to fight for this. X-Flash from Curry doesn't really find a whole lot of anything. Weiser off to the side. Karioka jumping in the middle. Nice Shockwave. It's Team Liquid in trouble. His Impact is already dead, but a nice two-man impale. Drags a couple back the other way. Weiser from the other side going in, looking for the angle for the pincer attack on Yon. Core JJ barely getting away. A double kill back to APA, and Yon is ready to fire. Weiser takes Umpty out, but there's 3 dead on both sides.
That was such a close fight. I think it was a good call from Pain Gaming to realize that APA in marking Weiser wasn't there for the big ultimate, but as soon as APA gets involved, TL are just have to turn around with so much damage off of this Nico.
Yeah, but still, credit to the Pain carries. They stay safe here. Chitan, as well as Jinkato, they're not really targeted. So yes, it is a threatening ult that comes over here. They try to find this combo, but the first kill is actually claimed before Nico ultimate even lands, and the second kill is flashed out of here. Like, it only lands on nothing, right? So yeah, it looked like it was going to be a lot, but look at Chitan over there, look at Jinkato over here. Also, clever little play there from APA. Utilized the clone to try to put it in Chitan's face and block the angle for the Jhin ultimates. So some nice little plays there, but it is always tough when you have this Nico that gets way ahead and has all the gold. You have to nail those ultimates. In this case, it didn't really matter, but if it gets flashed out of, you have not a lot left.
And look at Impact. He still has Flash. He still has Mega Gnar. He died before he could do anything in that fight. Now Umpty getting rooted up as he steps a little bit too far forward into the territory of Pain Gaming. Loses about 1/3 HP there on the Skarner. Team Liquid up 1,000 gold, but it's really not a whole lot 17 minutes into the game. They are going to start the Rift Herald up here again. Down in the bottom lane, it's Yon and Weiser, but Weiser has an Unleashed TP to join up in the fight here in the topside river if he needs to. So it looks like Yon's just going to follow him in case that Lizard tries to use the teleport.
Impact's ult is not going to be available here. Mega Gnar is going to expire. Pain had vision on that, so maybe they're going to look for a fight. Core sees them, though.
Herald is low, but it ain't dead yet. Paranoia popped. Rift Herald still at about 2K.
TP.
A lot of damage comes out with a Magnet Storm engage coming out from Curry and Pain Gaming. Yon's going to be killed here at the very start as Impact has to walk away in Mini Gnar. Weiser still with a Dominus locking him up, and Team Liquid with some critical errors has already lost 2. They're about to lose 3. Impact is dead. APA staying alive just a little bit longer. He's trying to hold the line. He goes in for the Pop Blossom. He wants to turn it around, but everybody else is already dead. There's no follow-up, and Umpty whiffs the Skarner ulti again. Massive moves from Pain Gaming.
Yeah, Pain is showing up huge, really understanding where they are strong, when they are strong. This combination with the Orianna and the Nocturne is so incredibly powerful, and they're just spending all their resources to dodge damage from APA. As long as they don't get caught in a big Nico ultimate, there's really not a lot of DPS left in this kit here. So they get straight in onto Yon, they lock him up fully. Yes, he had Flash, but at this point you're too low. It's not even worth trying to waste it. They did a really good job to find this kill. They know Impact was not in Mega and couldn't have any effect.
Also, great TP ward for Weiser, right? Ends up zoning APA away from a lot of that, and then they're able to force the play on towards the side, and then at the very end, their APA turning into the minion to avoid that last shot from Chitan. At least nice heads-up play, but it's kind of a very slim silver lining on the play.
And it is APA using his flash there. He did trade it with Chitan, so Chitan is not having that flash now as he went for that ultimate, as they were sieging that mid lane tower. Gold very, very even here. You know, TL do have that 2-dragon lead right now. It is going to be another Ocean Soul game, but Pain is first to the area. And you can see both the TL jungle and top are up towards that top lane. So it's just going to be a trade, and they're going to see if they can get 1 or maybe even 2 towers here.
Yeah, I think they're fishing for the tier 2 because Jin Kato already securing that bot one. They kind of need another turret to make this valuable. Chitan is going to move over with Curry, but I think they should still be able to get it with just the amount of TL members that are there. I'm surprised Impact didn't just ride it straight into the turret, to be honest.
Yeah, it would have been a lot faster for sure, but they will at least get that second charge. We'll see if they can finish it off, but Impact did just use his hop to actually just for the attack speed.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have it.
Now Impact's in some serious trouble. CoreJJ wants to step up and help him, but Impact's gonna die before he can even transform. Tragedy after tragedy for Impact, as now Chitan grabbing another kill on CoreJJ.
It's
Yawn.
It's the Embers.
It's
no
a
way.
It's deja vu. We're back in the same
Yawn
spot
stole
we
the
were.
dragon.
Wow.
There ain't no way, man.
We thought Yone was broken. It's Ezreal this whole time.
What can junglers do? Press might.
Junglers hate him. This one
This
trick.
one trick.
Simple trick.
I cannot believe that Impact uses either, though, in that spot, man. It's right on vision. They see you. Yes, you do get the attack speed buff. That's why he does it, but he just E's to try to finish off the tower, and it's an easy engage and a kill. Impact now 0 and 4. 2.4 thousand gold behind Weiser. Again, really getting outplayed by his counterpart.
But this is the steal, and this is actually massive. So again, yeah, just Smite was available.
And
he doesn't want to use
sometimes the Spectre client is wrong, but if it was up, that's a big oopsie. And another flash force there by APA.
But this is the thing now. So for TL, look, that entire topside play went completely awry, but having 3 dragons now, 1, you can either just hope for a steal from Umpty, but 2, you can also start to play elsewhere on the map and make things very uncomfortable for Pain, who have to every single time start to contest you, because if you end up with like trying Chitan to poke you off of an Ocean Soul, it's just not going to work out well for you.
Very important purchase done now, though, for Weiser. Sterix gauge completed on the Renekton. Renekton with Sterix versus Renekton without feels like an entirely different champion in a team fight because you can full send into the backline, be this massive space creator, this massive disruptor that everybody on the enemy team has to protect their carries from.
Yeah, and Gnar on the other side, you know, we haven't even seen him be able to get any Mega Gnar. It's a nice ult over the wall.
Nice impale from Umpty to find Curry there. Drags him back over the other side. Yawn wants to follow and gets the kill. Now Team Liquid looking for a little bit more. They force the flash out of Karaoke. He has to avoid the tangle barbs there.
And they get his ulti too, so great moves there from TL. Umpty finding a key pick, pulling him back over the wall.
So the thing about Skarner's ultimate, if you pull somebody over the wall like that, no matter what, they must then spawn on the same side of the wall as you.
Yep.
Even if you don't move, they've got to be on the same side of the terrain, and it makes it so easy to follow it up with the immediate wall slam after. They layer the CC. Yawn is fearless, hopping over to follow it up with the damage, and Team Liquid get a really needed pick.
I didn't know you played a lot of Skarner.
Oh yeah, you know, I dabble.
Okay, yeah.
And Team Liquid right now is still dabbling with a very close game. This is really, really impressive, I think, from Pain Gaming to be able to keep up with Team Liquid the way that they have.
Yeah, I mean, if you would talk about pre-tournament expectations, nice juke by APA there. Goes the opposite way he would expect with the clone. But if you would talk about pre-tournament expectations and tell someone before the tournament started that Pain would not only qualify to Swiss, but would be pushing Team Liquid to the brink in a best-of series, you would be blown away. And they definitely have a lot to be proud of about how they are playing here.
Second items coming online for multiple different champions. You can see your Seraph's Embrace plus Storm Surge, both fully completed. For Jin Kato, who is 2-0-7 on the Orianna, by the way. Really good performance on that champion this game. Static Shift plus Infinity Edge for Chitan's Jin. Over on the other side, Trinity Force Muramana core build completed for Yawn, who just now destroyed another turret as well. Umpty making Curry jump back over the wall there towards the safety of his team. Skarner has about 150 extra health stacked up on the Heartsteel, so a little bit, but nothing completely crazy here just yet. Again, Azael, you mentioned it earlier, but this is the build that scales further and further. If you're playing a 40-minute game of League of Legends, you would much rather have this build than the Zeke's Convergence one, but it does take a longer time to come online.
Yeah, exactly. And it can also be strong against melee-heavy teams because it's easier to kind of just walk around and just proc that on a bunch of different people. Right now, it does do 254 bonus damage on the auto, which isn't insignificant. It can actually make a difference on getting some of those kills, so can be pretty strong. We'll see, though, if TL can close this one out. It is 50 seconds just about until that soul is spawning here, and TL are trying to get vision down on the bot side. You can see the resets have come through, except from Impact, who is still very, very far behind, and we'll see if he can find that correct timing. This would be too weird if it's, again, now a trade for Ocean Soul and the other team.
No
if
shot.
goes for Baron.
No shot. I refuse to believe. Umpty swooping around from the side there. Finds Curry. A little bit more damage. Without the Tangle Barbs connecting from APA, though, they're not going to full commit onto that. I feel like if you get the root from the Nico, you can try to burst the Rel down, but as soon as it misses, they just give up.
Great poke. That's all you needed from TL, just to force them back, and then you get to take over and trying to force your way through this top side with APA being any one of the critters that exist in this jungle is always going to be terrifying.
And I think that was one of the things that TL struggled with in some of their earlier games, where they'd get a chunk and they feel like, we need to get more, we need to get a kill, we need to finish them off. It's okay to just maintain position, control an area around the dragon, get a chunk, and use that to try to play for the objective. And we can see Impact here up on the top side. Was in Mega just recently, so he has no Gnar bar, so even if he TP's in, he's not going to be much of a threat. TL needs to slow play this and buy time for Impact.
Great play from APA, though. He's completely out of vision. There is very few wards behind, so he could get a great flank position.
All right, Dragon's already at half HP. Impact going back to base right now. Clone from APA sent forward on top of the Dragon's position as now Impact is ready to join the team, but he is mini Gnar. He has Sterix Gauge now purchased. Wiser could be in some danger, already down to half HP, has to take the Blast Cone back over the wall. Paranoia used, but Carioca makes no engage. The Drake secured by Pain Gaming, but now they gotta try to get away. Jinkato is inside the Drake pit as Carioca is caught. Jungler down, Pain Gaming on the run. Team Liquid, they force out the flash from the enemy mid laner. They kill the enemy jungler. Baron is alive.
Exactly. They're going to go straight over towards that Baron. AP going to push out bot first, though, because he does have the TP available. Great smite, though, from Carioca to secure that, because giving over Soul on top of this run of play could have been game-ending here. And now the game, at the very least, will continue, though albeit at a big advantage for TL. They're going to try to come over and see if they can test this, but APA does have TP, and there is a ward right there.
Yeah. Pain wants to try to stop it. The Baron's not dropping exceptionally fast.
He's going to get the flank on the TP.
Curry still has Magnet Storm. Keep your eyes on that. Wiser coming around from the side.
Here he comes.
Dominus also ready, but the TP arrives for APA. The real one gets rooted up. He pop blossoms absolutely nothing. He's got to try to get away from the curtain call. He's juking the shots well so far. The Baron should be a guaranteed take for Team Liquid. They secure it with the smite, and now Wiser's in the middle of a 1v4. The Renekton is surviving for an incredibly long time, and he goes on a rampage as Yawn dies. Core JJ will be the next to go. APA's clone surely can't save him here. Team Liquid, they secure the Baron, but Pain punished with a double kill.
Nice kills coming through for Pain Gaming off the back of it. Carioca's ultimate is just nerdy off cooldown, but wasn't quite there to try and get him into position. But Baron secured for TL, even if it was a little dicey on the exit.
Yeah, definitely dicey there. And I mean, again, you know, with APA not finding anything on the flank here, he tries to come in with the TP on the angle. It's a great initial catch there from Jinkato, and then the root from Titan means he can't actually rocket pel forward. He can't flash in for the kill.
The big one, though, is the fact that he got out the shockwave. They tried to hold him in place, but here we go.
We're not done, boys. Umpty jumping in there, trying to protect his mid laner as it looks like the first turret is already down, and they aren't done yet. Pain Gaming with a big shutdown on APA. That Nico dead now for 50 seconds.
This combo is so terrifying. Throughout Worlds, we've seen how strong it is, not only this year, but in years past as well, and it has worked out fantastically. The Nocturne being able to get on towards the backline wasn't quite the shockwave, but still that damage from the Storm Surge to follow up is enough to finish off both players and towers.
Yeah, absolutely. And APA, you know, he is most of the gold lead here for TL, so needs to be able to find those big ultis, but without Flash now, it's going to get that much more difficult. Lost that in that previous play. You know, TL do still have Baron on a couple here, and we'll see if they can get anything from this, but so far, that Red Bull Baron power play, that's negative 700 gold for TL. Pain have pulled this game pretty much right back to even, and are just punishing TL on every single mistake. They're playing a really strong series.
I am really impressed by what we're seeing from Pain Gaming here today up against Team Liquid. They are doing everything they can to fight these guys at every possible opportunity. They are barely 1,000 gold behind TL, but the big worry for Pain right now, I think, still has to be that Dragon Soul, as Umpty could be in a tough spot, finds the Impale onto 2, APA ready to follow it up, the rest of Team Liquid providing the firepower. Umpty Sterix Gauge gonna proc, so now he's gonna be feeling pretty good. Wiser stuck in a bad spot. He tries to slice and dice, but it ain't gonna work enough. Wiser still somehow alive. Nico into the back line as Carioca falls. Yawn's grabbing a kill, and that's about to be a full ace for Team Liquid. APA's wrapping around to cut off the escape route. Jinkato wants to get away, and Team Liquid will not allow it.
Brazil is aced, and Team Liquid is marching down mid lane.
Liquid show up huge in that fight, and they're gonna probably just try to end it right here, right now.
Only 5 seconds left on Curry, but it's a support alone. Pain Gaming stood so tall, they fought so hard, but they will ultimately succumb to Team Liquid, who will continue their fight at Worlds 2024.
I gotta say though, man, if that's a preview of some of the Americas matches for next year, Pain has really been stepping up, making a banger, but a great win for TL at the end of the day. There was definitely some bumps in the road, but they can build some confidence here. They're still alive in the tournament, and now they're gonna have to try to look forward to their next match. And there are some tough draws that you could get. BLG's in there, Weibo's in there. There are some really strong teams.
And I think you can still see the mid to late game mistakes there for TL, but a happy face if you can get that win and start to move forward throughout the rest of the tournament. But I think for Pain Gaming, just commiserations. They proved a huge amount for the CB lot at this Worlds event, and I think they can be very proud of what they did.
Absolutely, Pain Gaming. They can leave with their heads held high, qualifying for the main stage, pushing Team Liquid to the brink, but they will be the second team eliminated now from the main stage at Worlds. Team Liquid, their journey continues.
I'm not cursed.
What do you think? Your curse is broken.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes, let's go. That's nice. You can thank TL for that one.
Claps for Pain as well.
Claps for Pain. Yes, absolutely.
That was scary.
What a close affair. I mean, so many kind of clutch moments. I think top lane, that was phenomenal for Pain in the series as well. But I think for Team Liquid, I see this as you're on a stairway to what your potential is, the things that you've shown your whole year, right? And this was a very, very necessary victory in order to get back to being able to show that versus the teams that you weren't able to beat in the best of ones a few days ago.
Completely agree. There's a lot of points in this game that they'll look back on and know that they absolutely cannot repeat these mistakes against the teams they have in front of them. The draw that we are going to have is very, very scary. And if you have stuff like the like the mic falling down off of your face,
that felt like some of their plays.
Yeah,
throughout the series.
I'm thinking of like, okay, so Impact had a bunch where Impact was having a very rough series. Weiser was playing really well, got the better of him, but also the Grub fight where you can tell the communication is Impact is going to revive soon and he has teleport, so he'll come back in. So let's take the fight after. But Umpty goes a little bit too soon. Umpty just kind of walks into them, and it's stuff like that. Some of these plays where you can tell what the play is going to be, but they rush it in some fashion, and it's different players at different times. And yeah, there's definitely some points where we cannot make errors like that moving forward.
Lessons were learned.
I hope so. Yeah. It's so. God, the emotions make it so difficult to talk about in a coherent way, because on one side, I want to believe that they are better than this, but they also 2-0'd, right? I shouldn't expect too much more, and there is a lot of stress in the environment, but it does not lead me with a lot of trust going into the next stage.
I do believe they are better than this, because that's what they've shown all year long. Kind of like what Shox is saying, they have built up this expectations because of their good performances.
Yes, and Core JJ did as well, and he's standing by in the Verizon post-game interview.
Team Liquid advanced with a clean victory today against Pain Gaming and Core JJ. Thank you so much for joining me after this series.
Thank you, thank you.
Tell me about this series and the mindset you guys were in coming in today.
We know our brothers, the American brothers, are good, so we prepared well, but game was like harder than I thought.
Okay. Yeah. And I've heard so many good things about Team Liquid and the fact that scrims were going really well, although we know that usually scrims going well doesn't mean that stage is going to go well as well. What have been your difficulties so far?
I think our hands are not working well, so we need to tell our brains that do better.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you feel like your hands are following your brain now? Is everything fixed?
Well, I think we need to some stretch, make our blood working well on our body. So should be better.
Great tips. I'm going to ask for hand stretching advice after that. Something that I've noticed watching you play Champions Queue is that a lot of pro players and fans agree on the fact that you may be one of the best shot callers in the West and in pro play, actually. Can you talk me through your impact leading the team and what makes your shot call better than others?
I would like to say this one, like after winning like Asian team, but after having a little bit of disappointed series by myself, like it's very hard to say how much impact I did on the game because it was not that good game.
Is there anything that you would like to improve upon for the next stages, and if so, what?
I will just go back to practice room and then play some solo queue.
All right, better hands, brain functioning, play some solo queue, standard workout. I know that in the opening teaser, APA was actually saying that you need to reignite hope for LCS. Do you feel like you have a lot of responsibility with Team Liquid at Worlds?
I mean, FlyQuest is in the 2-1, so once they lose 2 more games, we're gonna be the last hope.
All right. I hope you guys can keep some teams, though. I love the interview. Thank you so much, Core JJ.
Thank you.
Congrats on reaching the next round. We'll see you in a few minutes after the draw. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the draw show in just a few minutes.
Thank you so much. He's really funny, Core JJ. Effortlessly so. We've got Jan here with us as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Stressful? 1 out of 10, how much?
Maybe 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Not that stressful, but like a little bit worried that we're gonna get knocked out by another minor region this time around.
What was stress before the series versus stress now?
To be honest, more than stress, it was like worry that it might happen again, like the return of last year. But more than that, I really wanted to win, so it like cancels out a little bit.
Yeah, it does. You also stole a dragon. So did Titan, though, in the first game. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, we had not 1, but 2 Ezreal dragon steals this series. Were you like, okay, I'm going to give it back to him in that second?
So actually, he was hitting the dragon for such a long time. Yeah. I was watching it because it was on the crab. Yeah. I had full vision of it, so I was just eyeballing it for like an entire 25 seconds. I'm like, hey, what if I do that to him again?
Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, very, very nice.
This was great because I think Impact had just died in the top lane and it was looking really bad. And when we were watching on the screen, just on the corner, I see like, oh, Jan stole dragon. And I felt better about it for a split second.
I feel like both games, I was just sitting here watching like on the edge of the couch. I was getting so nervous after, some of the mistakes are happening. But I kept being like, all right, Jan's going to save us. That's why we had to get you here. Like the Kai'Sa game, when you were so rich, like what were the comms all game long? Because you were the only one I was looking at. I was like, please, he is going to take over. You were like, by the way, you ended like almost 5,000 golds ahead individually.
Yeah, so I really wanted to fight, but I didn't really like give an example of how to fight because their comp is very hard to like actually siege towers against. So we were just playing the map. Like Cora and everyone else was just talking about the side waves because that kind of game is way more side lane reliant, and I just kept moving back and forth to find something. Not very easy, but just a lot of gold. Nothing that was used.
What about the call to take Baron and give the Dragon Soul?
So we were actually just planning on one-shotting it and then fighting them, but we couldn't really get. I don't think we positioned well enough to punish them after they took it. I think if we punished a little bit faster and like wrap them a little bit, I think we would have easily been able to wipe them because we were so strong.
I like it.
Yeah, we could see with the double teleports used and then just kind of having to let them get away.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate.
Regardless, how has it been kind of having to reset your own expectations? Because I think a lot of people are looking at Team Liquid, and I think still are, from this point on as, all this quality that you've shown in the LCS, your proficiency to also kind of take it to T1, just to give one example, right? But that not really coming to fruition in those best of ones. Do you feel more comfortable with kind of this lesson, but also the best ofs that are coming up now if you get, the LCK opponents again and the LPL opponents?
Yeah, so we definitely were very confident going to this tournament because we were having really good practice. I do think that a lot of our matches were very close and we couldn't really execute the final straw, the final fights. I think we learned a very good lesson, if we have the chance, we should absolutely just keep going for it. and just like use our brain or make sure our brain is cold and look at things logically. And besides that, I'm excited just to play against every LPL team again. BLG is next probably.
Oh, yeah, because we have the draw show. We have the draw show. We have so many BLGs down there.
With our luck, we're gonna meet BLG.
Well, there's one team you can't play down there. We have the bracket somewhere. I want to throw it up.
We do. I would love to.
Yeah, Weibo's down there. We also have Fnatic down there.
Yep. Fnatic is down there.
We meet our brothers again.
Gam is down there now.
We got PSG down there. Yeah. We got Gam there. Okay, so we got Fnatic, BLG, Weibo, PSG,
So it could be really good or really bad, basically.
Well, you have a 25% chance of getting an LPL team and a 75% chance of getting Fnatic, PSG, or Gam.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like...
Because you can't play Weibo.
So like T1's going to beat TS, then we're going to beat BLG, then we're going to meet TS.
Yes,
okay.
So we're basically going to run through the entire LPL bracket.
Wouldn't you like to just take down the EU second seed on your way there, though?
I mean, it'd be much more funny if we met every single LPL team.
It'd be like the T1 of last year, but the inverse, like you lose to all of them.
Maybe you lose to all of them this time around. Maybe you don't meet TS.
I know you've beaten Fnatic twice this year, but isn't it kind of hard to beat a team like over and over again?
Yeah, I think they definitely didn't show what they were actually capable of when we were playing against them. So maybe this time around they can actually show how good they are.
I'm hoping with you, man, but I don't know.
He said they could. He didn't hope that they will.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, because we, of course, have the 2-in-1 pool draw coming up as well, and you have some things that can't happen, right? So, like, G2 cannot draw HLE, but there's a lot of strong opponents aside from that. I think a lot of fans are wanting that FlyQuest G2 matchup really, really badly. I almost think like it's a trap, for either side.
I mean, I feel like we've been denied our NA versus EU, hype matches so far. So I want them now.
Yeah,
I want to get them both.
FlyG2 TL Fnatic.
Get us both.
Let's go.
We have like 10 seconds left. What's your prediction of who you're going to play?
I think we're going to play BLG with our luck.
Oh my God.
I'm going to
say
it again.
Unjinx it by saying it. I get it.
Yeah, we're going to play Fnatic.
Okay.
Okay,
cool.
They're going to play Fnatic.
I'm ready.
Let's see. It's time for the draw show for the next stage of our Swiss stage. I'm so nervous.
And welcome everyone to the World's 2024 Swiss Stage Draw Show. Gen.G and LNG have already advanced to the knockout stage, and we've had to say goodbye to MDK and Pain Gaming. I'm Laure, and I'm joined by Malu, Riot Games tournament official. The remaining 1 and 2 teams have been divided based on their results over the last few days of competition. The first pillar here consists of the teams that went 2 and 1, and the second pillar are the teams that went 1 and 2. As a reminder, repeat matchups are not allowed in the Swiss stage if a team is drawn against someone they have already played, or if a draw would force 2 other teams in a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved to the next available matchup. Our 2 and 1 teams consist of Top Esports, T1, FlyQuest, D+ Kia, Hanwha Life Esports, and G2 Esports. Now, Malu, would you please draw the first team, please? D+ Kia. And they will be facing Top Esports. Now for the second matchup, the first team is G2 Esports. And their opponents will be Hanwha Life Esports, but it is an invalid draw, so they will need another opponent. Now, for G2's opponents, T1. Now for the next matchup, for Hanwha Life's opponents. FlyQuest. And now for our 1 and 2 teams, Fnatic, Bilibili Gaming, PSG Talent, Weibo Gaming, GAM Esports, and Team Liquid Honda. Now, Malu, would you please draw the first matchup, please? Team Liquid Honda. And they will be facing Weibo Gaming, but this is an invalid draw, so we will now draw Team Liquid Honda's opponents. GAM Esports. And now we will draw Weibo's opponents. Fnatic. And now for the next matchup. BLG. And their opponent will be PSG Talent. Here are the matchups for round 4 of the Worlds 2024 Swiss stage. Round 4 will be played over the next 3 days, October 10th, 11th, and 12th. 3 more teams will advance to the knockout stage, and 3 more teams will be sent home. Remember, league officials will confirm the order of the matches tonight. Be sure to follow us on lolesports.com to see the schedule as it is locked in. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Perspective, and the 1 and 2 teams, I think TL specifically, it's probably comfortable. Fnatic, not so. A couple of things stand out to me. BLG PSG rematch is actually super hype. Remember what almost happened at MSI, and I personally would have liked to see G2 FlyQuest maybe, but I think G2 T1 is the best at East versus West rivalry we have ever had in League of Legends, and I love seeing it.
It is actually an incredible matchup.
I love seeing
G2
it.
T1 is actually an incredible matchup. Caps wanted to play T1 when he talked to me yesterday.
Not saying they're going to win, right? But it's fun.
That to me is amazing. The rest of it, I was a little disappointed we didn't get NA versus you anywhere.
Again.
I was a lot disappointed.
I really wanted to see TL Fnatic or G2 Fly. I think G2 T1's more entertaining, but
if our teams deliver, which we hope, we'll get them in like the ultimate 2-2 match.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Exactly. We've still got a good NA EU in store for us, maybe.
Yeah.
Are you saying if G2 loses to T1, then they'll get a 2-2 against TL?
Yeah.
You want that?
No, FlyQuest could lose, and then they would be up against Fnatic. Yeah. Don't put words in my mouth. But G2 could absolutely lose to T1. I mean, that's all they've done the entire year.
Your point is really good, though, because that is the one with so much history, is the G2 versus T1 matchup. So we're a bit salty that we didn't get any NAEU direct matchups, but that one is really good.
I do agree. Obviously, you want the best chances, and I think for both of these teams, that would have been the case, right?
I mean, it's a GAM versus TL elimination game rematch again. Like, this is the team that eliminated them from
the script
from Worlds last year, and they just did it to GAM to Mad. So it's like the reason that this is like a disappointing draw for me is because I still feel like the sentiment is GAM free win, man. But like literally they're 2-0 for eliminations of Western teams.
And we just had Jan here thinking about it already.
I didn't want to do that again.
Yeah, he was thinking about it before this series, so they're definitely going to be thinking about it before that series.
It's like something that's hard that you don't get credit for, which is you know, not a good combo.
No, and I think the kind of the side effect of it being G2T1 was, of course, that we got HLE FlyQuest, which
That's
is
really hard.
a very, very difficult draw, gotta say.
Yeah, our chances are not that great.
This is the 2-1 bracket,
in
it's
that
fine.
one. Yeah, it's fine.
It is the 2-1 bracket.
And then DK test.
Which, you know, I think this is a good draw. I've come around on it. No, I've actually come around on it.
Yeah?
Because I think TL will win. And even if FlyQuest drops down, then we'll still have we're just going to have a lot of chances to make it out.
Yeah,
which I like. I
it's
like
true.
it being a little bit hopeful.
I think out of the 1 and 2 bracket, Fnatic got the short end of the stick. It's a hard matchup for them. It's a hard matchup for them into LPL teams generally, and I think they've shown a lot of mid-game issues, right, at times, and macro over pushing and whatnot, and you're going up against a team that, has not had a perfect record, but G2's game versus them was by no means an easy goal after that early game even, right? So I think this is super difficult, and for Fnatic, this is really, now it's put up or shut up, right? So.
But it has the potential to be so exciting,
it
right?
does.
If they can get it together, and especially like focusing on the draft and the tweet that this type of stuff that we had.
Tweet?
Yeah.
And then the pullback?
Yeah. I mean, if they can figure everything out and focus up for this match, I feel like that match has the potential to be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single one has the potential to be a banger. What was also a banger was our first best of 3 of the day, but unfortunately for Mad Lions Koi, it was the end of the road here at Worlds, and we have an interview that was banked earlier today from Lore with Elyoya in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back backstage with Elyoya. Thank you so much for joining me after this series. First question, what was the main difference between the first game and the rest of the series for things to end like this?
I would say game 1 we had a really comfortable comp that we are really used to, and game 2 and 3 it was also comps that we were usually playing, but not sure what happened. I feel like we were not in the same page. I'll have to rewatch. Right now I'm out of words for it, but I think we were just not looking at the same. I remember many times that they were just catching us and we were not playing for anything, so it felt a bit weird.
Did you feel like from play-ins to the match that you played today that you had a hard time readjusting or finding the right approach? Did you guys feel lost as a team and felt like you had to change things constantly?
We had to change the playstyle coming from play-ins into here, because basically with the way we were playing we wouldn't beat any Asian team, and at the end is what we are playing for. Like, being honest, we don't really care if we win today and we lose tomorrow to Weibo Gaming. What's the point? Like, you're still out of playing, like of top 8. So we try to adapt and play a style that we are really not used to, but that we believe is better to beating the Asian teams. Obviously, when you're trying new things and you are doing something different, you're gonna play worse. And I think today we really showed it that we played way worse than we would do before. But we believe it's the way to beat the Asian teams, and again, we would do it again. Like, we would rather lose like this than beat them and go out in this next round.
And I feel like it's something that I respect and that a lot of people respect about MDK is the fact that you keep on saying that you want to learn. If you fall, you fall. That's how you learn, and that's how you get back up, actually. And when I consider your project at the beginning of the year, bringing in 4 players who did not have any LEC experience, bringing them to Worlds, I feel like you guys learned a lot, Yoya, as a team and even for you as a captain. Would you say so?
For sure. I think, unlike this last week, I would say we improved so much, and I think one of the best proofs of it is game 1. I feel like we never closed a game so clean like we did in game 1. So that is proof that we are improving. Obviously, it was not enough today, but we know it's the way.
Yeah, and sends a really positive signal for the future for Mad Lions and for MDK, for me, honestly, when I consider all the success that you guys found this year, even if the road stops here. What are you proud about when it comes to this year? And if you have a final message to fans who've been cheering for you?
Well, I'm proud of the work I have put in. I think it's the year I have worked the most. And, well, all the hours that we have put, I think I'm really proud about it. So, yeah, I would stay with it. I think coming into the next years, we're going to show a much better face, because at the end this was our first year together. So I'm really positive about it.
Thank you for making us believe that anything is possible and that you can make magic if you trust in each other. Thank you so much, Yoya.
Thank you.
Actually, a really interesting interview, especially the point that he mentioned about feeling like they wouldn't be able to beat the team at the next round, so they have to change their style, because I think not every, I'm going to generalize here, but almost every Western team that's ever gone to Worlds is going to be near the top of their region or being able to find success because they have a specific style.
Yeah.
And the reason they have that style is because generally they found that's what they're best at.
Yeah.
However, when you are so beaten down in scrims, which often happens, like 80, 90% win rates for the Eastern teams, like the definition of insanity is continuing to try to do the same thing and expect a different result. So you're like, okay, well, we need to change. But like a lot of the time, if they had changed that, they probably wouldn't have even made it to Worlds in the first place.
No.
So like, I absolutely understand the reasoning of let's play champions we're not comfortable with, because we just feel like that could be the only way. It's like you're just in desperation throwing something out and hoping it comes back to you. And for what it's worth, it actually has worked a couple of times in the history of all these sports, but it's rare.
But the greatest, successes of Western teams have been when they stuck to their own styles. Even if you're getting beat down, it's really hard test.
But it's really hard because like, okay, let's just keep going and just hope it works.
Yeah, and we've had so many teams. I've had so many NA rosters come back and tell me the exact same thing that he just said as the reason of, that's why we copied the meta. That's why we are trying to follow in the footsteps of those LPL, LCK teams. But if you think about the peaks of G2 and the peaks of the Western teams that had the most success, they're the ones that are sticking to their style, and they're the ones like making other people think, we should be shifting. So it's
I'll also say
very hard.
Those teams, their style was probably working a bit. Right? Before having to pivot.
In scrims. It was working in scrims
it's
probably.
like which one came first,
Yeah, exactly.
Because we aren't getting beat so much, then we don't have to change our style.
And having to change it up means, now we have to kind of first time things on stage, which we actually haven't scrimmed before we came to Worlds to scrim. It's crazy.
It's usually a disaster. Like
it's hard.
It's almost always a disaster. But I understand.
I want to button up the
story.
What happens. Yeah, me too. I want to button up the story. Just also from me, of course. I just want to echo what Laure said. It's crazy what Mad Lions Koi achieved this year, and this is a blemish, absolutely. And some of the other games that they played this year, you might feel the same, but they absolutely deserve to go to Worlds because no other team was as good as them to get that third place, right? And I'm definitely proud of them for this year. So that'll be it. We have 2 days of break, and then we will be back on Thursday. So we will recharge our batteries. Our teams will maybe drastically change the meta. I don't know. And we'll pump up on our hopium. We'll be back here on October 10th at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 8 a.m. Eastern US Time for more Worlds 2024. Good night. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Don't overthink, but think, okay? In the game, you need to think, but don't overthink. Okay?
Guys, just think, but not think a lot.
The map, and Smolder's in a good spot now.
Ooh, nice dredge line there coming out from Alvaro. Elio has to flash away, but it still don't matter. That's Yone. Oh, but the dive is coming in from Cam. The bullet time over the top of the slicing Maelstrom. They're going to find 2 more kills.
Let's not talk anything, just let us.
Yes.
It's fine, okay? We know how to play.
Cam has found their angle. Supa with a Feather Storm finds a nice opportunity. If only they weren't so far behind. If they find Supa, the game's going to be over right there. And immediately, Emo jumps in. Easy Love is dominating. Vietnam still has some fight left in them. And they will eliminate MDK.
Last thing, guys, let's have fun, okay? Go out there, play with a smile, play with confidence, play for each other, please. All right, let's go. Fighting!
Okay. Zero place. I'm coming through.
Then Karaoke trying to use the Nocturne ulti to go into the pit. Impact's already going to be killed off as APA tries to get away. Karaoke's still down at the pit. Yon needs to grab the damage.
Nice, guys. Let's go. Nice.
Was really close to Baron Nekaka.
Anything, guys? We're coming through.
Is there my die? Watch Nocturne.
It's Mega.
Win mid. How much mid?
I'm looking for Ezra. I get Ezra. Ezra 1 HP, guys. Ezra die.
Nico, careful, Nico.
No flash. Nice. I can't look this guys. 2v2, guys. Nice. You kill.
나이스 거리 그거야.
오케이.
우리 하나 났어.
can keep going, I can keep going.
Just out there swimming. Been a bad man since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me. Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows if you say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Checking out quick on the tables, right? So wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering. Bleeding, begging, but nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breed of creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Keep that grill turning. Add a little seasoning, and that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Faster, faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, but you feel the boom. Gone in the wind where you see me better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, too fast, you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning. Do I have your attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster. 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 To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster. Faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Heart steady racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprint. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine.